Features of Indian Society, Diversity of India. 1. Indian society, constitutional values, secularism and pluralism. Context. Controversy arose during the new Parliament's inaugural session when members received copies of the Indian Constitution without the terms socialist and secular in the preamble. The article discusses controversies over the Indian Constitution's preamble and emphasizes the importance of "we the people" in popular sovereignty. About the Indian preamble. The Indian preamble serves as an introductory statement to the Constitution, outlining its objectives and guiding principles. It declares India as a sovereign, socialist, secular, and democratic republic, committed to justice, liberty, equality, and fraternity for all citizens. The preamble reflects the aspirations of the Indian people towards building a just and inclusive society. Background of preamble. The Indian preamble, based on the Objectives Resolution, was moved by Jawaharlal Nehru in the Constituent Assembly on 13 December 1946 and adopted on 26 November 1949. It came into force on 26 January 1950, Republic Day. During the Indian emergency, Indira Gandhi amended it to include the words, socialist, secular, and integrity, 42nd Amendment Act of 1976. Meaning of the phrase, "we the people," in the preamble. It signifies the principle of popular sovereignty, emphasizing that power resides with the citizens, not just the government. It forms the foundation of the Constitution's goals of justice, liberty, and equality for all citizens. "We the people" supports non-elite movements, such as farmers' protests, highlighting marginalized groups' assertions of rights in democracy. It contrasts elite dominance in public discourse, advocating for inclusive participation from all social segments. Meaning of the words socialist, secular and plural. Term meaning example. Socialist refers to the principles of socialism, which advocate for India's socialist policies aimed to reduce economic equitable distribution of wealth and resources, and parities through initiatives such as land reforms and collective ownership of means of production. Secular signifies the separation of religion from the state, ensuring equal treatment of all religions by the government. Welfare programs. India's secularism is reflected in its diverse religious ment. It promotes religious tolerance and neutrality in landscape, with the state maintaining equal distance. State affairs. Plural emphasizes the acceptance and celebration of diversity, including various cultures, languages, and identity from all religions and protecting religious freedoms. India's pluralistic society accommodates a multitude ties within the nation. It promotes inclusivity and unity of languages, cultures, and traditions, fostering amidst diversity. www.insightsinIndia.com. 5. Tonal unity while respecting regional diversity. Current affairs 30. India, a land of myriad cultures, religions, and traditions, is often described as a vibrant tapestry of secularism and plurality. The constitutional principles of secularism embedded in the nation's foundation affirm the equality of all religions, advocating for a harmonious coexistence of diverse faiths. Secularism and plurality being implicit in Indian society. 1. Ancient past. India has been a pluralistic society for centuries with diverse religions, languages, and ethnicities coexisting mostly peacefully. This plural ethos is ingrained in Indian society. 2. Multiple religions. India is home to a multitude of religions, including Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, Sikhism, Buddhism, Jainism, and more. This diversity is exemplified by religious sites coexisting in close proximity. For instance, in Delhi, the Lotus Temple, Bahari Faith, Jama Masjid, Islam, and Akshardham Temple, Hinduism, stand as symbols of India's acceptance and respect for different faiths. 3. Ideals of tolerance, respect and peaceful existence between different communities date back historical lie in Indian civilization. O pluralism is an established feature of life in India, and we have intense pride in Ajanta caves, the Kashi temple, the Taj Mahal, Gomatsvara of Shravanabelagola, and the Golden Temple of Amritsar. Although they represent different faiths, there is a sense of emotional experience of being Indian in all these. 4. India legally adopted secularism, whereby the state is separate from religion, upon independence in 1947. This was aligned with the prevailing plural fabric. OEG. India's constitution, encompassing Rt. Cles 14, 15, 19, 25, 29, and 30, safeguards the rights of minority communities. Issues with Indian secularism and plurality. 1. Sectarian divide. While the Indian constitution upholds secularism, the societal structure continues to be along religious, caste and other community identities that often lead to tensions between groups over access to resources and power. E.g., ongoing conflict in Manipur between Kuki and Meiteis. 2. Vote bank politics. Politics in India has often been enmeshed in employing religious symbolism and sentiments for electoral gains, violating principles of secularism. This threatens inter-community relations, e.g., increased instances of communal violence during election. 3. Incidents of communal violence, prejudice, discrimination against religious minorities violate secular traditions and undermine plurality in society. E.g. incidents of discriminations against minority and socially disadvantaged communities. www.insightsinIndia.com. 6. 4. Issues with imitating Western system. S.G. Japanese historians, influenced by Western Orientalism, created a distorted view of Asia, portraying themselves as superior during the first half of 20th century, during world wars. This mindset justified their aggression and exploitation. Measures to make Indian society secular and plural. 1. Promote interfaith dialogue and understanding. Religion must mainly be a matter of principles only. It cannot be a matter of rules. Mahatma Gandhi 2. Education on pluralism and secularism. Integrate lessons on secularism and pluralism into education curricula to promote tolerance and acceptance of diversity from a young age. 3. Empower marginalized communities. Implement policies and programs that uplift marginalized communities, ensuring their equal participation and representation in all aspects of society. 4. Ensure equality before law. Uphold the principle of equality before the law, regardless of caste, creed, religion, or gender, to promote a sense of justice and fairness in society. 5. Combat discrimination and prejudice. Take proactive measures to address discrimination and prejudice in all forms, including legislative reforms and awareness campaigns. 6. Encourage grassroots movements. Support grassroots movements and community initiatives that promote secularism, pluralism, and social justice, empowering ordinary citizens to drive positive change. 7. Political and social reforms. Advocate for political and social reforms that dismantle hierarchical structures and promote inclusivity, ensuring equal rights and opportunities for all members of society. Conclusion: the path forward is to cultivate a pluralistic and secular society, engaging all communities, especially marginalized ones. This entails promoting dialogue and solidarity across social divisions and acknowledging grassroots movements as integral to democracy. Such an approach resonates with Ambedkar's call for constitutional morality and Gandhi's vision of Swaraj, aiming for a fairer and more inclusive democracy. Prelims links. Q. What was the exact constitutional status of India on the 26th of January 1950? UPSC 2021. A. A democratic republic. B. A sovereign democratic republic. C. A sovereign secular democratic republic. D. A sovereign socialist secular democratic republic. Answer, B. Current Affairs 30. Q. Consider the following statements, UPSC 2020. 1. The Constitution of India defines its basic structure in terms of federalism, secularism, fundamental rights, and democracy. 2. The Constitution of India provides for judicial review to safeguard the citizens' liberties and to preserve the ideals on which the Constitution is based. Which of the statements given above is correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 nor 2. Answer B. 2. Demand for paid menstrual leave and gender equality. Context: the demand for paid menstrual leave, while aiming to address period-related challenges, could inadvertently hinder gender equality efforts. What is menstrual leave? Menstrual leave is a workplace policy that allows employees to take paid time off during their menstrual cycle to manage period-related symptoms or discomfort. Arguments supporting paid menstrual leave. Argument description. Will raise awareness against pads was limited to many girls, with 44% of girls admitting to using homemade absor. Period poverty. A survey conducted by the NGO Child Rights and You Cry revealed that access to sanitary bents or cloth will act against stigma and unlimited access to resources and information. Shame. The social stigma surrounding menstruation results in discrimination, embarrassment. The Cry report has suggested that over 61% of girls have accepted that a sense of embarrassment existed in society with regard to periods. Improves workplace productivity. By allowing individuals to take time off to manage menstrual symptoms, paid leave can contribute to improved workplace productivity and overall job satisfaction. Reduces absenteeism. Providing paid leave for menstruation can help reduce absenteeism by allowing individuals to take time off when necessary without fear of losing income or facing disciplinary action. Fosters inclusivity and diversity. It creates a more inclusive and diverse workplace culture by accommodating the needs of menstruating individuals, regardless of gender identity. Promotes gender equality. Paid menstrual leave helps to address gender disparities by recognizing and accommodating the unique needs of menstruating individuals in the workforce. Enter menstrual leave, and the bill specified 3 days of paid leave for women and trans women during their will support right of womb. Free access to menstrual odds and additional benefits for students. However, only 2 states, Kerala and Bihar, currently have menstrual leave policies for women. Health Products Bill 2022. Examples from India. 1. Zomato in 2020 announced a 10-day paid period of leave per year, and Swiggy and Byju's have also followed suit. Global examples. 2. Spain became the first European country to grant paid menstrual leave to workers, among a host of other sexual health rights. 3. Indonesia introduced a policy in 1948, amended in 2003, saying that workers experiencing menstrual pain are not. www.insightsinIndia.com. 7. Current Affairs. 30. Obliged to work on the first 2 days of their cycle. 4. In the Philippines, workers are permitted 2 days of menstrual leave a month. 5. Taiwan has an Act of Gender Equality in Employment in place. Under Article 14 of the Act, employees have the right to request a day off as period leave every month, at half their regular wage. 6. South Korea takes a slightly different route, allowing for monthly physiologic leave under Article 73 of their labor law, allowing all female workers to get a day off every month. 7. Among the African nations, Zambia introduced 1 day of leave a month without needing a reason or a medical certificate, calling it Mother's Day. 8. Companies across nations, such as Nike and Coexist, have introduced menstrual leave as an internal policy. Concerns regarding paid menstrual leave. Concerns description dissuades companies from the gender wage gap and low female hiring women. Participation rates in the labor force are already significant issues, and mandatory paid menstrual leave could further discourage companies from hiring women. Ratifying special status for menstruating women could perpetuate the social stigma surrounding menstruation, reinforcing period shaming and the belief that menstruation is impure, hindering efforts towards gender equality. Implementing paid menstrual leave poses challenges such as determining legitimate use, preventing misuse, and defining acceptable enforcement methods. Menstruation is a natural process, and while some individuals may experience severe symptoms, most cases are manageable. Validates social stigma around menstruation. Concerns surrounding implementation. Normal physiological phenomenon. Case study of Japan. In Japan, despite the provision of unpaid menstrual leave for painful menstruation, only about 1% of women in the workforce avail of this benefit. Many women are reluctant to use it due to fear of sexual harassment when disclosing their period status. This situation persists despite the policy being in place for over 7 decades. Japan's gender equality ranking has declined, with women less likely to be employed and often paid less than men, reflecting ongoing disparities in workforce participation and gender pay equity. www.insightsindia.com 8. Effective menstrual leave policies should include 1. Promote menstrual health literacy. 2. Provide adequate rest breaks and facilities. 3. Ensure access to effective treatment. 4. Offer flexible working conditions. 5. Avoid gender-specific policies. 6. Address gender wage gaps and job opportunities. 7. Improve overall labor standards and working conditions, especially for women. Other measures needed to improve menstrual health: hygienic and accessible toilets. Providing accessible, safe, and hygienic toilets to all, including residents of low-income slums, pavement dwellers, and in educational institutions and workplaces. She toilets, in Telangana and Tamil Nadu, and pink toilets, in Delhi provide safe, private, clean facilities with essential amenities to manage periods. Providing dustbins and incinerators in female toilets, which promote waste segregation at source through initiatives like the Red Dot campaign, and innovations like Padcare Labs. Attention to urban areas. The focus of menstrual hygiene campaigns has often been on India's rural population, and for good reasons. However, India's large, rapidly growing urban population also calls for attention, as certain groups of urban dwellers face a whole range of limitations that affect their menstrual health. Other measures. Awareness about periods must be continued, along with efforts to address harmful social and gender norms and eradicate the social stigma. Menstrual products, both reusable and disposable, must be more available through various access channels, retail outlets, social enterprises, government schemes and NGOs, without any stigma attached. Government schemes. 1. Menstrual hygiene scheme launched by the Minis. Try of Health and Family Welfare. 2. Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karyakram. 3. SABLA program of the Ministry of Women and Child Development. 4. National Rural Livelihood Mission of the Ministry of Rural Development. 5. Swachh Bharat Mission and Swachh Bharat, Swachh Vidyalaya, SB, SV. 6. Guidelines for Gender Issues in Sanitation, 2017. 7. The National Guidelines on Menstrual Hygiene. Current Affairs 30. Management. 8. Scheme for Promotion of Menstrual Hygiene among Adolescent Girls in the age group of 10 to 19 years, supported by the National Health Mission. Conclusion: in all, menstrual health is integral to improving global population health, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and realizing gender equality and human rights. Implementation of menstrual leave policies should guard against misuse, ensuring privacy and dignity. Persistent disparities underscore the need for nuanced, inclusive approaches to address menstrual challenges and promote gender equality. Mains links. Q. What are the continued challenges for women in India against time and space? UPSC 2019. Q. Male membership needs to be encouraged in order to make women's organizations free from gender bias. Comment. UPSC 2013. Topics. Women and women-related issues. 3. SC Decision on Gender Discrimination. Context. The Supreme Court of India declared, in Selena John's case, rules penalizing women employees for getting married as unconstitutional, citing gender discrimination and inequality. Background of the case. The case involved former Lieutenant Selena John, who was discharged from the military nursing service for getting married. The court directed the union government to pay her 60 lakh rupees in compensation. The ruling highlights the ongoing battle for gender parity in the army and underscores the need for action to break down barriers in education, employment, and opportunities for women. Women have been fighting a battle for gender parity in the army for long. They were granted permanent commission after judgments in 2020 and 2021. Challenges faced by women in the workplace. Challenges description. Patriarchal social norms. Entrenched patriarchal norms and traditional gender roles restrict women's opportunities for education and employment. Societal expectations prioritize women as caregivers and homemakers, dissuading their active engagement in the workforce. Women often encounter uncomfortable personal inquiries during job interviews regarding their plans for marriage and motherhood. Gender wage gap. The World Inequality Report of 2022 reveals that men in India command 82% of labor income, leaving women with only 18%. Unpaid care work. The responsibility of unpaid care and domestic tasks disproportionately falls on women, limiting their time and energy for paid employment. Married women in India spend over 7 hours daily on unpaid care and domestic work, impacting their ability to engage in paid work. Social and cultural stigma. Certain communities may stigmatize or resist women working outside the home, leading to lower rates of labor force participation. Female labor force participation rate, LFPR. India's female LFPR has decreased from 30% to 24% in the past 2 decades, despite an increase in girls' enrollment in Class 10. Lack of economic empowerment. Globally, women's labor force participation is 51%, compared to 80% for men, and in India, it stands at 23%. www.insightsinIndia.com. 9. Current Affairs. 30. Access to productive capital. Women struggle to access funds and capital for starting a business, or other development work. Glass ceiling effect. In corporate settings, women earn on average only 79% of what men earn, hold only 5% of Fortune 500 CEO positions, and represent 17% of global board positions. Safety issues. Concerns about safety and harassment at work sites, both explicit and implicit, inhibit women's participation in the workforce. Consequences of a declining women's workforce. 1. Consequences for women. 1.1. Reduced economic independence. Lower participation in the workforce leads to reduced financial independence for women. E.g., women relying solely on their spouses or families for financial support may face limitations in personal decision-making. 1.2. Limited career opportunities, e.g., long career breaks make re-entry into professional roles challenging, often leading to underemployment. 1.3. Social isolation, e.g., women confined to domestic roles often miss out on social interactions and networks available through employment. 2. Consequences for the economy. 2.1. Reduced economic growth. Lower female LFPR limits the potential labor pool, directly impacting economic growth. E.g., according to IMF estimates, equal participation of women in the workforce could boost India's GDP by up to 27%. 2.2. Underutilization of human capital. The economy fails to leverage the full potential of its educated female population. E.g., despite high educational attainments, many women remain outside the labor market, representing a significant untapped resource. 2.3. Impact on consumer markets. Women's earnings influence consumption patterns, and their reduced income can affect market dynamics. E.g., lower female earnings can lead to decreased spending on health, education, and consumer goods, affecting diverse industries. 2.4. Decreased tax revenues. Reduced female participation in high-earning roles impacts tax contributions, limiting funds for public welfare initiatives. 2.5. Inequality and social development. Persistent gender gaps in employment exacerbate social inequalities, hindering progress towards gender-balanced development goals. 10 www.insightsinIndia.com. Government steps. 1. Beti Bachao Beti Padhao Scheme 2. One-Stop Center Scheme 3. Swada Gray. 4. Nari Shakti Puraskar 5. Mahila Police Volunteers 6. Mahila Shakti Kendras, MSK, 7. NIRBHAYA Fund. Steps by the National Commission for Women, NCW, statutory body established under the National Commission for Women Act, 1990. 1. Advancing women's rights and awareness, raising awareness through campaigns and workshops. Providing support through helplines, counseling, and legal aid. 2. Addressing gender-based violence, intervening in cases of domestic violence, workplace harassment, and dowry-related crimes. Conducting investigations and recommending action, including workplace harassment. 3. Advocating for gender equality, fighting against gender-based discrimination in education, workplaces, and social customs. Way forward. 1. Address barriers in education, employment, and opportunities to increase female labor participation. 2. Concrete actions must accompany efforts to increase female representation in the Indian Army. 3. Fostering an inclusive environment. Organizations should heed the court's stance against penalizing women for marriage and domestic responsibilities to create supportive workplaces. 4. Comprehensive approach to gender equality. Gender equality efforts should acknowledge and value all forms of women's work, formal and informal. 5. Policy solutions should empower women within the cultural context, emphasizing autonomy and flexible work options. 6. Importance of women's labor force participation. Increasing women's labor force participation is essential for societal progress, economic growth, poverty reduction, and the creation of inclusive communities. Current Affairs 30. Mains links, Q. Empowering women is the key to control the popularity and growth. Discuss. UPSC 2019. Prelims links, Q. Which of the following gives the Global Gender Gap Index ranking to the countries of the world? UPSC 2017. A. World Economic Forum. B. UN Rights Council. C. UN Women. D. World Health Organization ANS. A. Topics. Important geophysical phenomena such as earthquakes, tsunami, volcanic activity, cyclone etc. Geographical features and their location changes in critical geographical features, including water bodies and ice caps, and in flora and fauna and the effects of such changes. 4. Triple dip La Nina and air quality in India. Context. Research has identified climate change as a primary cause of poor air quality in Mumbai during the winter of 2022. The study, titled, Triple Dip La Nina, Unorthodox Circulation and Unusual Spin in Air Quality of India, links the city's high pollution levels to delayed wind reversals and less frequent calm winds triggered by La Nina and climate change. What is triple dip La Nina? It refers to an unusual and prolonged La Nina phenomenon lasting 3 consecutive years, which significantly impacts global weather patterns. La Nina typically involves cooler than average sea surface temperatures in the central and eastern Pacific Ocean, leading to various climatic effects worldwide, such as altered rainfall patterns, increased tropical cyclone activity, and shifts in temperature gradients. WMO had stated in August 2022 that for the first time this century, La Nina would span 3 consecutive Northern Hemisphere winters to become a triple dip La Nina. 11 www.insightsinIndia.com. What does the study indicate? During the winter of 2022-23, an unusual trend reversal in pollution levels, particularly PM 2.5, was observed in India. Southwestern regions experienced unusually poor air quality, while North India showed relatively cleaner air, contrary to typical patterns. Factors responsible for this included: 1. Triple dip La Nina event. The winter coincided with the last phase of an unusual triple dip La Nina event, affecting atmospheric conditions. 2. Change in wind direction. Normally, winds blow from Punjab towards the Gangetic Plains, carrying pollutants from stubble burning towards Delhi. However, during the winter of 2022, wind circulation changed to a north-south direction. This led to air pollutants from Punjab and Haryana bypassing Delhi, resulting in less air pollution in the capital and surrounding areas. 3. Instead, pollutants flew over western and southern regions, contributing to the poor air quality observed in southwestern India. Mumbai's air pollution. 1. Air quality in Mumbai deteriorated significantly, with 66 out of 92 days between November 2022 and January 2023 categorized as poor or very poor. 2. In comparison, Delhi experienced 79 days of poor and very poor AQI during the same period. Data from SAFAR, Ministry of Earth Sciences. Reasons: Mumbai benefits from its coastal location, which aids in naturally cleansing its air. Strong surface winds and sea breezes help rapidly disperse pollutants, maintaining better air quality. Current Affairs 30. However, last winter, Mumbai experienced a rare, triple dip, in La Nina, associated with climate change. This prolonged La Nina phase led to infrequent wind reversals from the sea, trapping pollutants in the lower atmosphere for longer durations and deteriorating air quality despite Mumbai's usual cleansing mechanisms. Increasing variability of the El Niño-La Nina system. Variability. As seen from the chart below, the ENSO system has been becoming more unpredictable as sudden changes to strong El Niño or La Nina are seen. Climate change. Warmer ocean temperatures, driven by climate change, can intensify El Niño events, leading to more frequent and intense occurrences. Similarly, La Nina events can also be influenced by climate change, affecting their frequency and severity. Tropical weather. Extremities in the impact of this variability are also strong. Tropical cyclones and precipitation have been observed to increase with this ENSO variability. Regional variation. On the other hand, the ENSO variability has also induced chaos in regional weather systems as impacts of rainfall and droughts have finer variability within African or Asian climates. 12 www.insightsinIndia.com. Its impact on India. Triple dip. The continuance of La Nina into 2023 is not bad news from the Indian standpoint, but it is not the same for all its constituent regions. El Niño tends to weaken the Indian monsoon, leading to droughts, while La Nina strengthens it, causing floods. Climate change-induced extremes in ENSO events could result in more erratic and intense monsoon seasons, impacting agriculture, water resources, and livelihoods. Observationally, the extremities of monsoon in intensity and regional spread have increased. Parts of the same state like in Maharashtra have seen floods and droughts. Variation. The variability makes the Indian monsoon model used by IMD less relevant as there is mathematical chaos in input variables. Cyclones. The variability has also drastically affected Indian Ocean cyclogenesis. Empirically, the Arabian Sea branch has observed increased cyclogenesis compared to historical averages. Science. The robustness of Indian weather science is impacted, which makes early warning systems, EWS, on floods, droughts, cyclones, etc. less reliable. Conclusion. Thus, there is a great need to conduct scientific research and study on the variability of ENSO, as even highlighted by the 2021 Nobel Prize in Physics in this field of study. Indian Earth Science Ministry and other bodies must also work for the protection of its citizens from these extremities. Insta links. El Niño. Current Affairs 30. Prelims links. Q. With reference to the Indian Ocean Dipole, IOD, sometimes mentioned in the news while forecasting the Indian monsoon, which of the following statements is correct? UPSC 2016. 1. The IOD phenomenon is characterized by a difference in sea surface temperature between the tropical western Indian Ocean and the tropical eastern Pacific Ocean. 2. An IOD phenomenon can influence El Niño's impact on the monsoon. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 nor 2 ands. B. Q. In the cities of our country, which among the following atmospheric gases are normally considered in calculating the value of the air quality index? UPSC 2016. 1. Carbon dioxide 2. Carbon monoxide 3. Nitrogen dioxide 4. Sulfur dioxide 5. Methane. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1, 2 and 3 only. B. 2, 3 and 4 only. C. 1, 4 and 5 only. D. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 ands. B. General Studies 2. Topics: Indian Constitution, historical underpinnings, evolution, features, amendments, significant provisions and basic structure, comparison of the Indian constitutional scheme with that of other countries. 1. Review of the working of free legal aid. Context. Department-related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Personnel, Public Grievances, Law and Justice has reviewed legal aid under the Legal Services Authorities Act, 1987. What is the Legal Services Authorities, LSA, Act of 1987? It aims to provide free and competent legal services to the weaker sections of society, in line with Article 39A. It establishes the National Legal Services Authority, NALSA, as the apex organization to frame and monitor legal aid policies. The Act also mandates the formation of various legal Ser. 13 www.insightsindia.com. Vice committees at different levels, including the Supreme Court, High Courts, and districts. Activities include legal aid, advice, alternative dispute resolution, and victim compensation schemes. As per the Legal Services Authorities Act, 1987, the following categories of people are entitled to receive free legal aid: a member of a scheduled caste or scheduled tribe, a victim of trafficking in human beings or beggars as referred to in Article 23 of the Constitution, a woman or a child, a mentally ill or otherwise disabled person, a person under circumstances of undeserved want such as being a victim of a mass disaster, ethnic violence, caste atrocity, flood, drought, earthquake or industrial disaster, or an industrial workman, or in custody. A person in receipt of annual income less than the amount mentioned in the following schedule, or any other higher amount as may be prescribed by the state government. Role of the National Legal Services Authority, NALSA, in rendering free legal aid in India. Legal aid clinics, NALSA has established legal aid clinics at the grassroots level to provide free legal assistance to disadvantaged communities. These clinics offer legal advice, aid, and representation. Mobile Legal Aid Units. NALSA operates mobile legal aid units in rural and remote areas to reach underserved populations. These units offer legal services, awareness programs, and legal literacy campaigns. Paralegal volunteers. NALSA trains and deploys paralegal volunteers who assist individuals in understanding their rights, filling out legal forms, and accessing legal aid. Special initiatives. NALSA conducts special initiatives and camps for specific groups, such as prisoners, women in distress, and victims of natural disasters, to provide timely legal aid. Public interest litigations, PILs. NALSA has been instrumental in filing PILs to address systemic issues and protect the rights of marginalized groups. For example, NALSA played a significant role in the landmark judgment recognizing transgender rights in the case of NALSA versus Union of India. Awareness programs. NALSA conducts awareness programs and legal literacy campaigns to educate people about their legal rights and the availability of free legal aid. For legal awareness among prisoners, Hack Hammer, a BHI to High campaign was recently launched by NALSA. Challenges faced by NALSA in providing free legal aid, as also identified by the Parliamentary Committee. Limited adoption of alternate dispute resolution. Former Chief Justice of India has noted that the Legal Services Authority is involved in resolving only 1% of the total litigation, indicating a low accept. Current affairs 30. Tans of alternate dispute resolution methods. Funding. Static grants in aid to NALSA and decline in the allocated funds. Limitations of Lok Adalat, limited power, lack of proper procedure, inadequate infrastructure. Low awareness. A significant portion of the economically disadvantaged and less educated population remains unaware of their fundamental constitutional and legal rights. Inadequate empowerment of Lok Adalats. Lok Adalats, while crucial for dispute resolution, lack specific powers to impose penalties on non-compliant parties. Additionally, their authority is comparative. Lie limited when compared to civil courts. Underutilization of paralegal volunteers. The underutilization of paralegal volunteers is partly due to inadequate training, capacity building efforts, and a lack of effective monitoring and accountability mechanisms. Limited engagement of advocates and lawyers. There is a general lack of enthusiasm among advocates and lawyers for pro bono cases, which can hinder the provision of free legal aid to those in need. Only about 17% of the legal aid cases were handled by lawyers. There is reluctance of lawyers to provide pro bono services. Recommendations of the Parliamentary Committee. Increase grant in aid to NALSA. Search for innovative funding mechanisms including CSR funds. B. Extensive mass media campaign for legal education. C. Monitor efficacy and accountability of lawyers providing free legal aid services. D. Strengthen Lok Adalats and other alternative dispute redressal mechanisms. E. Capacity building of paralegal volunteers. Conclusion. NALSA plays a pivotal role in ensuring that free legal aid reaches those who need it the most in India, thus fulfilling the constitutional mandate of justice for all, irrespective of economic or other disabilities. Insta links. Supreme Court Legal Services Committee, SCLSC. Mains links. Q. Who is entitled to receive free legal aid? Assess the role of the National Legal Services Authority, NALSA, in rendering free legal aid in India. UPSC 2023. 2. Uttarakhand, Uniform Civil Code, UCC, 2024 Bill. Context. The Uttarakhand government recently introduced the Uniform Civil Code, UCC, 2024 Bill in the Assembly, Pro. 14 www.insightsinIndia.com posing significant changes in marriage, divorce, and succession laws. This has sparked a renewed debate on the Uniform Civil Code, UCC, in India. What is UCC? The Uniform Civil Code refers to the proposition of having a uniform set of civil laws for all citizens of a country, irrespective of their religious or cultural affiliations. The principle behind UCC. The concept of a UCC is rooted in the idea of equality and uniformity before the law, and it aims to replace the personal laws based on religious practices that currently govern matters such as marriage, divorce, inheritance, adoption, and succession. Historical perspectives on UCC. 1. British rule. There was a lack of uniformity in civil matters as personal laws based on religious customs and traditions were recognized for different communities. The idea of a UCC emerged as a response to this fragmentation and as a means to promote a common civil identity. 2. Portuguese rule. When Goa was under Portuguese rule until 1961, a uniform civil code based on the Portuguese Napoleonic Code was implemented. 3. Nehruvian vision. Jawaharlal Nehru envisioned a modern and progressive India and saw the UCC as an essential element of nation building. A. He believed that a UCC would help eliminate divisions based on religion and promote equality among citizens. 4. Hindu Code Bill. The Hindu Code Bill sought to codify and modernize Hindu personal laws relating to marriage, divorce, adoption, and inheritance. It was seen as a step towards a UCC, as it aimed to bring uniformity in personal laws within the Hindu community. 5. Shah Bano case, 1985, the Supreme Court judgment, in this case, sparked debates on the need for a UCC to ensure gender justice and equal rights for women across religious communities. Constitutional perspectives on UCC. 1. Constituent Assembly debates. During the framing of the Indian Constitution, the debates witnessed diverse viewpoints, with some members advocating for a UCC as a way to promote gender equality and secularism, while others expressed concerns about preserving religious and cultural rights. 2. Directive Principles of State Policy. Article 44 of the Indian Constitution states that the state shall endeavour to secure for its citizens a uniform civil code throughout the territory of India. 3. Article 162 of the Indian Constitution states that a state's executive power extends to matters within. Current Affairs 30. The state legislature's authority to legislate. Since Entry 5 of the concurrent list covers areas like marriage, divorce, and succession, the Uttarakhand government can enact the UCC within its jurisdiction. How do personal laws govern different communities, currently, in India? Community personal law description. Muslims. Muslim personal law governed by Muslim personal law, except for Muslims married under the Hindus Reformed Hindu Special Marriage Act, 1954, who are not subject to this law. Sonal law applies to Hindus after the Hindu Marriage Act, 1955, renounced Hindus are still under Hindu law. Hindu personal law and Hindu personal law. Special Marriage Act. Hindus married under the Special Marriage Act, 1954, are still governed by Goa Civil Code, UCC. Retained common family law is known as the Goa Civil Code after liberation. Other communities respective personal. From Portuguese rule in 1961. Laws governed by their laws based on religious or community identity. Key changes in the Uttarakhand Uniform Civil Code, UCC. Community key changes. Muslims 1. Minimum age of marriage, 18 for women, 21 for men. This makes it at par with the minimum age of marriage provided in the Hindu Marriage Act, 1955 and the Special Marriage Act, 1954. 2. Succession laws. Under the Uttarakhand UCC, testamentary and intestate succession align with the Indian Succession Act, 1925. In testamentary succession, there's no restriction on property bequeathal. In intestate succession, priority is given to Class 1 heirs like children and widows. if none exist, class 2 heirs like siblings inherit, followed by the closest relative. Testamentary succession, with a will. Previously, Muslims could bequeath only 1/3 of their under the Uttarakhand UCC, there's property via a will, with the rest divided according to Islamic no restriction on property bequeathal law. Through a will. Intestate succession, without a will, under Uttarakhand UCC, if someone dies without a will, the Indian Succession Act applies. Priority in inheritance goes to class 1 heirs like children, widows, and parents. If none, it passes to class 2 heirs such as siblings, nieces, nephews, and grandparents, and then to the closest relative if none of these exist. 3. Ban on polygamy, nikah halala, and iddat Hindus 1. Abolition of distinction between previously, a father could only dispose of his self-acquired ancestral and self-acquired property due to coparcenary rights. These rights, provided under the new UCC bill, a father can by the Hindu Succession Act, have been abolished by the new dispose of both his self-acquired and UCC bill. Ancestral property. 2. Elevation of both parents as class 1 heirs in intestate succession. Both parents, mother and father, are now class 1 heirs in intestate succession, whereas previously only the mother was included. Explanation: suppose a person named A passes away without leaving a will, intestate. According to the current Hindu law, if A had any property, it would primarily go to their mother if they had one, and then to other relatives like their spouse or children. However, the father was not considered as one of the primary heirs. Now, under the new law, both the mother and the father are considered as equally important heirs. Other changes: all live-in relationships must be registered with the designated authority. Children born out of such live-in relationship unions are granted legal rights. If either partner is under 21, their parents will be informed, and the registration will be sent to the local police. Children from such relationships will have legal rights. Married individuals cannot enter into live-in relationships. 15 www.insightsinIndia.com. Current Affairs 30. Marriage Regis. Tration mandatory marriage registration within 60 days. Providing false information during registration could lead to a 3-month jail term and a fine of 25,000 rupees. Failure to register the marriage may result in a 10,000 rupees fine. Divorce can only be granted through court proceedings. Violating this rule could result in up to 3 years of imprisonment. Exemption for raised by the tribal population, which makes up approximately 3% of the state, regarding the special STs. Scheduled tribes, STs, are not covered by the bill. This exemption comes in response to the concerns status granted to them. Benefits of UCC. Benefits: explanation, national integration and religions equally, reducing communal conflicts and promoting secularism. Secularism: UCC fosters a common identity among citizens, promoting national integration. It treats all. Gender justice and women in marriage, divorce, inheritance, etc. Equality: UCC ensures gender justice by removing discriminatory laws, and granting equal rights to, e.g. the draft Uttarakhand UCC treats men and women equally in matters such as inheritance and marriage. The code is also likely to extend an equal property share to Muslim women against the existing 25% share accorded under Muslim personal laws. Simplification and rationalization of legal. UCC simplifies the legal system by eliminating complexities and contradictions of multiple system laws. It harmonizes civil and criminal laws, enhancing accessibility for the common people. Modernization and reform of outdated practices. UCC modernizes and reforms outdated practices, aligning personal laws with human rights and constitutional values. The Proxt Uttarakhand UCC bans polygamy, halala, iddat, triple talaq, and child marriage. It suggests a uniform marriage age for girls and mandatory registration of live-in relationships. Limitations of UCC. Limitations explanation diverse personal laws when many laws are undocumented or contradictory. And customary practices harmonizing India's diverse laws and practices to establish uniformity is complex, especially. For instance, the Special Marriage Act, 1954, which is secular, prohibits marriage between first cousins, a practice common in some communities. Resistance from religious and minority. Some religious and minority groups argue that UCC could impose majority views and groups mine the constitutional rights, particularly under Article 25 guarantees freedom of religion. Lack of political will and mentation, highlighting the lack of political will and consensus. Consensus concerns exist regarding potential communal tensions and conflicts arising from its practical difficulties and in rationalizing personal laws and practices. Complexities implementing UCC would involve substantial efforts such as drafting, codifying, harmonizing. Threat to cultural diversity. UCC may homogenize laws, posing a risk to India's multiculturalism. For example, it could overlook diverse religious and cultural practices, including those of scheduled tribes. Law Commission views. 1. 21st Law Commission of India, it said the issue of uniform civil code is vast, and its potential repercussions untested in India. It said that UCC is neither necessary nor desirable at this stage. 2. The government had asked the 22nd Law Commission of India to undertake an examination of various issues relating to UCC. 16 www.insightsinIndia.com. Current Affairs 30. Supreme Court views. Landmark cases ruling and implications. Shah Bano case. Even after the IDIT period, it highlighted the need for a UCC to remove contradictions based on 1985, the Supreme Court upheld the right of a Muslim woman to claim maintenance from her husband. Ideologies. Sala Mudgal, 1995, the Supreme Court stated that a Hindu husband cannot convert to Islam and marry without dissolving his first marriage. It emphasized that a UCC would prevent fraudulent conversions and bigamous marriages. Shayara Bano case. Dignity and equality. It recommended that Parliament enact a law to regulate Muslim marriages. 2017, the Supreme Court declared triple talaq as unconstitutional and violative of Muslim women's and divorces. Conclusion. The implementation of a Uniform Civil Code, UCC, in India requires a balanced approach that respects multiculturalism and diversity. Inclusive discussions with stakeholders, including religious leaders and legal experts, are essential to ensure diverse perspectives are considered. The focus should be on eliminating practices that hinder equality and gender justice while avoiding reactive culturalism. The reform process of Muslim personal law should be led by the Muslim clergy, and Muslims should critically examine practices to promote equality and justice. The aim is to develop a just and inclusive UCC that upholds constitutional values. Insta links. Strike a fine balance, have a just civil code. Mains links. Q. Constitutional morality is rooted in the Constitution itself and is founded on its essential facets. Explain the doctrine of constitutional morality with the help of relevant judicial decisions. UPSC 2021. Prelims links. Q1. Consider the following provisions under the Directive Principles of State Policy as enshrined in the Constitution of India, UPSC 2012. 1. Securing for citizens of India a uniform civil code. 2. Organizing village panchayats. 3. Promoting cottage industries in rural areas. 4. Securing for all the workers reasonable leisure and cultural opportunities. Which of the above are the Gandhian principles that are reflected in the Directive Principles of State Policy? A. 1, 2 and 4 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1, 3 and 4 only. D. 1, 2, 3 and 4 and B. Topics: Parliament and state legislatures, structure, functioning, conduct of business, powers and privileges and issues arising out of these. 3. PRS report on the functioning of 17th Lok Sabha. Context: PRS Legislative Research has released a report on the functioning of the 17th Lok Sabha, from June 2019 to February 2024. About Lok Sabha. The Lok Sabha, India's lower house of parliament, is constituted under Article 79 of the Indian Constitution. It comprises representatives elected through direct adult suffrage, with a maximum strength of 552 seats. Currently, there are 543 seats filled by elected representatives. The Lok Sabha's term is 5 years from the date of its first meeting, unless dissolved earlier. 17 www.insightsinIndia.com. Current Affairs 30. Several significant bills were passed during the tenure of the 17th Lok Sabha. 1. Women's Reservation Bill, 2023, aimed at promoting gender equality and political representation. 2. J&K Reorganization Bill, 2019, marked a historic move in restructuring the governance of Jammu and Kashmir. 3. Appointment of CEC Bill, 2023, aimed at reforming the process of appointing the Chief Election Commissioner. 4. Passage of 3 labor codes signaled reforms in labor laws to adapt to changing economic dynamics. 5. Digital Data Protection Bill, 2023, addressed concerns regarding data privacy and security in the digital age. 6. Replacement bills for the IPC, CRPC, and Indian Evidence Act. It signifies ongoing efforts to update and modernize India's legal framework. Functions of Lok Sabha. 1. Legislative functions. The Lok Sabha enacts laws, examples given above. 2. Scrutiny of government. It holds the executive accountable by questioning ministers, participating in debates, and raising issues. In 2023, MPs questioned the government's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic during parliamentary sessions. 3. Budgetary functions. The Lok Sabha approves the national budget. For example, it debated and passed the Union Budget for the financial year 2024-2025, presented by the Finance Minister. 4. Representation of people. Members represent their constituencies. For instance, MPs advocate for infrastructure development in their regions, such as the construction of roads and schools. 5. Committee system. The Lok Sabha has parliamentary committees for specialized tasks. For instance, the Standing Committee on Agriculture examines agricultural policies and suggests improvements to benefit farmers. Challenges in the functioning of the 17th Lok Sabha. Challenges description. Fewest sittings. The 17th Lok Sabha held only 274 sittings, the lowest among full-term Lok Sabhas. Compared to the first Lok Sabha, the average annual sitting days in the 17th Lok Sabha decreased significantly, from 135 to 55. Deputy Speaker not Shea. Elected despite Article 93 of the Constitution, the Deputy Speaker was not elected during the entire term of the 17th Lok Sabha. Passing of bills without majority of bills without recorded voting. Scrutiny. Only 16% of bills were referred to committees for detailed scrutiny with the passage of the majority of bills passed without recorded voting. Only 9% passed with recorded voting. 80% of the budget passed without discussion. On an average, limited participation in private members' business. Shennism. Members resort to disruptive tactics such as shouting slogans and staging walkouts. Disruptions and obstruct. Amongst all full-term Lok Sabhas, 206 instances of suspension of members of parliament. In the 5 years, Lok Sabha functioned for 88% of its scheduled time, while Rajya Sabha worked for 73%. Low attendance. Many MPs not actively engaging in legislative processes or attending sessions. Question hour functioned for 60% of the scheduled time in Lok Sabha. Lack of diversity and Inclusivity, the Lok Sabha not reflecting the diversity of India in terms of gender, caste, religion, and regional representation. Party discipline and whipping. Excessive party discipline leads to MPs voting along party lines rather than independently. Limited role of opposition. Weakened role of opposition in holding the government accountable in a majority government scenario. 15-point Reform Charter for better functioning of Parliament. 1. Parties need to ensure the attendance of at least 50% of their legislators all through the proceedings of the Houses by adopting a roster system. 2. Review of anti-defection law. 3. Review of the whip system, which is stifling reasonable dissent even on non-consequential matters. 4. Set up special courts for time-bound adjudication of criminal complaints against legislators. 5. Pre- and post-legislative impact assessment. 18 www.insightsinIndia.com. Current Affairs 30. 6. Address the problem of the rising number of legislators with criminal backgrounds. 7. Governments should be responsive to opposition and opposition to be responsible and constructive while resorting to available parliamentary instruments. 8. Consensus on the proposal for simultaneous elections. 9. Steps should be taken for the effective functioning of the parliamentary committees. 10. The representation of women in legislatures needs to be raised. What more is needed? To strengthen the Election Commission of India, providing statutory backing to the Model Code of Conduct is imperative, eliminating any ambiguity in its enforcement. Addition Li, enhancing the role of the opposition can be achieved through the establishment of a shadow cabinet, mirroring the British system, thereby fostering balanced governance and preparing future ministers. Introducing statutory reforms, such as implementing a hybrid voting system, combining first-past-the-post and proportional representation, can ensure better representation of diverse societal segments. Moreover, codifying the privileges of legislators is essential to uphold the autonomy of Parliament and state legislatures, potentially requiring amendments to Article 105 for clarifications on parliamentary privileges. Conclusion. Moving forward, resolving these challenges demands collaborative efforts from MPs, political parties, presiding officers, and the public. Enhancing parliamentary norms, encouraging constructive debates, ensuring accountability, and promoting inclusivity are vital steps to improve the functioning and efficacy of the Lok Sabha. Insta links, 15-point Reform Charter for better functioning of Parliament. Mains links, Q. Discuss the procedures to decide the disputes arising out of the election of a member of the Parliament or state legislature under the Representation of the People Act, 1951. What are the grounds on which the election of any returned candidate may be declared void? What remedy is available to the aggrieved party against the decision? Refer to the case laws. UPSC 2022. 19 www.insightsinIndia.com. Prelims links, Q. We adopted parliamentary democracy based on the British model, but how does our model differ from that model? UPSC 2021. 1. As regards legislation, the British Parliament is supreme or sovereign, but in India, the power of the Parliament to legislate is limited. 2. In India, matters related to the constitutionality of the amendment of an Act of Parliament are referred to the Constitution Bench by the Supreme Court. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 nor 2 answer. C. Topics: Structure, organization and functioning of the executive and the judiciary, ministries and departments of the government, pressure groups and formal, informal associations and their role in the polity. 4. Regional benches of the Supreme Court. Context: Law Ministry has endorsed the proposal to establish regional benches of the Supreme Court throughout India. Previously, The Parliamentary Standing Committee on Personnel, Public Grievances, Law and Justice had proposed regional benches for the Supreme Court nationwide. The Apex Court has consistently opposed the notion, citing ongoing legal considerations. What are the regional benches of the Supreme Court? Regional benches of the Supreme Court are proposed branches of the Apex Court established in various parts of the country to decentralize judicial authority and increase accessibility to justice. The need for regional benches of the Supreme Court arises from 1. Backlog in the judicial system. There is a significant backlog of cases, with over 80,000 cases awaiting resolution before the 34 judges of the Supreme Court. 2. The strain on existing judicial infrastructure. The backlog highlights the strain on the existing judicial infrastructure. 3. Efficiency and streamlining. A more efficient and streamlined legal process is required to address the backlog and ensure timely resolution of cases. 4. Distribution of workload. Regional benches can help distribute the workload more evenly across the country, reducing the burden on the main Supreme. Current Affairs 30. Court in Delhi. 5. Accessibility to justice. Regional benches can improve accessibility to justice for litigants from different parts of the country, especially those who face challenges in traveling to Delhi for legal proceedings. 6. Reduction of travel and expenses. Litigants and legal professionals would benefit from reduced travel and associate expenses by having access to justice closer to their location. 7. Enhanced focus on constitutional matters, with the main bench in New Delhi exclusively addressing constitutional issues. Regional benches could specialize in handling appellate cases, allowing for more informed decisions. 8. Improved judicial effectiveness. Judges familiar with regional contexts at regional benches could deliver more relevant and effective judgments, leading to quicker decision-making. 9. Greater opportunities. Establishing regional benches could promote the development of legal infrastructure and expertise across the country, empowering local legal professionals and democratizing the bar. Viewpoints from legal experts on regional benches. Legal position details. Article 130 Article 130 states that the Supreme Court shall sit in Delhi or in such other place or places as the Chief Justice of India, CJI, may, with the approval of the President, appoint from time to time. Law Commission Report. The 229th Law Commission Report, 2009, recommended the establishment of 4 regional benches in Delhi, Chennai or Hyderabad, Kolkata, and Mumbai to hear non-constitutional issues, aiming to enhance accessibility to justice. Bar councils. In July 2021, bar councils in southern India submitted a representation to the Chief Justice of India, advocating for the establishment of a Supreme Court bench in the region to improve access to justice for people residing in the south. Parliamentary stand. In committee report, the Parliament's Standing Committee on Personnel, Public Grievances, Law and Justice endorsed the establishment of regional benches of the Supreme Court, aligning with the recommendations of the 229th Law Commission Report, to address accessibility issues and decentralize judicial authority. Chief Justices of India. Historically, no Chief Justice of India, CJI, has supported convening the Supreme Court outside of Delhi, expressing concerns that regional benches could potentially undermine the prestige of the Apex Court. Argument against regional benches of SC. Argument against details fragmentation of jurisprudence. Regional benches may lead to divergent interpretations of laws and legal principles, resulting in inconsistencies in judicial decisions across different regions, e.g., former Chief Justice of India, CJI, K.G. Balakrishnan, that regional benches could lead to the disintegration of the institution. Increased litigation. Regional benches may encourage forum shopping litigation as litigants seek favorable outcomes from perceived sympathetic benches, potentially leading to increased frivolous litigation. Potential bias and influence. Hence concerns exist about the potential for regional biases or political influence to impact judicial decisions at regional benches, particularly in areas with strong local interests or political pressures. Increased expenditure establishing and maintaining regional benches would require significant financial resources and investment in infrastructure, which could strain already limited judicial budgets and resources. Dilution of the Supreme potentially diminishing its national stature and impact. Courts' authority. Regional benches may overshadow or weaken the central authority of the Supreme Court. Confusion about which bench to approach for specific cases could arise, creating complexities in navigating the legal system. What should be the way forward? 1. Consider alternative structures. Explore the establishment of a separate Court of Appeal instead of regional benches, as recommended by the Law Commission. 20 www.insightsinIndia.com. Current Affairs 30. 2. Reform High Courts. Focus on reforming high courts to scrutinize petitions admitted to the Supreme Court, reducing the need for regional branches. 3. National Court of Appeal for SLPs. Establish a national Court of Appeal to handle special leave petitions, allowing the Supreme Court to focus on constitutional and public law matters. 4. Increase working days. Increase the number of working days for the Supreme Court and reduce vacation periods to tackle the backlog of cases. 5. Strengthen infrastructure. Prioritize modernizing existing judicial infrastructure, including high courts and district courts, to improve access to justice. 6. Feasibility studies and pilot projects. Conduct feasibility studies and pilot projects to assess the benefits and challenges of regional benches, considering legal, logistical, and financial aspects. 7. Retain exclusive powers. Retain exclusive powers of the Supreme Court, ensuring its authority in original, advisory, and writ jurisdictions remains intact. 8. Utilize technology. Embrace technology such as video conferencing and virtual courtrooms to enhance access to justice, especially in remote areas. International experience. Many countries around the world have instituted courts of cassation that decide cases involving non-constitutional disputes and appeals from the lower level of courts. These are courts of last resort that have the power to reverse decisions of lower courts. Cassation, annulment, cancellation, reversal. Insta-links. The idea of regional Supreme Court benches, and divisions, of the top court. Mains links. Q. Critically examine the Supreme Court's judgment on the National Judicial Appointments Commission Act, 2014, with reference to the appointment of judges of higher judiciary in India. UPSC 2017. Prelims links. Q. With reference to the Indian judiciary, consider the following statements. UPSC 2021. 1. Any retired judge of the Supreme Court of India can be called back to sit and act as a Supreme Court judge by the Chief Justice of India with the prior permission of the President of India. 2. A High Court in India has the power to review its own judgment as the Supreme Court does. Which of the statements given above is correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither I nor 2 ands. C. 21 www.insightsinIndia.com. Topics: Statutory, regulatory and various quasi-judicial bodies. 5. National Green Tribunal, NGT, and its functioning. Context. The Supreme Court has criticized the National Green Tribunal, NGT, for frequently issuing ex parte orders without hearing affected parties and imposing substantial damages amounting to crores of rupees. What are ex parte orders? They are those that can be granted without waiting for a response from other sides. Issues with ex parte orders include lack of fairness, potential for incorrect decisions due to one-sided information, and undermining procedural integrity. Recommendation of SC. 1. Review of orders. the Supreme Court set aside one such ex parte order and instructed NGT to reevaluate such cases by issuing notices to all relevant parties, hearing their arguments, and then making appropriate decisions. 2. Maintain procedural integrity and balanced decision-making in environmental safeguarding. 3. There is a need for NGT to ensure fair hearings and due process to maintain its credibility as a guardian of environmental protection. 4. Imposition of huge sums for damages proved to be counterproductive in safeguarding the environment. Background of NGT. Taking into account the increasing number of environmental cases across the country, the Government of India enacted the National Green Tribunal (NGT) Act in 2010 for the effective and expeditious disposal of cases relating to environmental protection, conservation of forests and other natural resources. Objectives of the National Green Tribunal: to provide effective and expeditious disposal of cases relating to environmental protection and conservation of forests and other natural resources, including enforcement of any legal right relating to the environment. Giving relief and compensation for damages to persons and property and other related matters. Powers of the National Green Tribunal: adjudication. The NGT has the authority to hear and decide cases related to environmental protection, conservation of forests and other natural resources, and N. Current Affairs 30. Enforcement of any legal right relating to the environment. Civil and criminal jurisdiction. It possesses both civil and criminal jurisdiction, allowing it to hear cases related to environmental violations and offenses. Applicability of laws. NGT has jurisdiction over all civil cases under the Water, Prevention and Control of Pollution, Act 1974, the Water, Prevention and Control of Pollution, Cess Act 1977, the Air, Prevention and Control of Pollution, Act 1981, and the Environment, Protection, Act 1986, Forest Conservation Act 1980, Public Liability Insurance Act, 1991, and Biological Diversity Act 2002. Penalties for non-compliance. The NGT Act outlines penalties, including imprisonment up to 3 years, fines up to 10 crore rupees, or both, based on the violation's nature and seriousness. Suo motu powers. The NGT has unique forum status, granting it the authority to take up environmental issues nationwide without awaiting specific case filings. Review of government decisions. The NGT can review and challenge decisions, acts, or omissions of the government or any public authority that have caused environmental harm. Adherence to principles of natural justice. Although the NGT is not constrained by the procedural rules of the Code of Civil Procedure 1908, it follows the principles of natural justice, ensuring fairness and due process in its proceedings and rulings. Composition. Headed by a chairperson who sits in the principal bench, and at least 10 but not more than 20 judicial members, and at least 10 but not more than 20 expert members. They shall hold office for a term of 5 years and are not eligible for reappointment. Performance of the National Green Tribunal. 1. Strengthening enforcement of forest laws. The NGT has been a staunch advocate for strict enforcement of forest laws, particularly the Forest Conservation Act of 1980. Example. In 2018, the NGT ordered the closure of 248 illegal mining operations in the Western Ghats, highlighting the tribunal's commitment to enforcing environmental regulations. B. Example. In 2015, the NGT cancelled the diversion of over 20,000 hectares of forest land in Chhattisgarh for a mining project, citing irregularities in the clearance process and the potential harm to wildlife habitat. 2. Promoting sustainable forest management. The tribunal has advocated for afforestation programs, conservation of biodiversity, and ecological restoration of degraded forest areas. Example. The NGT has directed the Forest Department of Uttarakhand to implement a comprehensive afforestation program, aiming to restore 100,000 hectares of degraded forest land. 3. Protecting wildlife habitats. the NGT has recognized the importance of protecting wildlife habitats to safeguard endangered species and maintain ecological balance. 22 www.insightsindia.com. A. Example. In 2019, the NGT directed the Karnataka government to relocate a proposed highway project to avoid disrupting a critical wildlife corridor in the Western Ghats. 4. Enhancing public participation. The tribunal has encouraged individuals and communities to voice their concerns and participate in environmental impact assessments. This has increased transparency and accountability in forest management practices. A. Example. In 2020, the NGT held a public hearing to gather feedback from local communities on a proposed hydroelectric project in Arunachal Pradesh. 5. Promoting environmental justice. The NGT has addressed issues of environmental injustice, ensuring that forest conservation efforts do not disproportionately impact marginalized communities. A. Example. The 2021 NGT Order on the Rights of Bani Pastoralists in the Pre-Tyne Bani Grasslands. 6. Speedy disposal. In several instances, it has succeeded in delivering relatively quick judgments, ensuring that environmental concerns are addressed promptly. A. E.g. From July 2018 to July 2023, the NGT received 15,132 new cases and disposed of 16,042 cases. 7. Public interest litigation. The NGT allows for public interest litigation, PIL, enabling concerned citizens and environmental activists to raise crucial issues related to the environment. Challenges before the National Green Tribunal. Staffing and infrastructure issues. The NGT has faced challenges related to staffing and infrastructure. Resignations by key members due to inadequate facilities prompted Supreme Court intervention in 2012, urging the Ministry of Environment to provide essential resources. Inadequate member appointments. Despite the NGT Act mandating a minimum of 10 judicial and 10 expert members, it has consistently operated with fewer members. Zonal benches shut down. Due to the shortage of members, all 4 zonal benches have been non-operational for over a year. Video conference hearings have become the norm, causing inconvenience and financial burden for lawyers and clients alike. Delays and cancellations. Video conference hearings of 10 face delays and last-minute cancellations, leading to inefficiencies. Lack of diverse expertise. The NGT lacks a diverse pool of expert members to address complex environmental issues comprehensively. OEG. Majority from Forest and Administrative Services. Appeals and enforcement challenges. NGT decisions face Supreme Court challenges with hefty penalties. Weak enforcement of orders, including Ganga and Delhi pollution cases. Current Affairs 30. Way forward. Jurisdiction reforms. The quintessential legislations, the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972 and Scheduled Tribes and Other Traditional Forest Dwellers, Recognition of Forest Rights, Act of 2006, have been kept out of NGT's jurisdiction. These laws need to be brought under the NGT. Institutional capacity. To effectively handle the growing volume of environmental cases, the NGT's benches should be expanded to include additional judges and newer locations, and provide needed staff and infrastructure. Data-driven decision-making. Embracing data analytics and GIS-based tools can provide valuable insights for informed forest management decisions. Community engagement initiatives. Engaging communities in forest conservation activities, such as tree planting campaigns, biodiversity surveys, and environmental education programs, can strengthen local ownership and participation in forest management. Alignment with global conservation goals. The NGT's influence should align national forest conservation policies with global goals such as the Aichi biodiversity targets and the Sustainable Development Goals, fostering international collaboration. NGT must put internal checks and balances for efficient and transparent delivery of justice. Conclusion. As we navigate the complex challenges of environmental preservation, a strengthened and empowered NGT is essential. By implementing the suggested measures, India can ensure that the NGT continues to play a pivotal role in safeguarding its rich biodiversity and promoting sustainable forest management practices, fulfilling the goals under the Indian Forest Act of 1927, SDGs, Goal 13, 14, 15, 16, and Directive Principles, Art 48A. Instalinks NGT is not a case of extra delegation of powers, SC. Prelims links, Q. How is the National Green Tribunal, NGT, different from the Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB? UPSC 2018-1. The NGT has been established by an act, whereas the CPCB has been created by an executive order of the government. 2. The NGT provides environmental justice and helps reduce the burden of litigation in the higher courts, whereas the CPCB promotes cleanliness of streams and wells, and aims to improve the quality of air in the country. Which of the statements given above is correct? A. 1 only. B. 2 only. C. Both 1 and 2. D. Neither 1 nor 2. Answer B. Topics: Government policies and interventions for development in various sectors and issues arising out of the design and implementation. 6. SC strikes down electoral bonds scheme. Context: the Supreme Court struck down the electoral bonds scheme as unconstitutional, relying on several grounds in its verdict. What is an electoral bond? The rationale behind the electoral bonds scheme, as per the government. 1. Transparency in political funding. 2. Reduce chances of misuse. 3. Protection of anonymity for donors. 4. Political accountability through submission of details to the Election Commission. 5. Reduction of black money in political funding. 23 www.insightsinIndia.com. Current Affairs 30. Issues highlighted by SC against the electoral bond scheme of the government. Issues: justification violation of right to information under Article 19, 1. A. SC asserted that transparency regarding funding to political parties is crucial for informed electoral decisions, affirming that the scheme infringes upon the right to information as enshrined in Article 19, 1. The scheme is also contrary to the recommendations of various committees and commerce science that have called for more transparency and disclosure in political funding. The scheme is also in conflict with the Representation of Peoples Act, 1951, which requires the political parties to disclose their contributions and expenditures. Lack of proportionality. B. Between scheme objectives, the restrictions imposed by the electoral bond scheme on the right to information are and restrictions imposed proportionate to the objectives of curbing black money in electoral financing and protecting donor privacy. Failure to adopt the scheme does not represent the least restrictive method for achieving the objective of restrictive method to curbing black money in electoral financing, as there are other less restrictive alternatives. Black money available. Infringement on the right anonymity of donors and exposing them to potential harassment or discrimination based on to donor privacy. The scheme infringes upon the right to donor privacy by not adequately protecting their political affiliations. Concerns over allowing unlimited political contributions by companies enhances their influence over the political contributions by political process, potentially leading to preferential treatment and undermining the demo companies. Violates principles of equal democratic principles of equality and fairness. ITY The electoral bond scheme violates principles of equality by favoring certain political power ties, creating disparities between donors and voters, and undermining transparency. The Supreme Court also mandated the SBI to disclose details of electoral bonds to the ECI for transparency by March 31, 2024. Impact of the judgment. The Supreme Court's landmark verdict on electoral bonds upholds constitutional rights and values, striking down the scheme as unconstitutional. The judgment will enhance transparency and accountability in political funding, reducing the influence of money and corporate power in politics. It will level the playing field for all political parties, ensuring fair competition and offering genuine choices to voters. Way forward. 1. Implement partial state funding for political parties, Indrajit Gupta Committee. 2. Consider a national electoral fund, where donors contribute anonymously, and funds are allocated to parties based on their vote share. 3. Cap anonymous donations at 20 crore rupees or 20% of total funding, Law Commission recommendation. 4. Enforce a complete ban on cash donations. 5. Strengthen auditing of party accounts, Venkatashalaya Committee Report, 2002. 6. Learn from global best practices, like banning corporate funding, e.g. Brazil and Chile banned corporate donations following corruption scandals associated with corporate funding. Mains links, Q. Discuss the role of the Election Commission of India in the light of the evolution of the Model Code of Conduct. UPSC 2022, 10 marks. 7. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, a critical review. Context. In the past decade, rural India has witnessed remarkable progress in sanitation coverage, aligned with Goal 6 of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. 24 www.insightsinIndia.com. Current Affairs 30. About SBM. Swachh Bharat Mission, SBM, was launched on October 2, 2014, to fulfill the vision of a cleaner India by October 2, 2019. The objective of the mission was to eliminate open defecation, eradicate manual scavenging, and promote scientific solid waste management. Achievements of the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan in promoting cleanliness and sanitation. 1. Sanitation coverage in India. It surged from 39% in 2014 to 100% in 2019 under the Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin, SBMG. A. SBM aimed to achieve open defecation-free, ODF, status by October 2019, with a subsequent goal to transition to ODF Plus by 2024-25. 2. ODF status. Currently, about 85% of villages have attained ODF Plus status. 3. Toilet access. According to the National Annual Rural Sanitation Survey, NARSS, Round 3, 95% of India's rural population had toilet access, with 79% owning their facilities. A. This has helped reduce open defecation, which leads to diseases. 4. Public toilets. The mission has helped construct over 6 lakh community and public toilets across India. 5. Waste collection. Several cities and towns have seen improvements in door-to-door waste collection, waste segregation, and scientific waste processing through biomethanation plants, material recovery. 25 www.insightsinIndia.com. Facilities etc. A. This is helping tackle India's immense waste management challenge. 6. Behavioral change and awareness. The Swachh Bharat Abhiyan emphasized behavioral change through mass awareness campaigns, encouraging citizens to adopt cleaner practices. A. Swachh Bharat Mission has helped bring sanitation and cleanliness into public discourse like never before. 7. Competition for cleanliness. Activities like Swachhta leagues and rankings of clean cities have created a positive competition between towns and cities to improve cleanliness systems and practices. A. Surveys show rising public satisfaction with sanitation and cleanliness. 8. Waste management. The mission has mobilized over 20,000 crore rupees for investment in solid and liquid waste management systems. This is strengthening urban infrastructure across India. Limitations of Swachh Bharat Mission. 1. Low toilet usage. Despite achieving 100% sanitation coverage by 2019, only 85% of rural Indians utilize safe and hygienic toilets, indicating a usage gap. 2. Quality and infrastructure issues. Problems such as malfunctioning facilities, unhygienic conditions, and structural defects like full pits or collapsing superstructures impede toilet usage. 3. Water scarcity impact. Limited water access, particularly in rural areas like Gujarat's Dahod district, contributes to increased non-usage of toilets. 4. Behavioral and social norms. Cultural norms and behaviors influence toilet usage, with some households repurposing toilets for activities other than defecation. 5. Caste-based variances. Toilet access and usage exhibit variations across castes, with surprising trends showing higher non-usage rates among upper castes. 6. Challenges in larger households. Overcrowding and inadequate facilities pose challenges to toilet usage in larger households. 7. Issues in solid waste management. While toilet construction has been successful, scientific collection, segregation and disposal of growing waste volumes remain an issue due to resource and capacity constraints of urban local bodies. 8. Partial focus on plastic waste. The mission has focused mostly on toilet construction and solid waste. Effectively tackling and recycling plastic waste is still a gap area. 9. Centralized approach and targets. The focus has been on meeting toilet construction targets in a centralized, top-down manner. Decentralized, community-driven efforts have been fewer. Current Affairs 30. Way forward. 1. Greater focus on behavior change communication and public awareness campaigns, especially for hygienic toilet use, waste segregation and not littering. Engaging school children and youth groups can be highly impactful. A. The Darwaza Band campaign and community-level awareness programs have promoted positive sanita. TN norms. 2. Innovations in technology. Decentralized sewage treatment plants, as seen in Devanahalli, highlight technological advancements in sanitation. 3. Strengthening capacities of urban local bodies for scientifically collecting, segregating, transporting and processing. Different types of waste, mechanized sweeping, underground waste bins etc. can be expanded. 4. Linking with other programs, align sanitation initiatives with other related programs like the Jal Jeevan Mission. For better outcomes. 5. Developing localized waste management models through community participation and public-private partnerships, so that solutions are tailored to local needs. A. Programs like the Nirmal Gram Puraskar foster community involvement and awareness in achieving open defecation-free villages. 6. Expanding solid waste processing infrastructure through biomethanation plants, material recovery facilities, posting units etc. across towns and cities. 7. Improved monitoring for functionality and maintenance of public, community toilets through citizen oversight and social audits. 8. Expanding coverage of toilets to include slums and public spaces like bus stops and parks, through customizable prefabricated toilet models. 9. Incentivizing waste segregation, recycling and reuse through both regulatory policies as well as awareness programs on circular economy principles. Other initiatives for sanitation. 1. Central Rural Sanitation Program, CRSP, launched in 1986, it was India's initial step towards improving rural sanitation with substantial subsidies. 2. Total Sanitation Campaign, started in 1999, this marked a shift to a lower subsidy, demand-driven approach. 3. Phase 2 of SBMG, focuses on sustainability, promoting solid and liquid waste management, and covering households left out earlier. 4. National Annual Rural Sanitation Survey, NARSS, conducted to assess rural sanitation coverage, showing 95% of Rural India having toilet access. 5. Rural Sanitation Strategy 2019 to 2029. The Ministry of Jal Shakti's Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, DDWS, has initiated a 10-year rural sanitation strategy spanning from 2019 to 2029. Conclusion: the mission should transition from a toilet construction-focused program to a more holistic, decentralized, community-driven cleanliness model relying on public participation for sustainability. The aim should be to make Swachhata a nation-al way of life. Insta links. 75% of villages are now ODF plus under Swachh Bharat Mission, Grameen. 8. Public Examinations, Prevention of Unfair Means, Bill, 2024. Context: the new Public Examinations Bill aims to curb cheating in exams by listing illegal actions such as question paper leakage and tampering with answer sheets. The bill has been introduced in the Lok Sabha. Need for the bill: the bill is introduced against the backdrop of widespread exam cancellations due to paper leaks in various competitive tests across states like Rajasthan, Haryana, Gujarat, and Bihar. Over 1.5 crore students have been affected by paper leaks from 2016 to 2023, with more than 70 cases reported during this period. Despite these incidents, there is currently no specific law to address unfair practices in public examinations conducted by the central government and its agencies. 26 www.insightsinIndia.com. Current Affairs 30. Key highlights of the Public Examinations Bill. Highlights: description, objective, enhanced transparency, fairness, and credibility in public exams. Reassure youth of fair rewards for sincere efforts. It will supplement the other initiatives government in this direction, such as introducing self-attestation, shortening the examination cycle, from 18 to 22 months to 6–10 months, etc. Applicability covers central recruitment and entrance exams conducted by UPSC, SSC, RRBs, IBPS, and NTA. All central ministries, departments, and recruitment offices are included. Dense candidates are not targeted by the bill. Exclusion of STU. Covered under existing administrative provisions of exam authorities. Punishments: prison terms of 3 to 5 years for paper leak involvement. Up to 10 years if linked to organized crime. A fine of 1 crore rupees. Firms may be barred from conducting exams. Fine: Section 3 lists 20 offences, including impersonation and tampering. Unfair means: nature of offences: cognizable, non-bailable, and non-compoundable. Cognizable: offences for which police can make an arrest without a warrant. Non-bailable: offences for which bail is not guaranteed and must be determined by a magistrate. Non-compoundable: offences that cannot be settled out of court, requiring a trial to proceed regardless of any agreement between parties involved. Investigation led by officers of rank, not below Deputy Superintendent of Police or Assistant Commissioner of Police. Option to send a probe to central agency. Committee formed to enhance security in computerized exams. National Technical. Develop protocols for IT security and surveillance. States binding for central authorities, model for states. Model draft 4. Concerns with the bill. 1. State government discretion. The bill's reliance on state governments to draft their own acts may lead to partisan interests, as seen in past model bills. 2. Exploitable loopholes. Excluding students from criminal sanctions may allow paper leak gangs to pose as students to evade punishment. 3. Lack of committee composition. The absence of clarity on the composition and qualifications of the National Technical Committee on Public Exams raises concerns about potential partisanship. 4. Subordinate legislation scope. The bill's allowance for subordinate legislation grants executive authorities extensive discretionary power in implementation. Ethical issues related to cheating in exams include: 1. Violation of academic integrity. cheating undermines the principles of honesty, fairness, and trustworthiness in academic settings, compromising the integrity of educational institutions. 2. Unfair advantage. Cheating gives dishonest individuals an unfair advantage over their peers who choose to abide by the rules, distorting competition and merit-based evaluations. 3. Deception and dishonesty. Cheating involves deception and dishonesty, as individuals misrepresent their knowledge, skills, or abilities to achieve undeserved academic outcomes. 4. Lack of personal accountability. Cheating reflects a lack of personal accountability and responsibility for one's actions, as individuals prioritize short-term gains over long-term integrity and character development. 5. Diminished learning and skill development. Cheating inhibits genuine learning and skill development by promoting shortcuts and rote memorization instead of critical thinking, problem solving, and mastery of academic content. 6. Damage to reputation. Cheating tarnishes the reputation of individuals and institutions involved, eroding trust and credibility within academic communities and beyond. www.insightsinIndia.com. 27. Current Affairs 37. Ethical erosion. Engaging in cheating can lead to a slippery slope of ethical erosion, where individuals become desensitized to dishonest behavior and compromise their ethical standards in other areas of life. Conclusion. The bipartisan support of the bill underscores the seriousness of the issue and the government's commitment to ensuring transparency and fairness in examinations. The bill's focus on strict punishments for offenders and technological solutions signifies a step towards protecting the integrity of examination systems. Mains links, Q. In India, why do you think there are so many instances of paper leaks for competitive exams and government posts? Elaborate on the moral hazards of the same. 9. Pradhan Mantrasyojana, addressing sustainability concerns. Context. The interim budget 2024 announced the construction of 2 crore additional houses under PMAYG and a new housing scheme for the middle class, advancing the Housing for All initiative. While commendable, there's a pressing need to address environmental concerns amidst the rapid housing expansion. About PM Awas Yojana. It is a housing scheme launched by the Government of India to provide affordable housing for all by 2024. Earlier, the aim was to provide houses by March 2022. The scheme has 2 variants, PMAY Graman and PMAY Urban. Aspect PMAYG PMAYU launch date April 1, 2016 June 25, 2015 Ministry involved Ministry of Rural Development Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs aim provide pucca houses with basic amenities to rural families provide housing for all in urban areas by 2024. Beneficiaries SCs, STs, freed bonded laborers, widows, disabled persons, minorities urban poor, including slum dwellers. Selection of Bean Fee. Queries through socioeconomic caste census based on eligibility criteria set by the ministry. 2011, Gram Sabha, and geo-tagging, subject to 13-point exclusion criteria, followed by Gram Sabha verification. Cost sharing. Central and state governments share costs. Central assistance and state contributions, 60/40 in plain areas, 90/10 in northeastern and hilly states. Features assistance for construction of dwelling poor units and upgradation of kutcha houses. Addresses urban housing shortage among the urban. Full grant assistance for eligible beneficiary. REIS promotes women empowerment by providing owner divided into 4 ship to females. Verticals N.A. in situ rehabilitation of existing slum dwellers. Sustainability concerns with the housing. Credit-linked subsidy. Affordable housing in partnership. Beneficiary-led individual house construction, enhancement. Concerns. Details. Construction tech. Knowledge's extensive use of cement and steel without proper insulation causes thermal distress. Inadequate insulation leads to increased use of cooling appliances, elevating greenhouse gas emissions. 28 www.insightsinIndia.com. Current Affairs 30. Locational factors. Master plans are required for affordable housing, but many census towns lack them, leading to poor location choices and transport deficits. E.g., newly created housing in Delhi by DDA faces low demand due to location and lack of public transport. Policies. Issues under PMAYU. States and cities offer increased floor area ratio, FAR, floor space index, FSI, or transferable development rights, TDR, for slum and low-cost housing, promoting dense, high-rise developments. Taller buildings increase emissions per unit area, despite improving land use efficiency. Policies lack provisions for rainwater harvesting and decentralized waste management, impacting sustainability. Inefficient beneficia. RI-led construction. Self-constructed projects lack adherence to building norms and safety codes, hindering sustainability efforts. Government initiatives. 1. Lighthouse projects, LHPs, under PMAY. LHPs are part of the Global Housing Technology Challenge, GHTC, aimed at reducing construction time and building resilient, affordable houses. 2. Global Housing Technology Challenge India, GHTC India, introduced by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs to mainstream sustainable, eco-friendly, and disaster-resilient housing technologies. 3. MIVAN Construction Technology, utilizes advanced aluminium formwork for casting building elements, reducing construction time and environmental impact. 4. Insulating concrete formwork, ICF, technique, uses double-walled polystyrene panels filled with concrete for strong, durable, and well-insulated structures, offering thermal and sound insulation. 5. Hybrid concrete construction, combines cast-in-place concrete with precast materials like steel or concrete units, accelerating construction, reducing costs, and maintaining quality. Way forward. 1. Reinforcing building codes, mandate adoption of passive design aspects in building codes and guidelines. 2. Implement initiatives like Eco-Niwas Samhita for indoor thermal comfort. 3. Promoting green buildings, increase adoption of green buildings to reduce energy consumption and emissions. 4. Decentralized location-tailored projects, conduct socio-economic surveys to understand housing needs. 5. Promote mixed-income housing in suitable locations with basic amenities nearby. 6. Design building envelopes and shading devices to minimize heat gain or loss. 29 www.insightsinIndia.com. Other limitations of PM Awas Yojana. COVID pandemic. The pandemic has slowed down the timely construction of houses and therefore the government was forced to extend the deadline from 2022 to March 2024. In rural areas, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana has a completion rate of just around 67%. Poor implementation by state. 6 states account for 70% of the target units: West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, Odisha, Uttar Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Bihar has one of the lowest completion rates at less than 60%. Lack of clear land titles and documents. In both rural and urban areas, issues such as a lack of clear titles and other land documents tend to crop up. This further slowed down the pace of the construction of houses. Withholding of funds by the center. Recently, the center withheld funds for the scheme in 2 opposition-ruled states, West Bengal and Chhattisgarh. Many times states like Chhattisgarh have defaulted on payment because of a lack of funds. Credit-linked limit. According to the PMAY credit-linked guidelines, the interest subsidy of 6.5% will be given to the people who fall under backward classes or economically weaker groups. However, The subsidy is not for all the people living under these groups. Tenure limit. As the Yojana says, the applicant will get a tenure of 15 years to repay the loan. But the time will be granted only if the loan amount is 6 lakhs or less. If the loan amount is more than 6 lakhs, then the tenure will be less than 15 years. Conclusion: the government has done a commendable job by converging the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana with other schemes that provide electricity, toilets and LPG gas connections. The implementation of PMAY has remained largely transparent and the progress has been satisfactory. However, the government should also take care of the environmental sustainability aspect of construction and align its policies to reduce heat, cold stress on the beneficiaries. Current Affairs 30. Insta links: Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Graman, PMAYG. Topics: Important aspects of governance, transparency and accountability, e-governance applications, models, success, limitations, and potential, citizens' charters, transparency and accountability and institutional and other measures. 10. Evaluation of Smart Cities Ms. Sion, Parliamentary Committee. Context: a parliamentary committee underscores the importance of launching the next phase of the Smart Cities mission, focusing on Tier 2 cities near state capitals. About SCM. The SCM, Smart Cities Mission, was launched in 2015, with the expressed objective of promoting cities that provide core infrastructure and give a decent quality of life to their citizens. A clean and sustainable environment and the application of smart solutions were the promises made. The 6 fundamental principles on which the concept of smart cities is based are: Objectives of SCM. The Smart Cities mission aims to enhance urban life by focusing on core infrastructure, sustainability, and smart solutions. It seeks to create replicable models for compact, inclusive development, acting as a beacon for other cities to follow. The mission sets examples for both local and national replication, catalyzing the development of smart cities across regions in India. City-wise progress report as of December 2023, 1. Madurai, completed 100% of projects. 2. 56 cities, completed over 80% of work. 3. Lagging behind, 14 cities at 50% progress or below. 4. Lagging cities primarily from the Northeast, Union. 30 www.insightsinIndia.com. Territories, and hilly areas. Examples include Gangtok, Atalnagar, Shillong, Silvassa, Itanagar, Puducherry, Saharanpur, and Port Blair with completion percentages ranging from 16% to 39%. Achievements of SCM. 1. Digital transformation, implementation of smart technologies for efficient governance and service delivery, such as integrated command and control centers, ICCCs, in all 100 smart cities. 2. Alignment with Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, over 70% of projects align with UN SDGs, particularly 11 Sudanese pounds, inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable cities. 3. Infrastructure development, improvement of urban mobility through metro lines, BRTS, and pedestrian-friendly pathways. Smart Cities Mission Success Stories. 1. Ahmedabad, sensor-based water network monitoring. Increased supply by 50 mld. 2. Indore, gravity-based network prevented 205 mld of untreated sewage from entering water bodies. 3. Visakhapatnam, Mudasalova Reservoir floating solar plant generated 3,613 megawatt-hours annually, preventing over 3,000 tons of CO2 emissions. Issues with the SCM. 1. Behind deadlines. As per the recent mission director's statement, the SCM has completed only about 66% of the projects. Protests and criticisms have been laid against many SCM projects like Warangal and Ludhiana SCMs. 2. Challenges in project management and implementation, frequent changes and dropping of projects, insufficient financial progress, and varying physical progress among cities. 3. Lack of integrated monitoring mechanism and cross-city learning. Insufficient emphasis on core infrastructure projects like social infrastructure and smart energy. 4. Governance and capacity issues, frequent transfer of smart city CEOs, undefined governance structure, and monitoring capacity. 5. Mission deadline extension. The current phase was originally set to conclude by June 2023, but was extended until June 2024 to complete pending projects. 6. Funding challenges. Less funds received. Some regions, including Lakshadweep, Daman and Diu, Puducherry, and Port Blair, received less than 50% of pledged central funds. Only 28 cities received 100% of their share from states, ULBs, with funds released below 60% in 14 cities. B. Fund utilization. The SCM has been taking in more funds against the current progress and has utilized 90% of the funds, while completing only current affairs 66% of the projects. C. Failure in fundraising mechanisms. Only 6% of projects are funded through public-private partnerships, PPPs, with about 50 cities unable to generate any funding through this avenue. 7. Ineffective advisory forum meetings. State-level advisory forum meetings are irregular, with an average of 1 to 8 meetings in the first 5 years. Some cities, like Amravati and Impal, had no meetings. 8. Absence of master plans. Master plans, crucial for urban development, are absent in 65% of recognized urban entities, according to a report by Nitya Yog. 9. Low capacity of local bodies. The functionaries at local bodies are of inadequate strength and lack the skills to implement the scheme. 10. Scarcity of land within the central part of cities and OTH are prime locations where the scheme is to come up. Recommendations of the Parliamentary Committee. 1. Union Ministry to lead the Master Plan for Green Field Development. 2. Implement fixed tenure for CEOs of smart cities. Special Purpose Vehicles, SPVs. 3. Conduct third-party assessments of smart cities. Mission, SCM, projects. 4. Launch Phase 2 of SCM covering more cities, utilize. Ingspriver's experience. 5. Focus more on pan-city projects, emphasizing technology-driven solutions for holistic development. 6. There is a need to protect digital infrastructure from misuse and cyber attacks, ensuring privacy rights. 7. Leverage the expertise gained by special purpose vehicles, SPVs, and expand the role of integrated command and control centers, ICCCs, in providing various city services. 8. International collaboration, e.g., India is supporting the Gelaphu Smart City project in Bhutan, while also seeking lessons from Singapore Smart City. Conclusion. The foremost idea of smartness in smart cities should be to make cities resource neutral or resource positive. This means that the city should collect and process all the aftermaths of consumption within the city or consume resources within its ability to replace or regenerate. This needs attention across all micro-sectors to bring forth a holistic change and smartness to cities. Insta links. Smart Cities Mission. Mains links, Q. With a brief background of the quality of urban life in India, introduce the objectives and strategy of the Smart City Program. UPSC 2016. 31 www.insightsinIndia.com. 11. DARPG releases NESDA Way Forward Annual Report 2023. Context. The Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances (DARPG) released a report, National E-Governance Service Delivery Assessment (NESDA) Way Forward Annual Report 2023, showcasing efforts to improve e-service delivery. What is e-governance? E-governance, meaning electronic governance, is using information and communication technologies (ICTs) at various levels of the government and the public sector for the purpose of enhancing governance. The application of ICT to transform the efficiency, effectiveness, transparency, and accountability of the exchange of information and transactions. I. Between governments. E. Between government agencies. E. Between government and citizens, and IV. Between government and businesses. Salient features of e-governance. Debureaucratization, reducing the gap between the people and government in interactions and the dependence on the bureaucracy. E-services, provision of services through the Internet. Public opinions and right to express, scope for sharing views with the government on its decisions and functions. Equitable growth, scope to gather information and be empowered. Key highlights of the NESDA Way Forward Annual Report 2023, 1. Jammu and Kashmir offer the highest number of e-services, 1117, among all states, UTs. 2. 76% of mandatory e-services are available, signify. Current affairs 30. Can't increase from 48% under NESDA 2019. 3. Jammu and Kashmir, Kerala, Assam, and Odisha provide 100% of their services through their Identity Feed Single Unified Service Delivery Portal. 4. The tourism sector has the highest saturation for the provision of all mandatory e-services in 23 out of 36 states, UTs. Challenges to e-governance in India. Low literacy levels. In developing countries like India, where literacy level is very low, especially digital literacy, and most of the people are living below the poverty line, people are not even aware of the benefits of e-governance. Language barriers. Most of the e-governance applications are in English, which limits its usage by common people. Unfriendly user interface. Most government websites are designed to the expert level in terms of user interface and transaction formats. Given the non-expert users, increasing the user-friendliness of e-governance applications is essential. Difficult access. Even if the users of the Internet are growing, still there is a major part of the Indian population that is not able to access e-governance activities for a variety of reasons, e.g., some people may have limited access to ICT devices. Data privacy. Lack of sufficient security standards and mistrust of digital mediums hinder the wide use of e-governance services. Enhancing the performance of e-governance in India requires a multifaceted approach. 1. Legal and institutional changes. This involves revamping existing frameworks to be more conducive to digital operations. 2. Data transparency. Making transactional data accessible on government websites ensures transparency and accountability, fostering trust among citizens. 3. Public-private partnerships. Collaborating with private entities in e-governance projects can bring in expertise, innovation, and efficiency. 4. Gram Panchayat involvement. Engaging local governance bodies like Gram Panchayats in monitoring common service centers helps in grassroots level implementation of e-governance initiatives. 5. Digital literacy. Promoting digital literacy among citizens is crucial for the widespread adoption and effective use of e-governance services. 6. Grievance redress mechanisms. Expanding and improving grievance redress portals and utilizing data for better resolution of public complaints can enhance citizen satisfaction. 7. Technology infrastructure. Building robust IT infrastructure down to the Gram Panchayat level ensures that e-governance benefits reach the rural. www.insightsinindia.com. 32. And remote areas. 8. Digital inclusion. Bridging the digital divide by expanding access to affordable internet and technology in rural and remote areas is key to inclusive e-governance. 9. Data protection. Strengthening data protection laws and frameworks is necessary to safeguard citizens' privacy and personal information in the digital space. 10. Interoperability. Ensuring seamless communication between different e-governance systems and platforms provides a unified experience for citizens. Recent initiatives by the Indian government to further these goals. Initiative description: National e-Gov. NAMS Plan, NEG, Foundational Initiative for Modern Izing Government Service Delivery. Digital India Flagship Program promoting digital empowerment and e-governance. Aadhaar, world's largest biometric ID system. Facilitating identity verification. E-Kranti framework for rapid e-governance. Transformation. Unified mobile app, single platform for accessing Gov for new age governance, Umang, goods and Earnment services. Vice's tax network technology backbone for streamline. GSTN, government Amar. Ing taxation processes. Ketplace, GEM, portal for transforming government. Procurement. DigiLocker, a platform for digital issuance and verification of documents. Pradhan Man. Trigraman Digital Initiative promoting digital literacy. Saksharta Abhiyan in rural areas. PMG Disha. State Initiatives Unit, Jammu and Kashmir, Uni-Feed Service Delivery Portal, Nivesh Mitra, Uttar Pradesh, for ease of doing business, Siva Sindhu, Karnataka, to deliver government services at the doorsteps of citizens. Conclusion. By integrating cutting-edge technology, e-governance in India has not only streamlined bureaucratic processes but has also ushered in an era of unprecedented digital empowerment, bridging geographical divides and democratizing access to services. This innovation is a crucial catalyst in India's journey towards becoming a digitally inclusive society, where every keystroke and click heralds a step towards a more engaged, informed, and empowered citizenry. Current Affairs 30. Insta links. E-governance in India, concept, initiatives and issues. Topics: India and its neighborhood relations. 12. Action taken report on India's neighborhood first policy. Context: Action taken report on India's neighborhood first policy has been presented to Lok Sabha. Previously, the report on India's neighborhood first policy was submitted in July 2023. What is India's neighborhood first policy? It emphasizes peaceful relations and collaborative development with South Asian neighbors. It covers diverse areas like economics, technology, connectivity, defense, and environment. The policy complements India's Look East and Look West policies, focusing on Southeast Asia and the Mid-DLE East respectively. It was initiated by Narendra Modi and furthered by key figures like Sushma Swaraj and S. Jaishankar, with support from NSA Ajit Doval and successive foreign secretaries. Various aspects of India's neighborhood first policy. 1. Priority to neighboring countries, emphasis on strong ties with immediate neighbors. 2. Mutual respect and understanding, based on shared interests and Panchsheel principles. 3. Connectivity and infrastructure, focus on physical and digital connectivity for trade and integration. 4. Economic cooperation, deepening economic ties through trade facilitation and investment. 5. Security cooperation, joint efforts to address security tie challenges like terrorism. 6. Cultural exchanges, promoting friendship and understanding through cultural diplomacy. Significance of India's neighborhood first policy. Shared priorities. The Indian subcontinent is a single geopolitical unit with strong economic complementarities among its constituent parts, It is also a shared cultural space with deep and abiding affinities among the people of the countries of the subcontinent because of a long and shared history. Consolidating the interests of the subcontinent would offer a united strength and benefits more for India. Both Sri Lanka and Nepal are facing severe economic setbacks, partly due to disruptions in the wake of COVID-19 and the loss of tourist earnings. India has extended a 33 www.insightsinIndia.com helping hand to both. Prioritizing such neighborhood needs has proved to be essential to ensure stability and healthy economic interactions at the global level too. Stability and security. Being the largest and most powerful country in this space, India's security perimeter cannot be confined to its national borders. The challenge for Indian foreign and security policy lies in making certain that its neighborhood remains peaceful, stable, and benign, without hostile presence. There is a leadership change in Pakistan, which offers the prospect of reviving the India-Pakistan engagement for peace and stability in the region. India has continued its humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan, ranging from the supply of wheat to cope with an unprecedented food shortage to the provision of materials for drug rehabilitation camps run by the UN. Central to connectivity. India is the biggest transit country for the subcontinent and has land borders with Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan and Bangladesh and maritime borders with Sri Lanka and the Maldives. Given this, India should develop its role as the partner of choice for transit trade and transportation. This can create strong interdependencies with our neighbors, which in turn will balance the mutual interests and security priorities. It is in India's interest to promote regional economic integration. Reviving the strengths of SAARC is essential as it is the only available platform for the purpose. Voice of the Global South. India is emerging as the pivotal point to the Global South in voicing out the demands and carrying forward the interests. Given this, it is appropriate that India concentrates and uplifts the status of its neighborhood to own the credibility to represent the cause of the other developing countries of the Global South. Shortcomings of the policy. Pakistan factor. The strained relations between India and Pakistan have often impeded the progress of the Neighborhood First policy. Continual tensions between the two countries have limited the scope. Current affairs 30. For meaningful cooperation within the region. Transnational terror. The rise of transnational terrorist groups in the region has posed challenges to the stability and security of neighboring countries. Taliban takeover of Afghanistan is the greatest milestone event that increases the threat further. Rise of China. China's geopolitical ambitions seen in infrastructure projects, investments, and growing presence in neighboring countries, e.g. with Maldives currently, have raised concerns and created complexities for India's regional engagement. Big Brother perception. Despite India's intentions of promoting equal and cooperative relations, there have been perceptions among some neighboring countries of India's dominance and a Big Brother approach. This perception has at times strained relations and hindered deeper cooperation, like with Bangladesh and Nepal in the recent past. Lack of uniformity. The performance of the Neighborhood First policy has varied across different neighboring countries. Further measures. India's relations with Bhutan continue to be in positive territory, but must not be taken for granted. They need to be nurtured on a continuing basis. There is some worry about Maldives and Bangladesh because domestic political rhetoric in India about illegal Bangladeshi migrants and their alleged involvement in communal riots may have a negative resonance. It is essential to ensure that the compulsions of domestic politics do not affect India's foreign policy adversely. Way forward. India must look into what our assets and liabilities are in each of the neighboring countries, leverage the assets and minimize the liabilities. It should focus on working on self-strengths rather than seeking to catch up with what rivals may be doing. Conclusion. Moving further, Indian foreign policy should prioritize creating effective and enduring incentives for our neighbors to remain sensitive to India's interests. Insta links, India and its neighborhood. Topics. Important international institutions, agencies and fora, their structure, mandate. 13. Future of United Nations, unreforms. Context. The current global order, epitomized by the United Nations, is facing considerable challenges. Antonio Gu. 34 www.insightsindia.com. TES, the UN Secretary-General, has recently expressed skepticism about the organization's future, citing divisions among members that undermine its authority. What is the United Nations, UN? The United Nations, UN, is an international organization established in 1945, with the UN Charter, after World War II. United Nations Day, observed on October 24 annually since 1947, commemorates the organization's establishment in 1945. UN's founding principles are: 1. Collective security. 2. Disarmament. 3. Peacekeeping. The UN's structure comprises: 1. General Assembly as the primary policy-making body. 2. Security Council responsible for peace and security. 3. Specialized agencies like UNICEF and WHO focus on specific global issues such as health and education. Importance of the UN. 1. Managing power rivalry between nations. The UN anchors the post-World War order, managing power rivalry among nations through its structure and specialized agencies. 2. Strengthening multilateral institutions. Through initiatives like the Bretton Woods Conference, the UN established financial and trade institutions to foster international economic cooperation and prevent past mistakes. 3. International law and human rights. The UN promotes adherence to international law and human rights standards, establishing treaties and conventions while monitoring and addressing human rights abuses globally. 4. Humanitarian assistance. The UN provides vital humanitarian aid to populations affected by conflicts and disasters through agencies like UNICEF, WFP, and OCHA, working to alleviate suffering and protect vulnerable populations. 5. Peacekeeping and conflict resolution. It maintains global peace through peacekeeping missions, deploying troops and mediators to conflict zones. 6. Environmental and climate change initiatives. It promotes global cooperation on environmental challenges, exemplified by initiatives like the Paris Agreement to combat climate change. 7. United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development comprises 17 SDGs focused on inclusive ITY and sustainability. Current Affairs. 30. Issues in the functioning of the UN. 1. Overrepresentation. There is a huge European bias in P5 due to the presence of the United Kingdom and France, including Russia in the UNSC. 2. Underrepresentation. While regions like Latin America, the Caribbean Group, the Arab world, and Africa do not have a single permanent member. 3. Question of veto. All 5 permanent members of the UNSC enjoy veto power. However, the veto has been misused to put national interests ahead of global interests. 4. Non-transparent. The UNSC has been functioning in the most non-transparent and non-consultative way. 5. North-South inequality. Only China is representative of the Global South region, whereas the Global North has 4 nations to present themselves at the UNSC. 6. Reflecting colonial mindset. Permanent veto power granted to major allied powers, ignoring newly independent states' voices. 7. Dispersal of funds. Decision-making skewed towards powerful nations, impacting global financial stability and aid distribution. 8. Contemporary fault lines. COVID-19, conflicts like Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and divisions over issues like the Gaza conflict strain UN principles and cooperation. 9. Clash of Chinese and US values, US-China rivalry. Marks a shift, challenging traditional multilateralism. 10. Multiple crises confronting multilateralism, trust deficits, utility crises, and global emergencies strain multilateral cooperation. 11. Challenges in concepts, methods, and institutions, volatile concepts, outdated negotiation methods. 35 www.insightsinIndia.com. And inadequate institutions hamper effectiveness. Suggestions for reforming UN. Suggestions details development system. Reform implement bold changes to the UN. Establish new country teams and frameworks for sustainable development. Management DARE parity, and enhance efficiency. Reform simplify processes, work towards Gen. Peace and SHE. Security reform restructure peace and security opera. TIANs to meet modern challenges effectively. Security COUN. Kill reforms address representation gaps by include ing permanent members from underrepresented continents and emerging powers. Role of G20, encourage multilateral groupings as a new form of multilateralism and transform them into multi-stakeholder partnerships. India's norms reform, new oriented TIAN for a reformed multilateral system, in the changing architecture of global governance, including the UNSC, is way ahead. India has stressed democratic status and global influence, emphasizing the importance of an inclusive world order. It advocates for the UN to reflect emerging powers. It further calls for democratizing decision-making processes. Conclusion. Looking towards the future, the 21st century presents a myriad of complex challenges, ranging from climate change to cybersecurity threats and economic inequality. Despite its imperfections, the United Nations (UN) stands uniquely positioned to address these multifaceted issues, given its convening power, diplomatic role, and extensive network of agencies. However, realizing its full potential requires implementing reforms to enhance its effectiveness. Streamlining bureaucracy, reducing inefficiencies, and ensuring more equitable representation within the organization are crucial steps towards achieving this goal. Despite these challenges, the UN remains indispensable in global governance, humanitarian assistance, and crisis management. While the need for reform is evident, the UN's continued role in fostering cooperation, dialogue, and collective action underscores its enduring importance in tackling the world's most pressing problems. Insta links. Current Affairs 30. If not reformed, the UN will be overtaken by other organizations. Mains links. Q. What are the main functions of the United Nations Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC? Explain different functional commissions attached to it. 10M, UPSC 2017. Prelims links. Q. With reference to the United Nations Credentials Committee, consider the following statements. UPSC 2022-1. It is a committee set up by the UN Security Council and works under its supervision. 2. It traditionally meets in March, June and September every year. 3. It assesses the credentials of all UN members before submitting a report to the General Assembly for approval. Which of the statements given above is correct? Closing parenthesis. A. 3 only. B. 1 and 3. C. 2 and 3. D. 1 and 2 ands. A. General Studies 3. Topics: Indian economy and issues relating to planning, mobilization of resources, growth, development and employment. 1. Report on the development and promotion of jute industry. Context: Standing Committee on Labor, Textiles, and Skill Development releases report on jute industry development and promotion. About the jute sector in India. About jute crop. Temperature between 25 to 35 degrees Celsius. Rainfall around 150–250 centimeters. Soil type well-drained alluvial soil. Production: India is the largest producer of jute, followed by Bangladesh and China. Acreage and trade: Bangladesh leads in acreage and trade, accounting for 3/4 of global jute exports, concentration mainly in eastern India due to the rich alluvial soil of the Ganga-Brahmaputra Delta. Major producing states: West Bengal, Bihar, Odisha, Assam, Andhra Pradesh, Meghalaya, Tripura. Approximately 73% of the country's jute industries are concentrated in West Bengal. Uses known as the golden fiber, used in making gunny bags, mats, ropes, yarn, carpets, and other artifacts. Production share: India accounts for 70% of the world's jute production. It employs over 3 lakh workers. 90% of production is consumed locally. 36 www.insightsinIndia.com. Current affairs. 30 major issues with the jute industry in India. 1. High rate of procurement by mills. Mills procure raw jute at prices higher than their selling prices post-processing. This is because mills do not directly acquire raw materials from farmers due to logistical challenges. Farmers are often located far from mill locations, requiring mills to deal with multiple farmers. Additionally, the procurement process involves middlemen or traders, adding to costs. 2. Supply of raw material. Despite the government's efforts to increase the area under jute, India is not self-sufficient in raw material. 3. Obsolete mills and industries. The mills and machinery in the jute sector are obsolete and need technology upgradation, etc. 4. Increased competition. Stiff competition with the synthetic industry for similar packaging material, as the synthetic material is much cheaper. Also, Bangladesh mills are competing with China for better quality products. 5. Decrease in demand. Demand for jute products has decreased due to the easy availability of alternative fiber. For instance, the availability of local fibers like mesta, especially in Andhra Pradesh, etc., have reduced jute demand. 6. Strikes and lockouts. The jute industry in India is mostly concentrated in the eastern part of India, especially West Bengal. There exists a strong labor union which has led to frequent strikes, lockout and other labor issues leading to the closing up of many. 37 www.insightsinIndia.com. Firms. 7. Power supply. Infrastructural bottlenecks, power, transportation, and capital also pose several threats to the sustainability of the jute industry. Key recommendations of the Standing Committee. 1. Promote modernization by providing digital moire tool meters to improve quality. 2. Develop a comprehensive policy for reviving closed mills and establishing new ones. 3. Establish schemes, in collaboration with the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, to address the shortage of skilled workers. Related initiatives for the jute sector. 1. Golden Fiber Revolution and Technology Mission, IT. Aims to enhance jute production in India. 2. Jute Packaging Materials Act, 1987. Despite competition from synthetic fibers, the Jute Packaging Materials Act, 1987, mandates the use of jute packaging material to support workers and farm families. 3. Jute Geotextiles, JGT, is promoted under the Technical Textiles Mission, offering diverse applications in civil engineering and erosion control. 4. Jute Smart, an e-government initiative, enhances transparency in the jute sector by providing a platform for government procurement of sacking. 5. Jute Mark logo was launched, 2022, for branding and positioning of Indian jute globally. 6. National Jute Development Program and Umbrella Scheme for the Development of Jute Industry. 7. The National Jute Board, NJB, has been constituted as per the National Jute Board Act, 2008. Topics: Government budgeting. 2. Budget 2024, highest ever gender budget. Context. In the Union Interim Budget 2024-25, the gender budget witnesses its highest ever increase of about 38.6%. It stands at 3 lakh rupees crore, almost 6.5% of the total expenditure. The Ministry of Rural Development receives the largest share, followed by Education, Drinking Water and Sanitation, Health, Housing and Urban Affairs. About gender budget. Gender budgeting is an approach that aims to incorporate a gender perspective into the process of budgeting at all levels of government. The goal of gender budgeting is to promote gender equality and ensure that public resources are used effectively to address the needs and priorities of women and men. India has been implementing gender budgeting since 2005. Current Affairs 30. The gender budget is not a separate budget for women but an accounting statement highlighting allocations for women beneficiaries or girls. Timeline of gender budgeting, GB, in India. Gender budgeting leads to a more equitable future. Social factors. Empowerment of women through the encouragement of women entrepreneurship, skill development, and provision of credit. Achievement of social goals helps achieve the Sustainable Development Goal, SDG, 5 of gender equality. Reduce gender disparities. Gender budgeting can be used to ensure that adequate resources are allocated to programs that promote girls' education, improve maternal health, and provide women with employment opportunities. Economic factors. Efficient distribution of resources targeting areas that impact women, and ensuring accountability. Ex Nirvaya Fund. Care economy. Gender budgeting accounts for the unpaid care economy, neglected in GDP calculation. Political factors. Promoting women's participation. For example, gender budgeting can be used to ensure that women's voices are heard and that their needs and priorities are adequately represented in the budgeting process. Issues of concern. Insufficient allocation. Budget 2024 has allocated just 6.5% of the total budget for GB. The gender budget was, on average, about 5.2% of the total expenditure over the 2008-09 to 2019-20 periods. The concentration of funds in a few sectors, only a few ministries such as Rural Development, Education, Health and MWCD have received between 85 to 90% of the gender budget expenditure. Inefficient implementation. Though it is mandatory to release the GB, there are no accountability mechanisms mandating impact assessment of ALO. www.insightsinIndia.com. 38. Cations for female beneficiaries. At state level, about 16 states in India currently undertake GRB. However, the quality of statements produced and allocation undertaken vary significantly by state, owing to inadequate training for government officials. Linked to schemes rather than outcomes. Lack of monitoring. Monitoring remains one of the weakest links in the GRB work, with no designated mechanism for monitoring it at the national level. Way forward. Political will. Gender budgeting requires political will from policymakers and government officials. Intergovernmental coordination is essential to achieve the best outcomes. OX coordination between MOCT, MOHFW, and MO. Increase allocations for women-focused programs, e.g., Sweden created a framework for gender-sensitive allocations at each stage of their budget process. Improve targeting, e.g., the United Kingdom introduced tax-free universal childcare to make it easy for new mothers to rejoin work. Create a ranking for state-level gender budgets, akin to the ease of doing business ranking. Capacity building and technical support should be provided to state-level gender budget cells. Improve accountability, e.g., Iceland legally mandates that the Ministry of Finance ensure the budget bill lays out its impact on gender equality. The development, monitoring and evaluation of FICE, DMEO, an attached office of Niti Aayog, has pitched in for the Gender Budgeting Act to the mainstream of gender-based budgeting across all ministries. Lahiri Committee recommendations. Preparing analytical metrics for gender budgeting, and institutional mechanisms such as gender budgeting cells at all levels of government. A platform for the collection of gender disaggregate data for informed decision-making. Outcome-based allocation X addressing specific goals such as improving mathematical abilities in female children. Conclusion: there is a pressing need to prioritize women's safety, education, health, and workforce participation, which necessitates a significant increase in allocations and implementation of gender-based budgeting. Insta links. Basics: gender-responsive budgeting. Current Affairs 30. Practice questions Q. Discuss the concept of gender budgeting and analyze its significance in the Indian context. 250 words. Topics: major crops, cropping patterns in various parts of the country, different types of irrigation and irrigation systems, storage, transport and marketing of agricultural produce and issues and related constraints, e-technology in the aid of farmers. 3. Parliamentary Panel Report on the Cotton Sector. Context: the Parliamentary Panel on Labour, Textiles, and Skill Development advised the government to devise umbrella policies for the cotton sector and closed jute mills. About cotton. Cotton is one of the most important commercial crops cultivated in India, and India accounts for around 25% of the total global cotton production. Due to its economic importance in India, it is also termed as white gold. In India, around 67% of India's cotton is grown in rain-fed areas and 33% in irrigated areas. Status of India. 1. India has the largest area under cotton cultivation. 2. India is the second largest producer, after China, and second largest consumer of cotton. 3. Majorly, cotton is produced in 11 states, with Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Telangana having a major share. Significance of cotton in India. 1. Triple role. Cotton in India provides food, feed, and fiber, making it a crucial crop for agriculture and the textile sector. 2. Cotton components. After harvesting cotton, capers, the breakdown is approximately 36% fiber, 62% seeds, and 2% waste. A. Cotton seed is essential for vegetable oil and feed cake production. 3. Market contribution. Cottonseed oil is the third largest domestically produced vegetable oil in India, following mustard and soybean. It also ranks second in feed cake production, with soybeans leading. 4. Textile dominance. Cotton is the dominant fiber in India's textile industry, accounting for about 2/3 of the total consumption. 39 www.insightsinIndia.com. Main determinants of the location of cotton textile industries in various parts of the world. 1. Availability of raw materials. Cotton textile industries require a steady and abundant supply of raw cotton. Therefore, proximity to cotton-producing regions is a crucial factor in determining the location of these industries. A. For example, Ahmedabad and Surat are from Gujarat. 2. Labor supply. Textile manufacturing is a labor-intensive industry, and the availability of a skilled and affordable workforce is an essential consideration. E.g., Bangladesh and Vietnam are emerging as major suppliers of cotton textiles due to the availability of cheap labor. 3. Infrastructure and transportation. For instance, cities like Shanghai and Guangzhou have well-developed transportation systems, facilitating the movement of raw materials and finished goods. 4. Market access. Proximity to domestic and international markets is an important determinant. Cotton textile industries often locate themselves close to their target markets to minimize transportation costs and ensure timely deliveries. 5. Power supply. Cotton textile manufacturing is an energy-intensive process, and the availability of reliable and affordable energy sources is crucial. For instance, cotton textiles industries shifted from Kanpur to the western region of the country due to an erratic power supply. 6. Access to technology and innovation, e.g., Chemnitz and Aachen cities of Germany have strong positions in this sector primarily due to their access to cutting-edge technology. Current Affairs 30. Key challenges contributing to the decline in cotton production in India. 1. Climate change. A. Erratic rainfall patterns. Changing climate patterns result in unpredictable and irregular rainfall, adversely affecting cotton crops. I. Cotton-specific water requirements are jeopardized, leading to water stress, reduced yields, and compromised quality. B. Extreme weather events. Increasing frequency and intensity of extreme weather events like droughts, floods, and hurricanes pose severe threats to cotton fields. I. Floods damage cotton plants, while droughts lead to water scarcity and hinder growth. C. Temperature extremes. Rising temperatures alter flowering and fruiting patterns, reducing the productivity of cotton crops. D. Deterioration in soil health due to the absence of crop rotation and proper crop residue management. 2. Low yield. India's extremely low per hectare cotton yield, 447 kgs hectare compared to China's 1993 kgs hectare, due to outdated Bt seed technology, whitefly and pink bollworm infestation. 3. Pest and diseases. Cotton's susceptibility to pests and diseases is exacerbated by the emergence of resistant strains. Monoculture farming practices contribute to the buildup of pests and diseases, increasing the risk of infestations, e.g. emergence of the pink bollworm. 4. High input costs. The cost of agricultural inputs, including high-quality seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, labor, and machinery, has steadily risen. Licensing fees for genetically modified, GM, cotton seeds add to the financial burden. 5. Competition from other crops. Cotton faces competition for land and water resources from more profitable or less risky crops like pulses and oilseeds. A. Farmers opt for alternative crops due to higher market prices, better returns, and lower resource intensity. 6. Profitability concerns. Farmers may switch to crops offering higher profitability and returns, reducing the attractiveness of cotton cultivation. A. Some alternative crops are less resource-intensive and have shorter growth cycles, minimizing risks. 7. Drought resistance. Alternative crops may exhibit greater resilience to changing climate conditions, making them a preferred choice in regions prone to water scarcity. A. E.g. depletion of groundwater table in key cotton-producing states like Maharashtra, Gujarat etc. 8. Limited market access. A significant number of cotton growers in India face constraints in reaching markets and are compelled to sell their harvest at reduced rates to intermediaries. 40 www.insightsinIndia.com. Parliamentary Committee's recommendations. The government should implement an umbrella policy approach for the cotton sector, integrating activities across all areas. This would involve overhauling the cropping system, strengthening market linkages, enhancing research and development for new cotton varieties, and improving pest management practices. Additionally, the government should focus on expanding irrigation to increase cotton cultivation productivity and address issues farmers face in obtaining genetically modified seeds, possibly through price caps and government-led seed development initiatives. Way forward. 1. Integrated pest management, IPM. Promote the adoption of integrated pest management strategies that incorporate natural controls, trap crops, and beneficial insects. A. Reduce dependency on pesticides while effectively managing pest populations for sustainable cotton cultivation. 2. Community-based seed banks. Establish community-level seed banks to conserve and share traditional cotton seed varieties. Preserve genetic diversity, promote the cultivation of higher-yielding strains, and empower communities with resilient seed resources. 3. Market linkage platforms. Develop digital platforms that directly link cotton farmers with buyers and textile manufacturers. A. minimize middlemen involvement, ensure fair pricing, and enhance market access for cotton producers. 4. Value addition through local processing. Promote value addition by establishing local cotton processing units capable of ginning, cleaning, and processing cotton fiber. A. Create employment opportunities locally and add value to the cotton supply chain, contributing to economic development. Initiatives in the cotton sector. 1. PM Mega Integrated Textile Region and Apparel. PM Mitra Parks Scheme. 2. Production Linked Incentive (PLI) scheme to promote the production of MMF apparel, MMF fabrics and products of technical textiles. 3. Cotton Development Program under the Nation. AL Food Security Mission (NFSM). 4. Mobile app Cot Ali to increase awareness about minimum support price for cotton. 5. Branding of Indian cottoners, Kasturi Cotton India. 6. Project, targeting technologies to agro-ecological zones, large-scale demonstrations of best practices to enhance cotton productivity, under NFSM. 7. Samarth, scheme for capacity building in the textile sector. 8. Amended Technology Upgradation Fund Scheme, ATUFS. Current Affairs 30. Conclusion: implementing these initiatives requires collaboration among farmers, local communities, government agencies, and the private sector. These interventions aim to foster sustainability, resilience, and economic empowerment within the cotton farming ecosystem. Insta links. Textile industry seeks government support to stay competitive. Sustainable cotton textiles mains links. Q. Analyze the factors for the highly decentralized cotton textile industry in India. UPSC 2013. 4. India's horticulture sector. Context. India is poised to become a leading global source of fruits and vegetables, F&V, driven by a shift towards nutrition-secure diets and increasing per capita consumption. What is horticulture? Horticulture is a branch of agriculture focused on growing plants for human use, encompassing food, medicinal, and aesthetic purposes. It involves the cultivation and sale of vegetables, fruits, flowers, herbs, and ornamental plants. Key figures in horticulture include L.H. Bailey, known as the father of American horticulture, and M.H. Marigauda, regarded as the father of Indian horticulture. It is classified into several areas. 1. Pomology, focuses on fruit and nut crops. 2. Olericulture, concerned with vegetable production. 3. Arboriculture, the care of individual trees and shrubs. 4. Ornamental horticulture, divided into floriculture, flowers, and landscape horticulture, beautification of outdoor spaces. Significance of the horticulture sector in India. Filled circle horticulture's economic impact. Horticulture contributes around 30% to the gross domestic product, GDP, while using only 13% of the gross cropped area, making it a significant player in India's agricultural growth. Filled circle surpassing food grain production. In recent years, the total horticulture production in India has even exceeded the total production of food grains, highlighting the potential of the sector. Filled circle remarkable productivity growth. The productivity of horticulture has increased significantly from 8.8 tons per hectare, TPH, in 2001-02 to 12.1 TPH in 2020-21, leading to a sharp rebound in production and acreage, far outpacing food grains production since 2012-13. Hollow circle with low water usage and the ability to cultivate on smaller plots, horticulture allows for reduced crop failure risk. Simultaneous cultivation of multiple crops maximizes yield and fertilizer utilization. Filled circle multifaceted contributions. horticulture not only contributes to the nutritional needs of the country but also presents additional job opportunities in rural areas, expands the range of agricultural activities, and generates higher incomes for farmers. Hollow circle. Additionally, it promotes dietary diversity and balanced nutrition, contributing to a healthier lifestyle. Filled circle. Export potential and success. With its vast production base in horticulture, there is ample opportunity for export, with fresh fruits and vegetables being a major contributor. Hollow circle. India ranks second in fruit and vegetable production in the world after China. Challenges faced by horticulture sector in India. Challenges details historical focus on like rice and wheat due to their significance in addressing food security issues. As a result, horticulture grains. Traditionally, India's agricultural policies and practices have been centered around staple food crops. Rural crops like fruits, vegetables, and spices have been relatively neglected. Fragmented land holdings. A significant portion of Indian agricultural land is divided into small and fragmented holdings. This makes it challenging for farmers to adopt horticultural practices that often require higher investment, knowledge, and technical expertise. The lack of economies of scale hampers the adoption of modern horticultural techniques. 41 www.insightsinIndia.com. Current affairs. 30. Perception of risk. Market prices, perishability of produce, susceptibility to pests and diseases, and the need for speed and returns. Horticulture is often perceived as riskier than traditional crops due to factors such as fluctuating specific cultivation practices, infrastructure, and a lack of proper storage, transportation, and processing facilities contributes to significant post-harvest loss. Impact of irrigation. Insufficient access to water for irrigation, coupled with poor soil management practices such as soil management. Losses in horticultural produce. The absence of efficient supply chains increases wastage and reduces the overall profitability of horticultural cultivation. Over-tilling, over-fertilizing, and monocropping can reduce soil fertility, leading to lower yields and lower quality produce. Market dynamics. Urbanization, and a growing middle class. However, the market for these products is often chirac. And the demand for horticultural products in India has been increasing due to changing dietary habits. Characterized by fluctuations in prices, inadequate marketing infrastructure, and limited market linkages for small-scale farmers. Successful horticultural practices require specialized knowledge and skills. The availability of timely and accurate extension services to disseminate this knowledge to farmers has been limited. This knowledge gap can hinder the adoption of best practices and modern cultivation techniques. Technical knowledge and extant science services. Climate vulnerable. Unpredictable weather patterns, including droughts, floods, and temperature fluctuations, can negatively impact yields and make cultivation more challenging. Policy and finance. Support. While there have been efforts to promote horticulture through various government schemes, the overall level of policy and financial support has not always matched the potential of the sector. Limited global trade presence. Despite the growth of India's horticulture sector, the country's share in global trade remains insignificant, accounting for only 1% of the global trade in vegetables and fruits. Impediments to transport infrastructure, fragmented supply chains, and insufficient storage facilities. These factors. Export growth is being undermined by production challenges, marketing challenges, inadequate result in delays and wastage, and discourage farmers from improving the quality of their produce. Government initiative. 1. Mission for Integrated Development of Horticulture, MIDH. A. Centrally sponsored scheme for holistic growth of the horticulture sector. B. The Government of India contributes 60% of the total outlay, 90% in northeastern and Himalayan states. State governments contribute 40%. C. Comprises 5 major schemes. I. National Horticulture Mission, NHM. E. Horticulture Mission for Northeast and High Malayan States, HMNEH. E. National Horticulture Board, NHB, IV. Coconut Development Board, CDB, V. Central Institute of Horticulture, CIH, Naga. Land. 2. Horticulture Area Production Information System, HRPIS, web-enabled information system for reporting data from states, districts promptly. A. Aim to minimize time lag and maximize coverage area. 3. Coordinated Program on Horticulture Assessment and Management using Geoinformatics, CHAMAN, Objective. Develop a scientific methodology for estimation of area and production under horticulture crops. A. Utilizes remote sensing and sample survey techniques. 42 www.insightsinIndia.com. Conclusion and way forward. To fully realize the potential of horticulture in India's agricultural landscape, there needs to be a comprehensive approach that addresses these challenges. 1. Emphasis on export-oriented businesses. 2. Integrated value chain from sourcing to processing. 3. Supplying key agricultural inputs to enhance yield. 4. Seed innovation for better quality produce and with cultivation. 5. 1.0 hectare integrated farming model, cluster-based approach with diverse interventions for resilience. 6. Tailored approaches for varied agro-climatic zones. 7. Strengthening multi-stakeholder partnerships for demand-driven production and market linkages. Insta links. Horticulture. Mains links. Q. Assess the role of the National Horticulture Mission, NHM, in boosting the production, productivity, and income of horticulture farms. How far has it succeeded in increasing the income of farmers? UPSC 2018. Current Affairs 30. 5. Cooperative sector and its role in Indian farming. Context. The Prime Minister inaugurated and laid the foundation stone for several key initiatives in the cooperative sector. This included 1. Pilot project of the world's largest grain storage plan in cooperative sector, in 11 primary agriculture AL credit societies, PACs, across 11 states. 2. The foundation stone for an additional 500 PACs for the construction of godowns and other agricultural infrastructure nationwide. 3. Project for computerization in 18,000 PACs across the country. What is the cooperative sector? A cooperative society is a voluntary association aiming to fulfill common economic interests through self-help and mutual assistance. India's cooperative movement dates back to its independence era. The 97th Constitutional Amendment Act of 2011 recognized the right to form cooperative societies as a fundamental right. Article 19 introduced a new directive principle, Article 43b, on promoting cooperatives, and added a new part to the Constitution focusing on cooperatives, Articles 243ZH to 243ZT. This amendment empowers both Parliament and state legislatures to enact laws governing cooperatives. In 2021, the Union Ministry of Cooperation was established to oversee cooperative affairs, which were previously managed by the Ministry of Agriculture. The Indian cooperative movement is the world's largest cooperative movement, with more than 8 lakh cooperatives. The collective strength of the agricultural cooperatives offers unique benefits to farmers in various ways. 43 www.insightsinIndia.com. Role of cooperatives for Indian farmers, market access and bargaining power. Marketable surplus. With agricultural cooperatives, the constraint of small and fragmented landholdings and less produce is overcome. The marketable surplus of food grain and industrial raw materials can be transported and marketed on a bulk basis for remunerative prices. Market reach. With collective strength, Cooperatives enable farmers to control supply and marketing channels. O. Agricultural cooperatives assist farmers in expanding their market reach so they may sell their products for remunerative prices. O. Cooperatives increase the farmer's creditworthiness, and thus, they have a better capacity to sell surplus items for more money. Collective strength. O. Small farms would not have been able to expand irrigation potential and land production on their own. O. Farmers in cooperative farming have access to more land and resources, including men, materials, and money, thus increasing production capacity. Better price realization. O. Cooperatives could offer better competitiveness for smallholder farmers. O. They can thus give farmers more negotiating leverage, access to new markets and technology, and cost savings by pooling their resources and expertise. O. Farmers who are efficiently organized can form a collective voice to advocate for their needs and access services at affordable prices for better yields, sales, and profits. Government interaction. O. From the administrative viewpoint, cooperatives facilitate easier interaction and transactions with the government. E.g., collecting taxes, distributing subsidies, introducing improved methods of production, etc. O. This, in turn, increases the bargaining power of the cooperatives in terms of price fixing, subsidies, etc. Profitability. Knowledge sharing. O. Agricultural cooperatives can play a vital role in educating the farmers to reduce the cost of cultivation through balanced use of fertilizer, and improve water use efficiency. Current Affairs 30. O. It also helps farmers understand new technologies in farming. Credit facilitation. O. Cooperatives can give farmers access to finance, which they can use to buy farming-related supplies and equipment. O. It facilitates credit to farmers at a reasonable rate of interest. Income generation. O. Cooperatives can help establish more warehouses to avoid distressed sales of produce, link with the national e-market, (NAM), emphasize value addition and encourage farmers to take up other allied activities like poultry, beekeeping, and fisheries. Challenges with cooperatives in India. 1. Regulation and supervision. Fragmented regulatory framework and dual control issues lead to inconsistencies in supervision. 2. Governance and management. Poor governance and management contribute to mismanagement and fraud, leading to failures. 3. Capital adequacy. Struggles to maintain sufficient capital levels hinder operational resilience and expansion. 4. Credit risk management. Lending to SMEs and individuals with limited credit history poses challenges in managing credit risks. 5. Technology and innovation. Lack of investment in modern technology limits competitiveness against larger banks and fintech firms. 6. Competition. Intense competition from commercial banks and fintech companies makes customer retention difficult for financial cooperatives. Other government initiatives for the cooperative sector. 1. Financial support. The government ensures that every farmer in the country receives approximately 50,000 rupees annually through various means, providing financial security and assistance. 2. Formation and promotion of 10,000 farmer producer organizations, FPOs. This central sector scheme aims to empower farmers by enabling them to enhance their bargaining power, leverage economies of scale, reduce production costs and increase their incomes through the aggregation of agricultural produce, contributing to sustainable livelihoods. 3. Fertilizer subsidy. Over the past 9 years, the government has allocated 10 lakh rupees crore towards fertilizer subsidies, ensuring that farmers have access to crop nutrients at affordable prices despite global price fluctuations. 4. Parliament passed the Multi-State Cooperative Societies Amendment Bill 2022, aimed at enhancing transparency, accountability, and ease of 44 www.insightsinIndia.com. Doing business in the cooperative sector. The bill introduces provisions such as the establishment of a cooperative election authority, the creation of a cooperative rehabilitation reconstruction and development fund, the appointment of a cooperative ombudsman and information officers, and the representative representation of women and SC/ST members on cooperative society boards. 5. Government's Electronic Marketplace, GEM version 4 is an innovative online platform dedicated to marketing goods and services from MSMEs and non-financial cooperatives, boasting over 62,000 government buyers, 49 lakh sellers, and numerous products and services. 6. Welfare schemes for dairy development. Several welfare schemes support dairy development and fisheries, pivotal for rural households, with milk cooperatives proving successful. 7. Cooperatives as a business model. Cooperatives serve as a viable business model for post-harvest processing, warehousing, and packaging. 8. Use of technology. The government envisions rural development through technology adoption in schemes like Digital India, BharatNet, and e-governance. For FPOs, role of farmer producers organizations, FPOs. Conclusion: cooperatives play a vital role in supporting farmers by offering financial aid, sharing modern farming knowledge, facilitating the marketing of produce, and procuring essential inputs. Their efforts contribute significantly to the advancement of the agricultural sector and the well-being of farmers. Mains links, Q. In the villages itself, no form of credit organization will be suitable except the Cooperative Society, All Indian Rural Credit Survey. Discuss this statement in the background of agriculture finance in India. What constraints and challenges do financial institutions supply agricultural finances? How can technology be used to better reach and serve rural clients? UPSC 2014. Topics: Conservation-related issues, environmental pollution and degradation, environmental impact assessment. 6. Pollution caused by plastic, report by Public Accounts Committee, PAC. Context: the panel expressed disappointment over ineffective measures to combat plastic pollution and urged the Environment Ministry to bridge data and implementation gaps. Current Affairs 30. Concerns highlighted by the PAC. 1. Inadequate disposal and utilization of plastic waste lead to pollution of air, water, and soil, affecting human health. 2. Surge in plastic waste generation from about 16 lakh to 41 lakh tons per annum in India, between 2015-2021. 3. Governance issues include non-compliance with Plastic Waste Management Rules 2016, especially regarding Extended Producer Responsibility, EPR. 4. Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB, and SPCB's, PCCS lax approach allowed plastic units to operate without valid registrations. 5. Lack of mechanism for assessing plastic waste generation. 6. Other issues include improper collection and segregation, delay in eliminating single-use plastic, and poor monitoring by urban local bodies, ULBs. Impact of plastic pollution on our ecosystems and wildlife. Wildlife harm. Many animals, including marine life and birds, ingest plastic or become entangled in it. This can lead to injuries, suffocation, and death. Plastic particles, known as microplastics, can also enter the food chain, potentially harming human health. Greenhouse gas emissions. The entire life cycle of plastic, from production to disposal, generates greenhouse gas emissions. These emissions occur during raw material extraction, manufacturing, transportation, and waste management processes. Habitat destruction. The extraction of fossil fuels for plastic production often involves clearing natural habitats, leading to the loss of biodiversity and disrupting ecosystems. Marine pollution. Plastic waste, especially single-use plastics, pollutes oceans, harming marine life like seabirds, fish, turtles, and marine mammals. Microplastics disrupt food chains and have lasting effects on aquatic ecosystems. Soil contamination. Improper disposal of plastic waste contaminates soil and affects soil health and fertility, leading to a host of ecological and agricultural problems. Water pollution. Plastic waste in water bodies pollutes freshwater sources and poses a threat to aquatic life. Plastic debris can also clog waterways and exacerbate flooding in some areas. Chemical pollution. Plastics can contain harmful additives like phthalates and bisphenol A, BPA, which can leach into the environment, leading to chemical pollution. Key recommendation of PAC to mitigate plastic pollution. 1. Mandatory reporting of data online on the national dashboard with proof of photo, video and GPS location. 45 www.insightsindia.com. 2. Development of a comprehensive policy to address pollution caused by plastics. 3. Implementation of penal provisions for urban local bodies, ULBs, that fail to establish plastic waste management (PWM) systems. 4. Involvement of rag pickers and junk dealers to enhance the segregation and collection process. 5. Global collaboration, e.g., through legally binding plastic control treaty. Need to reach a legally binding treaty to end plastic pollution. Global coordination. Plastic pollution knows no borders, and it affects oceans, rivers, and land worldwide. A treaty can provide a platform for countries to come together, share responsibilities, and coordinate efforts to address plastic pollution collectively. Addressing the source. A treaty can focus on addressing the root causes of plastic pollution, such as reducing plastic production, improving waste management, and promoting sustainable alternatives. It encourages a comprehensive approach to tackle the issue. Inclusivity. A treaty ensures that all countries, regardless of their level of development or resources, are engaged in the fight against plastic pollution. Accountability and enforcement. A legally binding treaty ensures that countries are held accountable for their commitments to reduce plastic pollution. It establishes mechanisms for monitoring progress, reporting, and enforcement, which can lead to more effective implementation. Coordinated research and innovation. A treaty can facilitate international collaboration on research and innovation to find new ways to reduce plastic pollution and develop sustainable materials and technologies. Protecting marine life and ecosystems. Plastic pollution poses significant threats to marine life and ecosystems. A treaty can set clear goals and targets to protect oceans and reduce plastic waste reaching marine environments. Steps taken to reach a legally binding treaty to end plastic pollution. Plastic Pollution Coalition. Founded in 2009, the coalition aims to create a world free of plastic pollution and its harmful impacts on the environment, human health, and wildlife. The United Nations Clean Seas Campaign is a global initiative launched by the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, to combat marine plastic pollution. The campaign aims to raise awareness, mobilize action, and promote concrete solutions to reduce marine litter and plastic waste in the world's oceans and seas. Current Affairs 30. Global Tourism Plastics Initiative. The initiative unites the tourism sector behind a common vision to address the root causes of plastic pollution. It enables businesses, governments, and other tourism stakeholders to take concerted action, leading by example in the shift towards circularity in the use of plastics. Proposal for Global Treaty. 175 nations agree to develop a legally binding agreement on plastic pollution by 2024, prompting a major step towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions from plastic production, use and disposal. MacArthur Foundation's New Plastics Economy Initiative. Launched in 2016, the initiative aims to create a circular economy for plastics, where plastics are designed, used, and recycled in a way that eliminates waste and pollution. For single-use plastic, click here. Initiatives taken to tackle plastic pollution. Global initiatives. 1. Global Partnership on Marine Litter, GPML, 2. Glolitter Partnerships Project 3. London Convention, 1972. India-specific initiatives. 1. Elimination of single-use plastic. 2. Plastic Waste Management Rules, 2016-3. Unplastic Collective. 4. Kerala, Beat Plastic Pollution Initiative. 5. Other initiatives for plastic pollution mitigation, Project Replan, Reducing Plastic from Nature, Promotion of Circular Economy, EPR Portal for Plastic Packaging, Swachh Bharat Mission, Lifestyle for the Environment, Life, Movement. 46 www.insightsinIndia.com. Related content about Central Pollution Control Boards, CPCBs, State Pollution Control Boards, SPCBs, Pollution Control Committees, PCCs, in UTS. Empowered under the Water Act, the Air, Prevention and Control of Pollution, Act 1981, and the Environment Protection, Act 1986, the boards perform 4 broad functions. 1. Granting and managing consents, to establish and operate industry. 2. Setting standards for emissions and effluents. 3. Monitoring compliance of the industry with these standards. 4. Enforcing these standards through an escalating series of actions. But various institutional and other issues are plaguing CPCB, SPCB. Issues. Details. Inadequate shortage of personnel, especially in tech capacity and nickel positions. Lack of training and pole resources. Pollution monitoring equipment. Absence of competent leadership. Enforcement mechanisms are protracted. Insufficient funds. Representation boards are largely represented by govern. Skewed rep. Ment departments and industry representatives. Limited representation from civil society, academia, public health, and the medical community. Disproportionate representation, e.g., there is only 1 member from civil society in Delhi and Uttar Pradesh boards, while they have 5 to 7 members from government departments. Data gap. Many state pollution boards fail to provide data to CPCB, SPCBs lack the required expertise in air quality management. Statutory requirement for knowledgeable board members not met. Not following statutory requirements. Vacancies. Approximately 40% of positions are vacant across 9 SPCBs, PCCs. Vacancy rates as high as 84% in Jharkhand. Conflict of entities regulated by the board, leading to interest. Board members may represent polluting. Potential conflicts of interest. Substantive discussions primarily focus on industrial. Non-sub board meetings. Pollution, lacking pollution control planning. Limited efforts for interdepartmental coordination. Lack of transparency in sharing information with the public despite improvements in real-time monitoring. Gaps in data collection and calibration errors persist. Little expertise in monitoring. Current affairs. 30. Related content. What is Extended Producer Responsibility, EPR? It is a policy approach and environmental strategy that places the responsibility for the entire life cycle of a product, including its disposal, on the manufacturer or producer rather than on the end consumer or local government. The fundamental idea behind EPR is to encourage producers to minimize the environmental impact of their products by considering their entire life cycle, from the design and production phase to the end-of-life phase. Key provisions of the Plastic Waste Management Amendment Rules, 2022 to reduce plastic pollution. Key provisions. Details. Extended Producer. A responsibility makes plastic packaging producers. EPR. Accountable for end-of-life collection and recycling. Shifts responsibility from municipal bodies to producers. Provides incentives for firms to adopt sustainable design and use recyclable materials. Collection targets. Mandates producers to collect back 35% of plastic waste generated by 2024, increasing to 70% by 2025 in phases. Minimum recycled plastic in packaging by 2023, escalate. Content requires firms to use 10% recycled. ing to 20% by 2026. Collection Mecca. NISM producers must establish collection systems either individually or collectively. Cost attribution: producers are responsible for bearing the costs associated with collection and recycling of plastic packaging. Insta links. 1. Substitute for single-use plastics. 2. Nature and use single-use plastic. 47 www.insightsindia.com. Mains link, Q. What is single-use plastic and what are the concerns associated with it? How can it be successfully phased out in the country? 15M. Prelims link, Q. Bisphenol A, BPA, a cause of concern, is a structural, key component in the manufacture of which of the following kinds of plastics? UPSC 2021. A. Low-density polyethylene. B. Polycarbonate. C. Polyethylene terephthalate. D. Polyvinyl chloride. Answer, B. Q. Triclosan, considered harmful when exposed to high levels for a long time, is most likely present in which of the following? UPSC 2021. A. Food preservatives. B. Fruit ripening substances. C. Reused plastic containers. D. Toiletries. Answer, D. 7. Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species of Wild Animals, CMS COP14. Context: the 14th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species of Wild Animals, CMS COP14, concluded on February 17, 2024, in Samarkand, Uzbekistan, with parties agreeing to adopt listing proposals for 14 migratory species and several other resolutions for global wildlife conservation. What is CMS? The Convention on Migratory Species, CMS, enforced since 1983, HQ, Bonn, Germany, also known as the Bonn Convention, is an environmental treaty of the United Nations. UNEP provides support that provides a global platform for the conservation and sustainable use of terrestrial, aquatic and avian migratory animals and their habitats. It has 133 members including India. It consists of 2 appendices. 1. Appendix I, migratory species that are in danger of extinction. 2. Appendix II, migratory species that will benefit from conservation. Major outcomes of COP14 of CMS. Outcomes details adoption for migratory species for 2024-2032. Of plan adoption of the Samarkand Strategic Plan. Current Affairs 30. On light dressing, the impacts of light pollution on pollution, introduction of new global guidelines add migratory species. Action for including Eurasian lynx, Pallas's cat, and species addition of 14 species to CMS appendices. Sand tiger shark. Implementation of new concerted ACTNs for 6 species, including chimpanzee, straw-colored fruit bat, and blue shark. Development of 3 new action plans for aquatic species, the Atlantic humpback dolphin, the hawksbill turtle, and the Angel shark. Migratory, CAF, spanning 30 range states of migratory birds. Agreement on the Central Asian Flyway birds, with the establishment of a coordinating unit in India. Scientific World's Migratory Species Report. Reports publication of the first ever State of the New Globe. AL Initiative launch of the Global Partnership on Ecolog. Equal Connectivity, GPEC, aiming to maintain, enhance, and restore ecological connectivity for migratory species. Parties supporting GPEC include Belgium, France, Monaco, and Uzbekistan. Amendment Pro. Discussion and recommendation of Propo. Proposal for ALS for amendment of CMS appendices I and CMS 2 by the Committee of the Whole, COW, or countries for adoption. Committee of the Whole, COW, the main decision-making body of CMS, reviewing the work of the Secretariat. Slogan: Nature knows no borders. India and Migratory Species Champion Program 4. CMS India was one of the recipients of the Me. Its contribution to the conservation of migratory birds in CAF. Previously, India had signed non-legally binding Memorandums of Understanding (MOUs) with CMS for the conservation and management of Siberian cranes, 1998, marine turtles, 2007, dugongs, 2008, and raptors, 2016. Despite covering only 2.4% of the world's land area, India hosts approximately 8% of global biodiversity. India serves as a temporary shelter for Vari Aus migratory species such as Amur falcons, bar-headed geese, black-necked cranes, marine turtles, dugongs, and humpback whales. 48 www.insightsinIndia.com. Significance of migratory species. Migratory species play a crucial role in ecosystems, offering essential services that mitigate climate change impacts and enhance resilience to climatic hazards. Examples include whales aiding nutrient transfer and storing carbon, and antelopes reducing wildfire risks through grazing. Climate change poses severe threats to migratory species, impacting their habitats, migration patterns, and reproductive success. Initiatives taken by India. 1. National Action Plan for the Conservation of Migratory Birds, 2018-2023. India launched this plan to address challenges faced by migratory birds, including habitat loss, hunting, pollution, and climate change. A. Goals include stopping bird decline by 2027, promoting transboundary cooperation, and improving the database on migratory birds. 2. Conservation of marine turtles. India launched the Marine Turtle Policy and Marine Stranding Management Policy in 2020 to protect marine turtles and reduce pollution from microplastic and single-use plastic. 3. Transboundary protected areas. India established protected areas for species like tigers, Asian elephants, snow leopard, the Asiatic lion, the one-horned rhinoceros, and the Great Indian bustard. 4. Project Snow Leopard (PSL), launched in 2009, PSL promotes an inclusive approach to conserving snow leopards and their habitat. 5. Dugong Conservation Reserve. India established its first Dugong Conservation Reserve in Tamil Nadu. 6. Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. The Act provides stringent punishments for violating wildlife protection laws and includes migratory birds in Schedule 1 for the highest protection. 7. Other initiatives. India imposed a ban on the veterinary use of diclofenac to conserve vultures, established vulture breeding centers, and set up the Wildlife Crime Control Bureau to control illegal wildlife trade. Current Affairs 30. Definitions. Migratory species, wild animals that cyclically and predictably cross national boundaries. This includes any part of the population. Central Asian Flyway, CAF, a major migratory route covering 30 countries from the Arctic to the Indian Ocean, hosting over 400 species of migratory birds. Flyways, areas used by birds during their annual cycle, including breeding, stopover, and wintering areas. There are 9 major flyways globally identified by the CMS Secretariat. Insta links, climate change and migratory species. Prelims links, Q. Consider the following pairs, UPSC 2020. International Agreement, Setup Subject. 1. Alma Ata Declara. Tian Healthcare of the People. 2. Hague Convention Biological and Chemical Weapons. 3. Talanoa Dialogue Global Climate Change. 4. Under 2 Coalition Child Rights. Which of the pairs given above is correctly matched? A. 1 and 2 only. B. 4 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. 2, 3 and 4 only and C. 8. Land Degradation and Land Management Policy. Context. An urgent need exists for a comprehensive land management policy, considering land's critical role in ecological, economic, social, and cultural aspects. India, with a small geographical area but a large population, faces numerous land management issues, including the degradation of around 30% of its total land. What are soil degradation, land degradation and desertification? 1. Soil degradation refers to the decline in soil quality and fertility due to various factors such as erosion, chemical pollution, and loss of organic matter. It primarily affects the health and productivity of the soil. 49 www.insightsinIndia.com. For soil degradation, World Soil Day, soil degradation. 2. Land degradation is a broader term that encompasses not only soil degradation but also degradation of other land resources like vegetation, water resources, and biodiversity. It includes processes such as soil erosion, deforestation, salinization, and loss of biodiversity. 3. Desertification specifically refers to the process by which fertile land becomes increasingly arid and barren, ultimately transforming into desert-like conditions. It is a type of land degradation in dry regions like arid, semi-arid, and dry subhumid areas, where biological productivity declines. It doesn't necessarily involve the expansion of existing deserts but rather the deterioration of land quality and productivity within these dryland regions. Status of land degradation. The Desertification and Land Degradation Atlas of India, published by ISRO's Space Applications Centre, estimates India's land degradation and desertification at over 97 million hectares in 2018-19. Causes of land degradation. Current Affairs 30. Consequences of land degradation. 1. Food and water security. For instance, land degradation and climate change are estimated to lead to a reduction of global crop yields by about 10% by 2050. Most of this will occur in India, China, and sub-Saharan Africa. 2. Impact on lives. According to UNCCD, the degradation impacts the lives of an estimated 1.3 billion people who are directly exposed to land degradation. 3. Economic impact. The economic impact of land degradation is significant, with countries spending billions of dollars annually to combat desertification, land degradation, and drought. 4. Drought-stricken population. A significant proportion of the world's population live on land affected by drought. Out of 1.84 billion people, 4.7% are exposed to severe or extreme drought. 5. Biodiversity loss. Land degradation leads to loss of biodiversity, affecting ecosystems and species survival. What is land management policy? It refers to a set of guidelines, regulations, and practices established by governments or other relevant authorities to govern the use, development, conservation, and protection of land resources within a particular region or jurisdiction. Challenges of land management in India. Challenges description. Acute disparity between land worlds create significant challenges in managing land. Area and population. India's small geographical area, 2.4% of the world's, and large population, 17% of the. Only about 55% of land is arable, 22% forest cover, leaving 30% degraded. Access to agricultural land is crucial for livelihoods. Competition between agriculture and other land resources. Increasing land stress leads to competition among farmers and sectors, escalating land-based sectors. Prices and conflicts. Adverse effects of climate resilience against disasters like floods, droughts, and pollution, exacerbated by climate change. Land degradation not only affects livelihoods but also weakens natural ecosystems. Change. Sectoral approach to land with private land ownership complicating synchronized approaches. Management. Land management practices in India are fragmented among departments and states. Inadequate land management approaches. lack of preparedness for unforeseen events, and regulatory barriers hinder. Practices administrative complexity, knowledge gaps, short-term planning bias, fragmented app. Effective land management in the country. Suggestions for effective land degradation management. 1. Effective land restoration involves a continuum of activities. Avoid, eliminate practices degrading the environment, from land conversion to socio-economic inequalities. Reduce, adopt sustainable land and water management practices to mitigate degradation. Reverse, revitalize soil, watersheds, and ecosystems to restore degraded land, meeting human needs and improving ecology. 2. Achieving land degradation neutrality, LDN, maintaining or improving land resources to sustain ecosystem functions, services, and food security. 3. Integrated land use planning, identifying optimal land use combinations to meet stakeholder needs sustainably, including identifying global restoration hotspots for maximum benefit. 4. Regenerative agricultural practices, implementing techniques like terrace farming and rainwater harvesting to restore land, increase crop yields, reduce emissions, sequester carbon, and support livelihoods. 5. Establish multi-stakeholder platforms, create district-level platforms involving farmers, policymakers, civil society, and businesses to integrate sectors and address challenges collectively. 6. Adopt climate-smart landscape approach, utilize landscape assessment to allocate land effectively, contributing to climate goals, agricultural productivity, livelihoods, and biodiversity conservation. 7. Promote integrated landscape management, emphasize the systemic approach to land management, drawing on experiences and institutional support, aligning with international conventions for societal well-being. 8. Ensure inclusive engagement, engage parliamentarians to address emerging challenges, and involve all stakeholders horizontally and vertically for sustainable land management policies. 9. Conduct country-level land management assessment, undertake comprehensive assessments of land management practices at the national level, guided by international recommendations, prioritizing co-benefits and ecosystems. 50 www.insightsinIndia.com. Current Affairs 30. Thames Services Conservation. 10. Follow FAO recommendations, urgently address land degradation as highlighted by the FAO, recognizing the critical role of land, soil, and water in ensuring long-term public welfare and sustainability. Initiatives. UNCCD Data Dashboard, highlighting rapid global land degradation. Bond Challenge, restoring 350 million hectares by 2030. Great Green Wall, combating land degradation in Sahel-Saharan Africa. G20 Global Initiative on Reducing Land Degradation and Enhancing Conservation of Terrestrial Habitats, launched in 2020, it aims to prevent, halt and reverse land degradation and reduce degraded land by 50% by 2040. Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, the decade, 2021-2030, is being championed by the UNEP and FAO. India's commitment. Signatory to UNCCD, aiming to restore 26 million hectares by 2030. Pursuing land degradation neutrality. LDN, under 15 Sudanese pounds and 30 piastres. Key reports, COP14, focused on achieving land degradation neutrality. IPCC report, suggested country level stocktaking of land management. FAO report, urged action to address land degradation crisis. Other initiatives, IWMP, Desert Development Program, NAP, GEM, National ACTN Program to Combat Desertification and Land Degradation Atlas, Soil Health Card Scheme. Conclusion. Land degradation is a complex issue with multiple causes and far-reaching consequences. Addressing this issue requires a comprehensive approach that includes sustainable land management practices, conservation efforts, and policies aimed at mitigating the impacts of climate change. Insta links. Forest landscape restoration. Mains links. Q. The process of desertification does not have climate boundaries. Justify with examples. UPSC 2020. Q. In what way do micro-watershed development projects help in water conservation in drought-prone and semi-arid regions of India? UPSC 2016. 51 www.insightsinIndia.com. Prelims links. Q. What is the importances of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification? UPSC 2016. 1. It aims to promote effective action through innovative national programs and supportive international partnerships. 2. It has a particular focus on South Asia and North Africa regions, and its secretariat facilitates the allocation of major portion of financial resources to these regions. 3. It is committed to a bottom-up approach, encouraging the participation of local people in combating desertification. Select the correct answer using the code given below. A. 1 only. B. 2 and 3 only. C. 1 and 3 only. D. 1, 2 and 3 and C. General Studies 4. 1. Examples of ethics. Example 1. Nainital District Magistrate Vandana Singh. She is in the news for her role in diffusing communal violence in Haldwani, Uttarakhand, following the demolition of an illegally constructed madrasa. Despite criticism, Singh has been praised for her efforts in restoring peace. She is a 2012 batch IAS officer known for her notable career in UT Uttarakhand. Nainital District Magistrate Vandana Singh demonstrated ethical values such as 1. Integrity, upholding the law by taking action against illegal structures despite facing criticism. 2. Courage, displaying bravery in diffusing communal tensions and maintaining peace. 3. Accountability, accepting responsibility for her decisions and actions in the face of public scrutiny. 4. Empathy, considering the impact of her decisions on the community and striving for a peaceful resolution. 5. Fairness, ensuring that the law is applied equitably, regardless of public opinion or pressure. Example 2. District Magistrate Divya Mittal. Last year, District Magistrate Divya Mittal of Mirzapur district in Uttar Pradesh garnered attention for her efforts in bringing piped water to Lahuria Dar village, where residents previously relied on tankers and wells. Despite achieving this milestone, she was transferred to Basti district shortly after the water supply inauguration, since the local MLA, MP, and Current Affairs 30. Others were not invited for the event. Mittal, who has an MBA from IIM Bangalore and did her BTech from IIT Delhi, had quit her job as an exotic derivatives trader in London to join the civil services. Mittal's proactive approach and dedication to improving living conditions in rural areas reflected ethical values such as empathy, responsibility, and commitment to public service. Despite the setback of her transfer, Mittal's work left a lasting impact on the community, showcasing her leadership and determination. What does Divya Mittal's transfer mean? Her transfer suggests a potential clash between bureaucrat IC protocol and political expectations. The incident highlights the complexities of governance, where adherence to administrative procedures may conflict with political sensitivities. The potential solution involves 1. Improved communication and collaboration between officials and politicians. 2. Transparency through clear channels of communication. 3. Engagement of local politicians in project planning. 4. Consultation with politicians and community-led. As 5. Conflict resolution through constructive dialogue. 6. Accountability for all parties involved. Content for mains enrichment. 1. OCHER Studio Preserving DHOKRASHILPKALA. Context: Dokra Shilpkala, an ancient metal casting tradition dating back 4,000 years, is preserved through initiatives like Oka Studio in Chhattisgarh. What is Oka Studio? It is an initiative founded by Nisha Bothra in 2018 with the aim of preserving traditional Indian crafts, particularly Dokra Shilpkala. It explores the intersection of heritage art forms with contemporary aesthetics, serving as a platform to showcase and promote these ancient crafts in a modern context. Usage: the example can be used in an initiative to preserve our traditional art forms in the contemporary world. 52 www.insightsinIndia.com. About Dokra Shilpkala. It is an ancient metal casting tradition believed to have originated from the Dokra Dama tribes of central India. It has deep roots in the tribal communities of Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, West Bengal, and Odisha, where it evolved as a cultural and religious practice. The technique involves using the lost wax casting method, known as seer Purdue, which results in intricate designs inspired by nature, mythology, and everyday life. Despite its rich heritage, Dokra Shilpkala faces challenges due to urbanization and mechanized production. 2. Heritage tourism. Context: the President of India cited impressive visitor numbers at prominent sites like Kashi, Mahakal, and Kedar Dham and anticipated tourism to become a significant source of employment in the near future. What is heritage tourism? Heritage tourism involves traveling to places of historical, cultural, and natural significance to explore and experience the preserved remnants of the past. Significance: the significance of heritage tourism lies in preserving and promoting cultural heritage, generating income and employment, enhancing India's image and reputation, and fostering cross-cultural understanding and exchange. Current Affairs 30. India's rich heritage. Aspect examples. Rich cultural heritage. Historical monuments like the Taj Mahal, Qutub Minar. Diverse architectural styles. Jaipur's Hawa Mahal, Hampi's Vijaya Vitala Temple. Ancient temples and shrines. Khajuraho temples, Konark Sun Temple. Vibrant festivals and traditions. Varanasi's Ganga Aarti, Rajasthan's Pushkar Fair. UNESCO World Heritage Sites. Ajanta Caves, Ellora Caves. Red Fort. India boasts 42 World Heritage Sites, including 34 cultural sites, 7 natural sites, and 1 mixed site. Living heritage and crafts. Varanasi's Ghats, Rajasthan's handicrafts. Culinary heritage. Diverse regional cuisines across the country. Pilgrimage centers. Varanasi, Rishikesh, Golden Temple in Amritsar. Strong global presence. The influential Indian diaspora has played a role in promoting India's cultural heritage globally, contributing to increased awareness. Supportive government policies. Initiatives like Incredible India, Swadish Darshan, Prasad, and Adopt a Heritage have been launched by the government to support and promote heritage tourism. Creation of facilities like Bharat Mandapam and Yashubhumi. 3. Draft guidelines for accessibility for the hearing and visually impaired in movie halls. Context: the deadline for public comments on draft accessibility guidelines for movie halls catering to the hearing and visually impaired ends next week. As per the Census 2011, 2.21% of the total population in India has been marked as disabled, of which 19% are with disability in seeing, and another 19% are with disability hearing. What does the guideline include? Aspect: summary. Purpose: to ensure accessibility for the hearing and visually impaired individuals in movie halls. Compliance requirement: film production houses and movie theaters are mandated to provide dedicated shows or accessibility provisions. Accessibility features: audio description, open, closed captioning, Indian Sign Language interpretation. Producer requirement: provide 2 sets of films for certification, 1 original, and 1 with accessibility features. Theatre requirement offer dedicated showings with accessibility services, provide necessary equipment for access. Stability during regular screenings equipment options for phones for audio description. Theatre's smart glasses for captions, closed caption stands, separate small screen for captions, head. Compliance monitoring licensing authorities to monitor accessibility provision. A committee was set up by the I&B Ministry to oversee implementation. Information Publication CBFC to annually publish accessible services provided in certified feature films. The proposal aligns with the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act, 2016, and aims to promote universal access to films. Benefits. The guideline promotes inclusivity and equal access to cultural experiences for individuals with hearing and visual impairments. By mandating accessibility features in movie theaters, the guidelines uphold principles of fairness, dignity, and respect for all members of society. 53 www.insightsinIndia.com. Current Affairs 30. 4. Safe City Project. Context. UN Women has partnered with the Kerala state government to support its Safe City project and Gender Data Hub. They will offer technical assistance in collaboration with the state's gender parks. Background. Ministry of Home Affairs had in 2018 sanctioned Safe City projects under the Nirvaya Fund scheme in 8 cities, including Bengaluru, which involves identifying hotspots for crime against women and deploying infrastructure, technology, and capacity building programs. Technologies deployed as part of the project: audiovisual systems including drones, CCTV cameras and emergency call boxes in vulnerable areas of the city. Other measures: setting up pink police outposts, augmentation of existing Asha Jyoti Kendra, improving street lighting in hotspot areas, setting up pink toilets, Singli emergency number 112, gender sensitization awareness campaigns, etc. Benefits. The Safe City project aims to provide safety, equal ITY, and privacy for women. It prioritizes the safety and security of women while ensuring equality and non-discrimination in urban environments. Usage. The example can be used in questions related to women's safety, gender justice. 5. Economic nationalism. Context. The President has called for economic nationalism for India's growth, urging the import of only essential goods to safeguard foreign exchange and jobs. The government champions vocal for local as integral to self-reliance, echoing the Swadeshi movement. Renowned economic thinkers hold diverse views on economic nationalism. Adam Smith supported free trade and specialization for overall economic welfare. Friedrich List advocated protective tariffs and government intervention to foster domestic industries and national strength. John Maynard Keynes favored international cooperation and trade for global economic stability. Dadabhai Nauroji emphasized self-reliance and economic empowerment for India's development, supporting domestic industries. M. Vishveshvaraya advocated for industrialization and economic self-sufficiency to strengthen India's economy. 54 www.insightsinIndia.com. Issues with economic nationalism include: 1. Trade barriers. Tariffs and trade barriers can trigger trade wars, reducing global trade and harming businesses. 2. Inefficiency. Shielding domestic industries can lead to inefficiencies and lower quality products. 3. Resource misallocation. Prioritizing domestic industries can lead to misallocation of resources, hindering growth. 4. Geopolitical tensions. Economic nationalism can strain international relations and cooperation. 5. Global economic instability. Restrictions on trade and investment can disrupt global markets, leading to instability. Usage. The example can be used in Indian economy, essay. 6. I's impact on meritocracy. What is meritocracy? Meritocracy is a system where individuals progress based on abilities and hard work, not social status. It values fairness, equal opportunity, and personal merit. However, critics argue it can perpetuate inequality and elitism. Different views on meritocracy. Views summary: Michael Young predicted a dystopian future where social class and mobility were solely determined by intelligence and effort. Criticized the emerging trend towards a merit-based system, fearing it would lead to new forms of social stratification. Michael Sandel argued that meritocracy fosters entitlement among the successful and resentment among those left behind, eroding social cohesion. Criticized meritocracy for masking deeper power dynamics and perpetuating social hierarchies. ISTs challenge the notion of merit, highlight post-structural in its socially constructed nature and subjective measurement, emphasize how meritocratic systems can reinforce existing inequalities. Adrian Wool. Dridge emphasized the practical evolution of meritocracy and its potential for reform, acknowledged how meritocracy has inadvertently fostered new inequalities but believes in its intuitive fairness. Proposes reforms including improving access for underprivileged students and advocating better technical education. Current Affairs 30. Artificial Intelligence, I.'s Impact on Meritocracy. 1. Enhancing human abilities. AI's capabilities challenge human merit by surpassing traditional tasks, questioning the relevance of conventional merit metrics. Access to AI tools grants advantages, potentially shifting the definition of individual merit. 2. Exacerbating inequalities. AI-trained systems can perpetuate biases present in historical data, leading to discriminatory outcomes in various sectors. Advanced AI capabilities may displace jobs and polarize the workforce, worsening socioeconomic disparities. 3. Opaque decision-making. The opaque nature of AI algorithms can obscure the criteria for evaluating merit, challenging the transparency and accountability of meritocratic ideals. 4. Data hegemony. Tech giants' access to vast data gives them an advantage in setting standards for merit in the digital age, potentially sidelining smaller players with innovative ideas but limited access to data. Solution. A balanced solution to the debate on AI and meritocracy involves leveraging technology responsibly while upholding the principles of fairness and equality. This includes 1. Ethical AI development. Implementing stringent ethical guidelines for AI development to minimize biases and ensure transparent decision-making processes. 2. Accessible education. Prioritizing accessible education and training programs to equip individuals with the skills needed to thrive in an AI-driven society, thereby democratizing opportunities. 3. Continuous adaptation. Continuously adapting meritocratic systems to accommodate technological advancements and evolving societal needs, ensuring that everyone has a fair chance to succeed. 4. Regulation and oversight. Implementing robust regulations and oversight mechanisms to prevent the concentration of power and data monopolies, promoting competition and innovation. 5. Social safety nets. Establishing comprehensive social safety nets to support individuals adversely affected by AI-driven changes, mitigating socioeconomic disparities and ensuring inclusivity. Usage. The debate can be used in essay, sociology, PSIR, ethics of AI, Indian polity, etc. 7. School where teachers never shout at children. Context. At Uphall Primary School in Ilford, East London, United Kingdom, a different approach to discipline is taken. Head teacher Dr. Kulvan Atwal believes in not shouting at pupils or resorting to detentions or suspensions. Instead, misbehaving children are given learning opportunities through discussions about their actions, emotions, and alternative behaviors. The school's approach is part of UNICEF's Rights Respecting scheme, promoting children's rights and involvement in school life. It encourages schools to adopt similar approaches to reduce absenteeism and suspensions, aiming to create safer environments for children. Other benefits: this approach fosters a positive and supportive environment, encourages open communication, and promotes empathy and understanding. It helps children learn from their mistakes, develop emotional intelligence, and build healthier relationships with peers and adults. 8. Capitalism and its types. Context: capitalism exhibits diverse variations both between and within countries, with the classic division between liberal market economies, LMEs, and coordinated market economies, CMEs. What is capitalism? Capitalism is an economic system characterized by private ownership of the means of production and the pursuit of profit. In capitalist economies, goods and services are produced and distributed based on market demand and supply, with minimal government intervention. For example, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Germany are often cited as examples of countries with capitalist economies. 55 www.insightsinIndia.com. Current Affairs 30. Type of capitalism. Type of capitalism characteristics liberal market economy. LMEs, examples, US, UK, Canada, emphasis on free market principles, minimal state intervention. Firms interact mainly through market mechanisms, coordinated market. Economies, CMEs, examples, Germany, Japan, firms rely on non-market relationships for coordination, strongly. Bull unions, close collaboration between government and industry. Intermediate models. Mediterranean capitalism, found in Spain and Italy, combines elements from LMEs and CMEs, between LMEs and notable presence of family businesses and state intervention. CMEs. East Asian capitalism, seen in South Korea and Singapore, mixes state-guided policies with market operations, often focusing on export-driven growth. Social capitalism, characteristic of Sweden, a blend of market mechanisms and strong social welfare systems. State-guided capitalism, e.g., China. The state plays a crucial role in controlling and guiding the economy, often through ownership of key sectors. Types of capitalism. VA. Varieties within a country. Informal sector, small, labor-intensive businesses operating in competitive markets with less than 20 employees. Formal competitive sector, medium-sized enterprises, operating in competitive markets as price takers without significant market power. Formal oligopolistic sector, a small number of large firms with significant market share, further divided into non-politically connected firms and politically connected oligopolistic sectors. Major ideas of thinkers about capitalism. 1. Adam Smith championed the concept of the invisible hand in The Wealth of Nations, arguing that individual pursuit of self-interest in free markets leads to overall societal benefit. 2. Karl Marx critiqued capitalism as inherently exploitative, with a focus on the class struggle between the bourgeoisie, owners of the means of production, and the proletariat, workers. He advocated for the overthrow of capitalism in favor of socialism. 3. John Maynard Keynes introduced Keynesian economics, advocating for government intervention in the economy to manage demand and stabilize fluctuations. He emphasized the role of aggregate demand and the importance of fiscal policy in achieving full employment and economic stability. Indian style of capitalism. The Indian style of capitalism combines state intervention with market forces, aiming for inclusive growth. It leverages a diverse and youthful population and fosters entrepreneurship. While facing challenges like bureaucratic hurdles, it adapts to India's unique developmental needs. It provides a framework for balancing social welfare with economic growth. Usage. It can be used in economy optional, GS3 paper, essay. 9. Equal opportunities policy for transgender persons. Context. The Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment has introduced India's first equal opportunities policy for transgender persons, aimed at fostering a workplace environment devoid of discrimination, harassment, and bias. Key highlights of the policy. Highlights details the policy aligns with the Transgender Persons, Protection of Rights, Rules 2020 and Transgender Persons, Protection of Rights, Act, 2019. It allows transgender individuals to choose their pronouns, gender, and preferred names, which must be respected in all official communications. It emphasizes confidential ITY regarding gender identity and prohibits disclosure without consent. Bullying based on gender identity is strictly prohibited. 56 www.insightsindia.com. Current Affairs 30. Scope applicable to all employees of Moj and its operations. Acts as a guiding document for business partner workforce, interns, trainees, etc. Objective to create an atmosphere ensuring fair treatment of transgender individuals, free from discrimination, harassment, and bias, while establishing a robust grievance redress mechanism. Policy state. Ments non-discrimination and enabling work environment, prohibits discrimination based on gender identity in recruitment, appointment, promotion, etc. Privacy and confidentiality, non-disclosure of gender identity without explicit consent. Access to facilities, ensure infrastructure facilities, such as unisex toilets, and amenities, such as hygiene products, are provided to transgender persons. Grievance redressal mechanism, to redress instances of experienced discrimination or harassment based on gender identity. 10. Accordion tax. The accordion tax is a progressive taxation system aimed at redistributing income from the wealthy to the poor while maintaining incentives for innovation and entrepreneurship. It operates by taxing higher income individuals more heavily, similar to how an accordion expands and contracts. Example: in India, the income tax rates increase as the taxable income increases. Individuals with higher incomes are subject to higher tax rates, while those with lower incomes face lower tax rates. Economic thinker. Economic thinker views. Adam Smith emphasizes the importance of market forces and individual self-interest in driving economic growth. Argues against excessive government interference in taxation, favoring policies that promote competition and free exchange. John Maynard with principles of social justice and equitable wealth distribution. Keynes supports progressive taxation and government intervention to reduce income inequality, aligning. Amartya Sen argues for a nuanced approach to taxation that considers its impact on social welfare and individual freedoms, emphasizing the importance of balancing redistribution with incentives for innovation and growth. Jagdish Bhagwati expresses skepticism towards excessive taxation, warning of potential negative consequences on entrepreneurship and economic growth. Advocates for policies that encourage investment and innovation. Hijat Banerjee supports progressive taxation as a means to address income inequality and promote social welfare, but emphasizes the need for careful implementation to avoid disincentivizing wealth creation and economic dynamism. Raghuram Rajan advocates for policies that strike a balance between addressing income inequality and fostering economic growth. Suggests that taxation should be designed to promote fairness while incentivizing productivity and investment. 11. HOMOSEP Atom. Context: India's first septic tank cleaning robot, the HOMOSEP Atom, developed by the startup Salinas incubated at the DSTTBI of IIT Madras, is revolutionizing sanitation practices across India. Benefits: this innovative technology eliminates manual scavenging by employing robotic cleaning methods, reducing costs, and promoting sewer sanitation. The HOMOSEP Atom has been deployed in 16 cities, offering extensive cleaning capabilities and employing AI for the inspection and management of confined spaces. 57 www.insightsindia.com. Current Affairs 30. Salinas, with support from DST, specializes in developing miniature robots, addressing water and sanitation challenges, climate change issues, and human concerns like manual scavenging. Their technologies, such as Endobot and Swasth AI, detect and mitigate water contamination and pipeline defects, contributing significantly to water access and environmental sustainability. Usage. The example can be used to show the values of 1. Firstly, it promotes human dignity by preventing individuals from being subjected to hazardous and degrading work conditions. 2. Secondly, it fosters equality by providing a safer and more dignified work environment for sanitarian workers, regardless of their background or social status. 3. Additionally, it demonstrates responsibility towards society by addressing a pressing social issue and contributing to public health and well-being. 4. Finally, it reflects a commitment to innovation and progress by leveraging technology to solve long-standing societal challenges and improve the quality of life for vulnerable populations. 12. Green election. Context. Encouraging eco-conscious electoral practices in India is imperative amidst the climate crisis. What is a green election? A green election refers to an electoral process that prioritizes eco-conscious practices to minimize environmental impact. This includes reducing carbon footprints through measures such as using sustainable materials for campaign materials, adopting digital voting systems, promoting energy-efficient transportation, and minimizing waste generation. Initiatives for green elections in India and worldwide. India. 1. Electronic voting machines, introduced during 1998-2001. 2. Kerala's ban on single-use plastic. During the 2019 general election, the Kerala State Election Commission urged political parties to avoid single-use plastic materials while campaigning. The Kerala High Court subsequently imposed a ban on flex and non-biodegradable materials in electioneering. 3. Goa's eco-friendly election booths. In 2022, the Goa State Biodiversity Board implemented eco-friendly election booths for the assembly elections, utilizing biodegradable materials crafted by local traditional artisans. 58 www.insightsinindia.com. Worldwide. 1. Sri Lanka. Carbon-sensitive election campaign. Sri Lanka's SLPP party launched the world's first carbon-sensitive environmentally friendly election campaign in 2019. They measured carbon emissions from campaign vehicles and electricity usage and compensated for these emissions by planting trees in each district, involving public participation. 2. Estonia. Digital voting. Estonia introduced digital voting as an online alternative during elections. This method encouraged voter participation and reduced the environmental impact associated with traditional voting methods. Facts for prelims. GS1. 1. Subika paintings. Context. An assistant professor from Manipur University is dedicated to preserving the ancient painting style used in Puyas, archaic Manipuri manuscripts, specifically the Subika paintings, which are on the verge of extinction. About Subika paintings. The Subika painting style is deeply connected to the current affairs 30. Meitei community's cultural history through its 6 living manuscripts, Subika, Subika Akuba, Subika Lashaba, Subika Chudit, Subika Chithal and Thengrakil Subika. The paintings are a composition of cultural motifs created by pre-existing features and other influences. However, the Subika painting style is nearly extinct due to neglect. The Subika Lashaba is a composition of cultural motifs influenced by the cultural worldviews of the community. Its illustrations incorporate visual elements like lines, shapes, forms, colors, and patterns. These visual images serve as cultural motifs, creating visual effects and expressing cultural significance. The paintings are done on handmade paper, and the materials for manuscripts, such as handmade paper or tree bark, are prepared locally. 2. MarkamakHya Divyalok Pariyyojana. Context. The Prime Minister laid the foundation stone for Markamakya Divyalok Pariyojana, which aims to enhance access and amenities for pilgrims visiting the Kamakya Temple under the PM Divine scheme. The Kamakya Temple is a significant pilgrimage site and one of the largest Shakti shrines in India. It is located on the Neelachal Hills in Guwahati, Assam. The temple is dedicated to the goddess Kamakya and is a center of tantric practices. It is also the site of the Ambubachi Mela, an annual festival that celebrates the goddess's menstruation. About PM Divine is a central sector scheme introduced in the Union Budget 2022-23. It aims to fund infrastructure projects and support social development initiatives in the Northeast region, ENA. Implemented by the Ministry of Development of the Northeast region, it focuses on ensuring connectivity, addressing critical issues, and empowering youth and women in the NER. 3. Grammy Awards 2024. Context: Shankar Mahadevan and Zakir Hussain's fusion band Shakti earned recognition at the 66th Grammy Awards in Los Angeles, winning the Global Music Album Award for their album, This Moment. Formation: Shakti was formed in 1973 after the disbandment of the first Mahavishnu Orchestra. Album: Shakti reformed in 2020 and released their first album in 46 years, This Moment, in 2023, featuring 8 new compositions. 59 www.insightsindia.com. The highlight is the historic achievement of Ustad Zakir Hussain winning 3 Grammys in one night. The Grammy Awards, often referred to simply as the Gram-MYS, is an annual ceremony recognizing outstanding achievements in the music industry. Hosted by the Recording Academy, the awards cover various genres and categories, including pop, rock, rap, country, classical, and more. Winners are selected through a voting process involving music industry professionals. The Grammy Awards ceremony features live performances by popular artists and serves as a platform to celebrate artistic excellence and innovation in music. 4. Underwater Canyon. Context: the Geological Institute of Israel has discovered a previously unknown underwater canyon near Cyprus, named Eratosthenes after the nearby underwater mountain. This canyon dates back to the Messenian event approximately 5.5 million years ago. It measures about 10 kilometers wide and 500 meters deep and was formed during a period of decreased Mediterranean sea levels and increased salinity, resulting in gravity currents and subsidence of the seabed. This discovery sheds light on the environmental conditions during the Messenian event, also known as the Messenian salinity crisis, when the Mediterranean Sea experienced partial or nearly complete desiccation. A submarine canyon is a steep-sided valley that cuts into the continental slopes and rises of the ocean. 5. Sachendra Nath Bose. Context: Sachendra Nath Bose, born on January 1, 1894, and passing away on February 4, 1974, was an eminent Indian mathematician and physicist renowned for his collaboration with Albert Einstein in developing a theory concerning current affairs. 30. The gas-like properties of electromagnetic radiation. Bose's contributions to quantum physics are significant, with his name associated with the boson particle, Bose-Einstein condensate, and Bose-Einstein statistics. His achievements earned him prestigious honours, including the Padma Vibhushan, India's second-highest civilian award, and a Nobel Prize nomination for his contributions to Bose-Einstein statistics. Contributions: his groundbreaking work introduced a new class of particles and laid the foundation for quantum statistics, bridging the gap between classical and modern quantum mechanics. His collaboration with Einstein led to the development of the Bose-Einstein condensate theory, predicting the existence of a unique state of matter. Deduced Planck's black-body radiation law without any reference to classical electrodynamics. Einstein applied Bose's method to give the theory of ideal quantum gas and predicted the phenomenon of Bose-Einstein condensation, Beck. 6. Cockburrock. Context: after protests and dialogue, the Tripura Board of Secondary Education, TBSE, has announced that both Roman and Bengali scripts will be allowed for Cockburrock exams. Cockburrock is the mother tongue of the Burric people, also. 60 www.insightsindia.com. Known as Tripuris, residing in Tripura and other northeastern states, including Uttarakhand. As a member of the Tibeto-Burman language family, it serves as the lingua franca among various tribal communities in Tripura. Additionally, Kokborok is officially recognized as one of the state languages of Tripura. 7. DEEPASTAMBHAM, lamppost. Context. Archaeologists in Nalgonda, Telangana, uncovered a significant discovery, a 20-foot-tall lamppost along the river Krishna, shedding light on the region's trade connections during the early medieval period. The pillar bears a multilingual inscription dating back to June 1635, primarily in Telugu with traces of Tamil. Dedicated to Kasi Viswanatha, the pillar likely served as a lighthouse on the riverine trade route due to its imposing height. The inscription credits Madaraju Narasaya for engraving it and Polanedu, son of Vali Munalaya, for its erection. This finding suggests active trade links in the area, supported by the discovery of an 8th century inscription from the Badami Chalukya era, affirming the village's role in trade routes over millennia. 8. PARUVETAUTSAVAM. Context. Efforts are underway to secure UNESCO recognition for the annual Paraveta mock hunting festival, held at the Sri Narasimha Swami Temple in Ahobila as an intangible cultural heritage. Legend has it that Lord Vishnu, in his incarnation as Narasimha, married a tribal girl named Chenchu Lakshmi, and the festival commemorates this union. Participants observe Narasimha Diksha by wearing yellow robes and Tulasi Mala, and practicing celibacy. The festival highlights the absence of caste discrimination, with temple staff residing in tribal hamlets throughout the event. The ceremony involves tribals shooting arrows at the deity's palanquin as a sign of reverence and protection. The Ahobila Mutt has historically promoted the festival to spread Srivashnavism among tribal communities, further affirming the tribal link to Lord Vishnu, top of form. 9. Ajanta and Ellora Caves under Current Affairs 30. Swadesh Darshan Scheme. Context. The Ministry of Tourism has included the UNESCO World Heritage Sites of Ajanta and Ellora Caves in its Swadesh Darshan Scheme 2, aimed at developing sustainable tourism destinations in India. Ajanta Caves. Ellora Caves. Location. Ajanta is a series of rock-cut caves in the Sahyadri. It is located nearly 100 km away from Ajanta Ranges, Western Ghats, on Waghora River near Aurangabad in Maharashtra. Caves in the Sahyadri range of Maharashtra. Number of caves. There are a total of 29 caves, all Buddhist, of which it is a group of 34 caves, 17 Brahmanical, 1225 were used as viharas or residential caves while Buddhist, and 5 Jain. 4 were used as chaitya or prayer halls. Time of develop. The caves were developed in the period between these set of caves were developed during the 200 BC to 650 AD. The Ajanta caves were inscribed by the Buddhist monks, under the patron period between the 5th and 11th centuries AD. Age of the Vakataka kings, Harishena being a by various guilds from Vidarbha, Karnataka. Prominent 1. Reference of the Ajanta caves Canon Tamil Nadu. Be found in the travel accounts of Chinese Buddhist travelers Fa Hien and Hien Sang. Prominent Fa. Tours painting. The figures in these caves were done us in fresco painting. The outlines of the paintings remarkable cave temple, the most remarkable, were done in red color. One of the striking Fa tours is the absence of blue color in the paint. Of the cave temples is Kailasa, Kailasanatha, Cave 16, named for the mountain in the Kailasa. Ings. The paintings are generally themed around range of the Himalayas where the Hindu god. Buddhism. The life of Buddha and Jataka stories. UNESCO site. The caves were designated a UNESCO World Heritage. Shiva resides. Tage site in 1983. The Ellora complex was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1983. The Swadesh Darshan scheme, launched in 2015, is a centrally funded initiative to enhance tourism infrastructure across the country, with 15 themes for developing theme-based tourist circuits. 10. Bharat Ratna. Context: the Bharat Ratna, India's highest civilian honour, will be awarded to former Prime Ministers P.V. Narasimha Rao and Chaudhry Charan Singh, along with Green Revolution pioneer M.S. Swaminathan, making this year's list the longest ever announced in a single year. The Bharat Ratna is India's highest civilian award, conferred by the President of India in recognition of exceptional service or performance of the highest order in any field of human endeavour. Established in 1954, the Bharat Ratna is awarded to individuals regardless of occupation, race, or religion. Recipients of this prestigious award receive a certificate signed by the President and a people leaf-shaped medallion. Contributions: Ms. Swaminathan, P.V. Narasimha Rao, Chaudhry Charan Singh. 61 www.insightsinIndia.com. Current Affairs 30. Known as the father of the Greening Prime Minister in 1991. Prominent political figure in Uttar Pradesh. Revolution. Almost quit politics before BCom. Played a significant role in revolutionizing farming in the 1960s and emerged as Congress president, advocated for peasant rights and rural is. 1970s. After the assassination of Rajiv Su's Gandhi. Inspired by the Bengal famine and preferred choice due to experience zamindari abolition and land ceiling. Mahatma Gandhi's Quit India movement. And support from key figures. Instrumental in implementing legislation for dedicated career to agricultural research, serving in various institutions globally. Developed high-yielding varieties of, became Prime Minister in June, entered national politics, serving as Deputy Rice and Wheat Essential for India's 1991 after the party's electoral Prime Minister under Morarji Desai. Staple foods. Elected Congress President in Maytur in 1967. 1991. Became UP's first non-Congress chief minis. Success. Collaborated with Nobel laureate. His candidacy was supported by short-lived tenure as Prime Minister in 1979, Norman Borlaug, in developing semi-dwarf wheat varieties. Recognized globally, INCLUD being the first World Food Prize laureate in 1987. Recommended fair minimum support prices for crops, ensuring farmers' welfare. Key figures like President R. Venkataraman. Lasting only 23 days. Hailed as a champion of the peasantry and is credited with creating a new political class encompassing farming communities. His political influence and legacy continue through his family, particularly his son Ajit Singh and grandson Jayant Chowdhury. www.insightsinIndia.com. 62. Current Affairs 30. 11. Category 6 Hurricanes. Context: some experts are proposing the creation of a new hurricane category, Category 6, to account for increasingly intense tropical storms driven by climate change. Currently, the Saffir-Simpson scale, with 5 categories, tops out at Category 5, but storms with winds exceeding 192 miles per hour would qualify for the new category. The Saffir-Simpson Hurricane Wind Scale, SSHWS, is a tool that helps emergency officials determine the wind hazards of an approaching hurricane. The scale is a 1 to 5 rating based on a hurricane's sustained wind speed. The scale's categories are: Category 1, a minimal hurricane. Categories 3 to 5, major hurricanes, which are considered to have the potential for significant loss of life and damage. Category 5, a worst-case scenario. 63 www.insightsinIndia.com. 12. Swami Dayanand Saraswati. Context: The Prime Minister emphasized the importance of integrating Indian values into the education system during a virtual address commemorating the 200th birth anniversary of Arya Samaj founder Swami Dayanand Saraswati. 13. Hori Habba. Context. During the annual Hori Habba bull races in Karnataka's Shivamogga district, 2 individuals lost their lives in separate incidents. Hori Habba, also known as Hatti Habba or Kobari Hori competition, is a rural sport where trained bulls and cattle are made to run through crowds. Catchers try to stop the cattle and steal prizes like cash, copra, and gift items. Hori Habba is usually held during the harvesting season between Deepavali and Sankranti festivals. 14. Kotravai sculpture. Context. A team of archaeologists discovered an 8th century Kotravai sculpture near Ulandarpet, in Tamil Nadu dating back to the Pallava period. The sculpture stands 5 feet tall and 4 feet wide, depicting Kotravai with 8 hands, characteristic of the 8th century. The sculpture features various elements such as chakara, sword, bell, and abhaya mudra in the current affairs 30. Right hands, and conch, bow, shield, and uru mudra in the left hands, along with bangles. Kotravai is the Tamil goddess of war and victory. She is also the mother goddess, and the goddess of fertility, agriculture, and hunters. Her name comes from the Tamil word koram, which means victory, success, or bravery. 15. Jnanpith Award. Context. Renowned poet and lyricist Gulzar, along with Sanskrit scholar Swami Rambhadracharya, has been honored with the prestigious Jnanpith Award. The award recognizes their exceptional contributions to literature. Gulzar is celebrated for his impactful poetry and timeless lyrics in Bollywood, while Swami Rambhadracharya is acknowledged for his scholarly works in Sanskrit. The Jnanpith Award is a prestigious accolade in the field of literature, highlighting the remarkable achievements of individuals who have enriched the literary landscape with their talent and dedication. 16. Uttirot Singh. Context. A statue of Uttirot Singh, a Khasi freedom fighter who rebelled against British colonialism around 200 years ago, was unveiled at the Indira Gandhi Cultural Centre in Dhaka. 64 www.insightsindia.com. About Tirot Singh. Tirot Singh, also known as the hero of the Khasi Hills, led an attack against British forces in 1829, resisting their attempts to control the Khasi Hills. Captured after the Anglo-Khasi War, he died as a political prisoner in Dhaka in 1835. 17. Rip Currents. Context. The Indian National Centre for Ocean Information Services, INCOIS, and the Indian Space Research Organisation, ISRO, are collaborating on a project to monitor rip currents more effectively to enhance beach safety. About rip currents. A rip current is a strong, narrow flow of water moving directly away from the shore, cutting through the lines of breaking waves. They pose a significant risk to beachgoers who might inadvertently enter one and attempt to swim directly back to shore, a response that can lead to exhaustion and, in the worst cases, drowning. It's crucial to distinguish rip currents from rip tides, with the latter relating to tidal movements through narrow coastal features and not the shore-directed flow of rip currents. Current Affairs 30. The Indian National Centre for Ocean Information Services, INCOIS, is an autonomous organization that provides ocean information services. It was established in 1999 as a division of the Earth System Science Organization, ESO, in New Delhi. 18. Morodharo. Context. Residents of Lodrani unearthed a Harappan-era fortified settlement. The site, named Morodharo, yielded a large quantity of Harappan pottery similar to that found in Dholavira. The settlement, dating back 4,500 years, shows architectural similarities to Dholavira and depended on the sea, suggesting that the desert was once navigable water. 65 www.insightsindia.com. 19. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Context: Pune city commemorated the birth anniversary of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Maharashtra Chief Minister paid tribute to Shivaji Maharaj at Shivneri Fort. About Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, born in 1630 in Shivneri in what is now Maharashtra, India, was a revered warrior king and the founder of the Maratha Empire. His leadership was marked by his dedication to the welfare of his subjects, regardless of their caste or religion, earning him the title, Rayateka Raja, King of the People. Shivneri Fort is an ancient military fortification in the Pune district of Maharashtra, India. The 17th century fort is known as the birthplace of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, the founder of the Maratha Empire. It was an important citadel during Maratha rule. 20. Rani Chenamma. Context: commemorating the 200th anniversary of Rani Chennamma's rebellion, social groups across India are organizing a national campaign called, Nanu Rani Chennamma, I am Rani Chennamma too. This campaign aims to empower women to fight against patriarchal, anti-democratic, and casteist forces in the country, drawing inspiration from Rani Chennamma's legacy of courage and resistance. Current Affairs 30. About Rani Chennamma. Rani Chennamma, the Queen of Khitta, led the Khitta Revolt of 1824, one of the earliest woman-led anti-colonial struggles against British rule in India. Born in 1778 in present-day Karnataka, she married Raja Malasaja of Khitta and played a crucial role in defending her kingdom after his death. When the British refused to recognize her adopted son as the successor under the doctrine of lapse, she led a rebel line against them. Despite initial success, the British eventually captured Khitta Fort in December 1824, leading to Rani Chennamma's imprisonment and subsequent death in 1829. Her bravery and leadership in resisting colonial oppression have made her a symbol of Karnataka's political imagination and a significant figure in Indian history. 21. Makkhabusha. Context: on Makkhabusha, nearly 100,000 devotees in Bangkok paid homage to the sacred relics of Lord Buddha and his two disciples, Arahata Sariputra and Arahata Maudgalyayana. Arahata Sariputra and Arahata Maudgalyayana are two of the Buddha's most important disciples. They are often depicted together in Buddhist art, with Sariputra on the Buddha's right and Maudgalyayana on his left. These relics were brought from India. The four holy Paiparawa relics were enshrined at the specially built pagoda in the Sanam Luang Pavilion in Bangkok on February 23 for public veneration. Makkhabusha, also known as Mahapuja, is a Buddhist holiday that marks a 3-day period and is celebrated in many countries, including Thailand, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Sri Lanka. Makkhabusha Day is a significant Buddhist holiday that commemorates the fourfold assembly of 1,250 enlightened monks that took place over 2,500 years ago. The meeting is 66 www.insightsinIndia.com. Known as the Chaturanga Sanabat, or the Fourfold Assembly, and is considered a religious miracle in Buddhist law. 22. Badamichalukya temples. Context: 2 Badami Chalukya temples, estimated to be 1,300–1,500 years old, along with a 1,200-year-old label inscription, were recently discovered in Mudimanikyam village on the banks of the Krishna River. The Badami Chalukyas, established by Pulakeshi I in 550 AD, ruled from Badami, Vatapi, in Karnataka. They were known for the unique Vesara style of architecture, a blend of South Indian and North Indian styles, seen in monuments like the rock-cut temples of Patadakal, Badami, and Aihole. GS2. 1. Nematodes. Context: researchers have identified a new species of nematode, called Steinerma adamsi, that could be used to control crop pests in warm, humid regions. These nematodes belong to the Steinerma family, known for their use in agriculture to combat insect parasites without pesticides. The nematodes are efficient insect killers, with the ability to rapidly multiply in the soil after infecting their hosts. Named after American biologist Byron Adams, this new species has been described as nearly invisible to the naked eye and just under 1 millimeter long. About nematodes. Nematodes are microscopic, roundworms that are one of the most common life forms on Earth. They are also known as roundworms or eelworms and are part of the phylum. Current Affairs 30. Nematoda. Nematodes are found on every continent, including deserts, swamps, oceans, the tropics, and Antarctica. Most species are free-living and feed on microorganisms, but many are parasitic. Parasitic worms can cause soil-transmitted helminthiasis. 2. INFEXNTM. Context. Kerala is preparing to introduce INFEXNTM, India's first genomics-based test for diagnosing infectious diseases, through a collaboration between IIT Bombay-based Haystack Analytics and NIMS Medicity. INFEXNTM is designed to detect bacterial and fungal infections, as well as antimicrobial resistance genes, and can be performed within hospital settings. This test represents a significant breakthrough in medical diagnostics and promises to deliver precise results within 24 hours by utilizing genome sequencing technology. 3. Future Circular Collider. Context. Scientists at CERN are advancing plans for a multi-billion euro project to construct a larger and more potent particle collider called the Future Circular Collider. Estimated to cost around 16 billion euros, the collider aims to commence operations by 2040. The Future Circular Collider, FCC, is a particle accelerator that is being designed to host the next generation of particle colliders. The FCC is expected to be completed in 2035 and will have a significantly higher energy than previous colliders. The FCC is an international design study that aims to create a hadron collider with a center of mass energy of around 100 TeV. The collider will be built in a new tunnel that is 80 to 100. 67 www.insightsindia.com. Kilometer long. The FCC is intended to extend the research currently being conducted at the Large Hadron Collider, LHC. The LHC is located near Geneva, Switzerland, and has been operational since 2010. 4. Ultra-cold atoms. Context. Researchers at the Raman Research Institute, RRI, have developed a new image correction technique to enhance the study of cold atoms, particularly those at absolute zero temperatures. This technique eliminates 50% of unwanted interference fringes in images, crucial for understanding the quantum mechanics properties of cold atoms. Traditional imaging techniques suffer from interference fringes, reducing result quality and accuracy in parameters like atom number and temperature. The new algorithm, detailed in a recent paper in Applied Optics, significantly reduces interference fringes and improves temperature uncertainty in cold rubidium atoms by 50%. This technique holds promise for the widespread application of absorption imaging in the study of ultracold atoms in condensed matter physics. An ultracold atom is an atom with a temperature close to absolute zero. At these temperatures, an atom's quantum mechanical properties become important. Ultracold gases are ensembles of atoms held at a temperature close to absolute zero. Such systems enable the creation of exotic phenomena such as Bose-Einstein condensation. The field of quantum gases or ultracold atoms is the fastest expanding and most interdisciplinary field in physics today. The experimental branch of this field uses the techniques of atomic, molecular, and optical physics to study many body systems consisting of extremely cold trapped atoms. 5. The High Altitude Pseudo-Satellite Vehicle, HAPS. Context. The National Aerospace Laboratories, NAL, in Current Affairs 30. Bengaluru has successfully conducted the first test of a solar-powered, pseudo-satellite, called HAPS, High Altitude Pseudo-Satellite, a new type of unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV. HAPS can fly at altitudes of 18–20 kilometers, remain airborne for months or even years, and offer surveillance capabilities similar to satellites but at a lower cost. HAP's development addresses the need for continuous surveillance of border areas, inspired by events like the Doklam standoff in 2017. HAPS has potential applications in disaster response and providing mobile communication networks in remote areas. Other countries like China, South Korea, and the UK are also developing similar technology. 6. PACE satellite. Context: NASA's PACE Plankton, Aerosol, Cloud, Ocean Ecosystem satellite was successfully launched on a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket to be placed in a sun-synchronous orbit. PACE aims to study how climate change impacts ocean phytoplankton blooms, which are crucial for the marine food web. Additionally, it will investigate the influence of airborne particles on cloud formation and the Earth's temperature regulation. 7. TRICHOGLOSSUMSYAMVISWANATHII. Context: scientists have discovered a new fungus species named Trichoglossum syamviswanathi in Kerala. This species, belonging to the family Geoglossaceae, was found in the Bambusatum of the KFRI Field Research Center in Thrissur. It's named after Syam Viswanath, a former director of KFRI. The discovery highlights the rich fungal diversity in the Western Ghats. Trichoglossum species are globally distributed and play a role in decomposing organic matter, aiding nutrient recycling in forest ecosystems. The discovery was made by researchers from KFRI, the Botanical Survey of India, and the University of Hyderabad, and the findings were published in the journal Pecunia, Molecular Phylogeny and Evolution of Fungi. 8. PRABHAAV. Context: the Small Industries Development Bank of India, SIDBI, has released the CRISIL study report named PRABAV, assessing the impact of the Fund of Funds for Start. 68 www.insightsinIndia.com. UPS, FFS, a key initiative under the Startup India Action Plan. Managed by SIDBI on behalf of the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, DPIIT, the FFS has been instrumental in catalyzing investments. The scheme has also supported startups in emerging sectors such as deep tech, agri-tech, health tech, and financial services. The report was presented to officials from the Ministry of Finance and DPIIT, who commended SIDBI's efforts in managing the scheme and achieving positive outcomes. 9. TOKENISATION of Assets and GovERNMENT bonds. Context: the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, plans to explore the tokenization of assets and government bonds as part of its Wholesale Central Bank Digital Currency, CBDC, pilot project, focusing on testing the technology rather than generating large transaction volumes. Asset tokenization is the process of converting the value of a tangible or intangible asset into a digital token using blockchain technology. This transformation allows for fractional ownership, increased liquidity, clear traceability and auditability. The Reserve Bank of India, RBI, launched the Wholesale CBDC pilot program on November 1, 2022. The pilot program is used to settle secondary market transactions in government securities. The program is called the Digital Rupee Wholesale, EW. The RBI also launched a retail CBDC pilot program in December 2022 for P2P and P2M transactions. Current Affairs 30. 10. 3 new initiatives to bolster crop insurance. Context: the Agriculture Minister recently launched 3 initiatives aimed at bolstering crop insurance and supporting farmers in India. The initiatives include the Kisan Rakshak Helpline 14447 and portal, the Agri-Insurance Sandbox Framework Platform SARTHI, and a Learning Management System LMS platform. Platform description: SARTHI, developed in collaboration with UNDP India, provides a comprehensive suite of insurance products tailored for farmers and rural India, simplifies the insurance process, offers digital payment options, aims to address farmers' grievances. Krishi Rakshak portal and helpline transparently, provides real-time assist. KRPH 14447. TANS LMS platform facilitates training and knowledge sharing for stakeholders implementing agricultural schemes like PMFBY, MIIIS, and KCC. These initiatives aim to empower farmers technically and digitally, aligning with the government's vision to transform India's agriculture sector. 11. Frozen smoke. Context. Researchers have developed a groundbreaking sensor frozen smoke, or aerogels, which can detect formaldehyde in real time at concentrations as low as 8 parts per billion. Formaldehyde is a common indoor air pollutant emitted by various household items. This innovation could significantly enhance indoor air quality monitoring and help mitigate health risks associated with VOCs. Frozen smoke is a nickname for aerogel, a silica-based material that's the lightest solid known. Aerogel is also known as solid smoke, solid air, solid cloud, and blue smoke. 12. 3D printed brain tissue. Context. Scientists have achieved a significant breakthrough by developing the world's first 3D printed brain tissue that mimics natural brain behavior. This innovation holds great promise for advancing research into neurological and neurodevelopmental disorders like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. 69 www.insightsindia.com. How it was made. Unlike traditional methods, the scientists employed a unique approach, stacking layers horizontally and using a softer, bio-ink, gel to support brain cells. The resulting tissue allows neurons to grow and communicate with each other effectively. This breakthrough could revolutionize stem cell biology, neuroscience, and our understanding of various brain disorders. 13. Micellar water. Context. Micellar water is a popular product for removing makeup and sunscreen due to its effective cleansing properties. It contains micelles, clusters of molecules that are adept at removing oily substances. How it works. Micelles are formed by surfactants, molecules with both hydrophilic, water-loving, and hydrophobic, water-hating, properties. When applied to a cotton pad, the hydrophilic heads of the micelles are attracted to the wet surface while the hydrophobic tails bind to contaminants on the skin, effectively removing them. Unlike harsh detergents, micellar water contains mild surfactants suitable for skin use. 14. State of the World's Migratory Species Report. Context. The first ever State of the World's Migratory Species Report, launched by the Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species of Wild Animals, CMS, reveals concerning trends. Key findings. Nearly half of migratory species listed under CMS are declining in population. More than 1 in 5 CMS-listed species are threatened with extinction, with 97% of listed fish facing extinction risk. Overexploitation and habitat loss due to human activity are the greatest threats to migratory species. Climate change, pollution, and invasive species also impact migratory species significantly. Despite CMS listing, many migratory species are at risk, with 399 threatened species not currently listed under CMS. Key recommendations include tackling illegal and unsustainable practices, protecting vital sites for migratory species, addressing species most at risk of extinction, scaling up efforts to combat climate change and pollution, and expanding CMS listings to include more at-risk species. Current Affairs 30. 15. Kaji Nemu. Context. The Assam government has declared Kaji Nemu, citrus lemon, as the state fruit, highlighting its unique aroma, antioxidant properties, and significance in local cuisines. Known for its juiciness and medicinal properties, Kaji Nemu has attracted buyers from countries like the United Kingdom and the United Arab Emirates. Assam boasts 16 species and 52 hybrid varieties of citrus, with Kaji Nemu being available throughout the year. 16. TERAI Arc Landscape TAL. Context: Nepal's Terai Arc Landscape TAL initiative earns UN recognition for ecosystem restoration, boosting hopes despite challenges like infrastructure expansion and human-wildlife conflict. What is Terai Arc Landscape TAL? It is a transboundary biodiversity hotspot launched in 2001. It aims to conserve critical habitats for tigers, rhinos, elephants, etc., covering ecosystems of the Terai and Churia Hills. Spanning over 900 kilometers from the Bagmati River, Nepal, to the Yamuna River, India, it extends across 5 million hectares and supports over 7 million people. www.insightsinIndia.com. 70. What is the Terai Arc Landscape TAL initiative? The Terai Arc Landscape TAL initiative is a pioneering landscape-level ecosystem restoration project in Nepal aimed at creating dispersal space for tigers and reversing ecosystem degradation. It was launched in 2004 and has restored 66,800 hectares of forest, significantly boosting the Bengal tiger population in the region. The initiative connects different ecologically critical protected areas in Nepal and India, fostering transboundary conservation efforts. About UN World Restoration Flagships, commenced in 2022, these are initiatives recognized by the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, 2021-2030. The flagship is led by UNEP and FAO, aiming to counteract ecosystem degradation. Glob Ally. The award offers technical and financial assistance, global attention, and inclusion in UN publications and campaigns. It's part of the UN's commitment to restore 1 billion hectares of ecosystems. Progress is monitored through the Framework for Ecosystem Restoration Monitoring. 17. E-Jagriti portal. Context: the Consumer Affairs Department has integrated artificial intelligence in the E-Jagriti portal, aiming to reduce pending cases in consumer courts. What is E-Jagriti portal? The E-Jagriti portal, an initiative by the Department of Consumer Affairs under the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food, and Public Distribution, aims to streamline consumer dispute resolution. It integrates various consumer grievance platforms and offers features like case filing, online fee payment, and AI-powered smart search. The portal also includes a virtual court facility for resolving complaints conveniently. About the National Consumer Dispute Redressal Commission, NCDRC. It was established in 1988 under the Consumer Protection Act and is a quasi-judicial body with jurisdiction over complaints exceeding 2 crores. It is headquartered in New Delhi and headed by a sitting or retired judge of the Supreme Court or a Chief Justice of a High Court. Appeals against NCDRC orders can be made to the Supreme Court within 30 days. 18. Nuclear fusion, Joint European Torus JET. Context: European researchers at the Joint European Torus JET in the UK achieved a significant breakthrough in nuclear fusion. Current affairs 30. Generating a record-breaking 69 megajoules of energy from just 0.2 milligrams of fuel. This achievement marks the largest amount of energy ever produced in a fusion experiment. Led by the European Research Consortium Eurofusion, the experiment demonstrates progress in magnetic fusion, a leading approach in fusion research. Despite not achieving a positive energy balance, this milestone contributes to advancing fusion technology for future power plants like ITER and DEMO. What is JET? It is a large tokamak, the first device to achieve controlled fusion power using deuterium and tritium. What are tokamaks? They are machines that confine plasma using magnetic fields in a donut shape. India has been actively involved in nuclear fusion initiatives, including 1. ITER project participation. India joined the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor (ITER) project in 2005. ITER is a global initiative aimed at constructing the largest tokamak reactor in the world. 2. Institute of Plasma Research, IPR. The Institute of Plasma Research, IPR, is an autonomous institute under the Department of Atomic Energy, DE, and leads India's fusion program. 19. CUSCUTA Dodder. Context. An invasive weed, Cuscuta dodder, originally from North America, is threatening the Chengalpat forests and Vedanthangal Bird Sanctuary in Chennai. 71 www.insightsinIndia.com. About Cuscuta dodder. This parasitic vine lacks roots and covers trees, strangling and killing them. The forest department is manually removing it, but it's spreading rapidly. It's classified as a noxious weed in 25 countries, including the United States, due to its long-lived seeds that can survive for up to 50 years. Unlike root parasites, Cuscuta seeds don't need a specific stimulant for germination. About Vedanthangal Bird Sanctuary, Tamil Nadu. It is the oldest water bird sanctuary in the country, established in 1798 by the British government. It hosts various migratory bird species including pintail, gargany, grey wagtail, blue-winged teal, and common sandpiper. 20. Data exclusivity. Context. India has rejected the demand for data exclusivity in ongoing FTA talks with the European Free Trade Association, EFTA. What is data exclusivity? Data exclusivity is a provision that imposes a minimum embargo period, typically 6 years, on the use of clinical trial data generated during the testing and development of a drug. This means that other manufacturers interested in producing generic versions of the drug must either wait out the exclusivity period or generate their own data, which can be current affairs. 30. Expensive and time-consuming. This clause has been consistently rejected by India since 2008, despite pressure from the EU and EFTA. India aims to protect its generic drug industry and ensure the availability of affordable medicines. What are generic drugs? Generic drugs are pharmaceutical products that are identical or bioequivalent to brand name drugs in terms of dosage form, strength, route of administration, quality, performance characteristics, and intended use. However, they are typically sold under their chemical name and are often less expensive than brand name drugs. 21. Sodium catalySED synthesis of carbon nanotubes. Context. Researchers at the Institute of Advanced Studies in Science and Technology, IASST, have developed a groundbreaking method for synthesizing carbon nanotubes, CNTs, directly on glass substrates at a lower temperature of 750 degrees Celsius. This innovative approach, utilizing plasma-enhanced chemical vapor deposition technique, PECVD, eliminates the need for high temperatures and met-al catalysts traditionally used in CNT synthesis. The process relies on sodium, Na, as the primary catalyst for CNT growth, making it more suitable for potential biomedical applications due to its biocompatibility compared to conventional catalysts. The study highlights the removal of Na from the synthesized CNTs, making them cleaner and more suitable for various applications in energy research, biomedicine, and optoelectronics. Carbon nanotubes, CNTs, are a type of carbon with a diameter of nanometers and a length of micrometers, where the length to diameter ratio exceeds 1000. CNT is made up of enrolled cylindrical graphitic sheets, named graphene, wrapped up into a seamless cylinder with a nanometer-sized diameter. 22. Diphtheria. Context. The World Health Organization, WHO, has released new guidelines for the clinical management of diphtheria, addressing the urgent need for evidence-based practices in response to outbreaks in Nigeria, Guinea, and neighboring countries in 2023. The guidelines include recommendations on the use of diphtheria antitoxin, DAT, and antibiotics. Current treatments involve neutralizing toxins with DAT, antibiotics to prevent bacterial growth, and supportive care to prevent and treat complications. 72 www.insightsinIndia.com. Diphtheria, a serious contagious bacterial infection, can cause severe respiratory issues and systemic complications, especially in children. New recommendations from WHO include using macrolide antibiotics, azithromycin, erythromycin, over penicillin antibiotics, not performing routine sensitivity testing before administering DAT, and considering an escalating dosing regimen for DAT based on disease severity and time since symptom onset. 23. Intuitive Machines, mission. Context. A privately built U.S. moon lander, Odysseus, was launched by SpaceX from Florida, aiming to achieve the first American lunar landing in over 50 years. The Intuitive Machines, IM-1 flight, carrying the Nova Sea lander, Odysseus, and 6 NASA payloads, aims to soft land near the moon's south pole at the Malaparte crater. Previous private attempts by Israel, Japan, and the USA faced challenges. The mission, carrying NASA payloads, seeks to gather data about the lunar environment. Scheduled to land on February 22, the success of the mission would mark the first private lunar landing and a significant milestone in NASA's Artemis program. Successful soft lunar touchdowns have been achieved only by the US, the former Soviet Union, China, India, and Japan. 24. Species Threat Abatement and Restoration, STAR, metric. Context. The International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, has introduced the Species Threat Abatement and Restoration, STAR, metric to quantify actions aimed at halting biodiversity loss in oceans. What is STAR metric? The STAR metric uses data from the IUCN Red List to quantify extinction risks and threats faced by species. It assesses how specific actions in certain locations can contribute to international conservation targets, focusing on threat abatement and habitat restoration. STAR helps measure progress towards global biodiversity targets and supports decision-making by governments, businesses, and organizations in conservation efforts. It was first unveiled in 2021 for use in terrestrial areas and has now been extended for marine ecosystems as well. It emphasizes reducing unsustainable fishing, managing current affairs 30. Invasive species, and addressing climate change. This metric aligns with international agreements such as the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and the Sustainable Development Goals. 25. Kochi's Green Hydrogen Plant. Context. Kochi International Airport, CIAL, known for its solar-powered operations, has partnered with Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, BPCL, to establish a green hydrogen plant on its premises. This initiative positions CIAL as the first airport globally to have such a facility. The plant targets generating 1,000 kilowatts of power, contributing to India's green hydrogen mission. Green hydrogen, produced via electrolysis with renewable energy, is central to India's national green hydrogen mission. The mission aims to position India as a global hub for producing, utilizing, and exporting green hydrogen. 26. Pradhan Mantri Matsya Kisan Samridhi Sa Yojana. Context. The Indian Cabinet has approved the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Kisan Samridhi Sa Yojana, PMMKSSY, a central sector sub-scheme under the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada aimed at formalizing the fisheries sector and supporting micro and small enterprises within it. Key highlights of the scheme. Feature details: investment over 6,000 crore rupees, investment over the next 4 years, 2023-24 to 2026-27, across all states and union territories. National Fisheries Work-Based Identities to 40 lakh. Digital platform: creation of a platform to provide small and micro enterprises. Extension of FIDF, extension of Fisheries and Aquaculture Infrastructure Development Fund, FIDF, for another 3 years until 2025-26. Bilateral MAUS approval for the International Financial Services Centers Authority, IFCA, to sign 3 bilateral MAUS with financial regulatory bodies in Mauritius, Kuwait, and Bangladesh. Funding from public finance, including external financing from the World Bank and AFD, as well as private sector leverage. 73 www.insightsinIndia.com. Targeted stake. holders targets various stakeholders in the fisheries value chain, including fishers, fish farmers, fish workers, fish vendors, and micro and small enterprises. 27. SARATHI portal. Context: the Indian government has launched the SARATHI portal to assist insurance companies in reaching out to farmers and rural populations with tailored insurance products, including the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana (PMFBY). The SARATHI portal, or Sandbox for Agriculture, Rural Security, Technology, and Insurance, aims to simplify the insurance process for farmers by providing a digitized insurance journey. It offers a single-window platform for viewing, purchasing, and availing insurance products, with digital payment options and streamlined premium collection. The platform will introduce a range of insurance products gradually, starting with personal accident and hospital cash policies, followed by health, shop, home, tractor, two-wheeler, livestock, and non-PMFBY insurance products. The Krishi Rakshak portal and helpline will act as a facilitator between insured farmers, insurance companies, bankers, common service centers, CSCs, and state governments, enabling farmers to register complaints for redressal. 28. Swati. Context: on the International Day for Girls and Women in Science, a new initiative named Swati, Science for Women, a Technology and Innovation, was launched by a panel representing India's science academies. Developed, hosted and maintained by the National Institute of Plant Genome Research, NIPGR, New Delhi. This portal aims to create a comprehensive database of women in science across the country, acknowledging that gender equity in science is not solely a women's issue. The inclusion of non-male genders in the Swati form and the diverse composition of the Inter-ACADME panel are seen as positive steps towards addressing gender disparities in science. 29. KILKARI Program and Mobile Academy. Context: the central government launched the Kilkari Program and Mobile Academy in Maharashtra and Gujarat. Current Affairs 30. Kilkari offers weekly IVRS-based audio messages on reproductive, maternal, neonatal, and child health care, RMNCH. Mobile Academy provides free audio training to ASHAs to enhance their knowledge and communication skills via mobile phones. Aim: the initiative aims to strengthen public health infrastructure and provide citizen-centric health services leveraging aging mobile technology. More about Kilkari. Kilkari is an IVR-based mobile health service delivering free, weekly audio messages about pregnancy, childbirth, and childcare directly to families' mobile phones. It operates from the second trimester of pregnancy until the child is 1 year old. Features include pre-recorded messages in the voice of a fictitious doctor character named Drive. Anita, centralized hosting by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, integration with the Reproductive Child Health Portal, and availability in 18 states, UTS. Additional information: RMN CAR plus N strategy, implemented by the Government of India under the National Health Mission, aims to address anemia and malnutrition among women and children nationwide. Various interventions include: 1. Mother's Absolute Affection, MAA, to improve breast feeding. 2. Nutrition Rehabilitation Centers, NRCs, for children with severe acute malnutrition. 3. Anemia Mukt Bharat, AMB, to reduce anemia. 4. National Dwarming Day, NDD, to address soil trans mitted helminth infestations. 5. Monthly Village Health. 6. Sanitation and Nutrition Day, VHSND, for maternal and childcare. 7. Distribution of MCP cards and safe motherhood booklets for pregnant women. 30. PM Surya Ghar Muft BijliyoJana. Context: Prime Minister launched the PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana to provide up to 300 units of free electricity per month to 1 crore households. Features of the scheme. The scheme, aimed at promoting solar power and sustainable development, involves an investment of over 75,000 crore rupees. Subsidies will be directly credited to people's bank accounts, and heavily concessional bank loans will be provided. All stakeholders will be integrated into a national online portal. Urban local bodies and panchayats shall be incentivized to promote rooftop solar systems in their jurisdictions. 74 www.insightsinIndia.com 31. Smart Gram Panchayat, REVOLUT towards digitization of Gram Panchayat. Context: Union Minister of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj inaugurated a groundbreaking initiative called Smart Gram Panchayat, Revolution towards digitization of Gram Panchayat, in marking a significant move towards digital empowerment in rural India. The project aims to extend PM Wani, Prime Minister's Wi-Fi access network interface, service to all Gram Panchayats in Bihar's Begusarai district. This makes Begusarai the first district in Bihar to provide Wi-Fi services to all Gram Panchayats under the PM Wani scheme. PM Wani, or Prime Minister Wi-Fi Access Network Interface, is a scheme launched by the Department of Telecom, in December 2020. The scheme aims to increase the number of public Wi-Fi hotspots in India, especially in rural areas, to create a robust digital communication infrastructure. 32. Weimar Triangle. Context: Poland, France, and Germany have pledged to strengthen Europe's security and defense capabilities. The foreign ministers of the three nations met to discuss reviving the Weimar Triangle, aimed at enhancing cooperation. The Weimar Triangle, established in 1991, aims to foster cooperation and strengthen ties between Germany, France, and Poland. Initially focused on German-Polish reconciliation post-World War II, the group derives its name from the city of Weimar, Germany, where its inaugural meeting occurred. Current Affairs 30. 33. India's request for full membership of IEA. Context: The International Energy Agency, IEA, is set to commence discussions with India on its request for full membership, recognizing India's strategic importance in addressing global energy and climate challenges. India's growing economy, population, and energy usage underline its pivotal role in energy security and climate action. IEA ministers from 31 member countries made this announcement during the 2024 ministerial meeting in Paris, IEA's 50th anniversary event. India joined the IEA as an associate member in 2017 and applied for full membership in 2023. Criteria for IEA membership include: 1. OECD membership. 2. Crude oil reserves are equivalent to 90 days of the previous year's net import. India currently has strategic oil reserves equivalent to only 9.5 days of its needs, but when combined with storage at refineries and depots, it reaches a total of 66 days, still below the IEA requirement. 3. Demand restraint programs, to reduce national oil consumption by up to 10%, and legislative measures, to ensure that all oil companies under its jurisdiction report information upon request. India meets some criteria but not all. However, its strategic importance in energy and climate makes it significant for global cooperation. The IEA Governing Board makes the final decision on a country's membership. About IEA HQ, Paris, founded in 1974, is an autonomous intergovernmental organization to ensure the security of oil supplies. Membership: 31 countries. World Energy Outlook is published every year and provides critical analysis and insights on trends in energy demand and supply. 34. World Governments Summit 2024. Context: The Prime Minister participated as the guest of honor at the World Governments Summit 2024. He delivered a keynote address on the theme, Shaping the Future Governments, emphasizing the need for governance to be inclusive, tech-savvy, clean, transparent, and green. The World Governments Summit is an annual event held in Dubai, UAE, bringing together global leaders in government to discuss governmental processes, policies, and future-oriented topics like futurism and technological innovation. 75 www.insightsinIndia.com. It serves as a platform for knowledge exchange among government officials, thought leaders, policymakers, and private sector leaders, analyzing future trends, issues, and opportunities facing humanity. 35. Go Home and Reunite portal. Context. The National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, NCPCR, has launched the Go Home and Reunite portal for the digital monitoring and tracking of the restoration and repatriation of children, as per the protocols under the Juvenile Justice, Care and Protection of Children, Act, 2015. The portal facilitates the digital tracking and monitoring of children in the juvenile justice system who need to be repatriated to another country, state, or district. It enables the digital transfer of cases to the concerned Juvenile Justice Board, Child Welfare Committee for speedy repatriation and allows for requests for translators or interpreters if required. The National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, NCPCR, is a statutory body in India that was established in 2007. The NCPCR's mandate is to ensure that all laws, policies, and administrative systems align with the rights of the child as outlined in the Constitution of India and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. 36. C Cares. Context. The Union Minister of Coal, Mines, and Parliamentary Affairs inaugurated the C Cares web portal of the Coal Mines Provident Fund Organization, CMPFO. Developed by the Center for Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC, the portal marks a significant step in digitizing CMPFO's records and processes. CMPFO administers the Provident Fund and pension schemes for coal sector workers. The portal enables online processing and settlement of PF and pension claims, enhancing efficiency, transparency, and record management. C Cares allows subscribers to access the details and subscription status, while coal management can submit contributions, subscriber particulars, and claims for online settlement. 37. Article 142. Context. The Supreme Court of India has ordered the release of a man sentenced to 20 years in jail for raping a minor girl whom he later married in 2014. Current Affairs 30. The court invoked its powers under Article 142 of the Constitution due to the peculiar circumstances of the case, despite previously upholding the conviction twice. Judgment was delivered in response to curative petition, which is the last recourse open to a petitioner after the review petition is dismissed. Article 142 of the Constitution of India gives the Supreme Court the power to pass any decree or make any order to ensure complete justice in any matter pending before it. Any decree so passed or order so made shall be enforceable throughout the territory of India. 38. Lokpal. Context. A committee led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi has elected Supreme Court Judge Ajay Manakrao Kanwilkar as the new chairperson of Lokpal, and heir to S. Rajiv, Managing Director of Bank of Maharashtra, as the Vigilance Commissioner. Lokpal is an anti-corruption authority or body of ombudsman that represents the public interest. The Lokpal Act was passed in 2013 and came into force on January 16, 2014. The Lokpal's purpose is to inquire into allegations of corruption against public functionaries. 76 www.insightsinIndia.com. 39. Registration of NRI, OCIMARRIAGES. Context. The Law Commission's 287th report proposes mandatory registration of marriages involving non-resident Indians, NRI, and overseas citizens of India, OCI, to address the challenges faced by Indian women deserted by their NRI or OCI spouses. Key recommendations. The report suggests revisions to the pending Registration of Marriage of Non-Resident Indians Bill, 2019, to include OCIs and enforce new provisions. These provisions cover penalties for failure to register divorce, maintenance, child support, and non-compliance with legal procedures. The recommendation aims to combat fraudulent marriages and provide legal recourse for women vulnerable to abandonment or exploitation. Additionally, the report suggests amending the Passport Act, 1967, to require marital status declaration in passports and establishing a separate division within the Ministry of Home Affairs or External Affairs to maintain a registry for NRI and OCI marriages. 40. Mission BASUNDHARA 4.0. Context: Assam Chief Minister announced the initiation of a survey of land within Char, riverine, areas under Mission Basundhara 4.0, aimed at settling land in these regions. Mission Basundhara is a program in Assam, India that aims to make land revenue services more accessible to citizens. The program includes land-related services like land mutation, updating land records, delivery of services to people at their homes. Through online mode, Mission Basundhara 1.0 was launched on October 2, 2021, and Mission Basundhara 2.0 was launched on November 14, 2022. Mission Basundhara 3.0 will aims to ease the process of buying and selling land and end conflicts between families arising out of land boundaries. The riverine areas, island, of the river Brahmaputra, locally known as Char, Chapari, the Chars follow a peculiar pattern of migration. They are subjected to erosion on their upstream and deposition on the downstream, due to which they migrate downstream. 41. SC. TNGODAVARMAN ruling. Context: the Supreme Court of India has temporarily suspended the implementation of the Van, Sanrakshan Evam Samvardhan, Adhiniyam, 2023, which activists and experts. Current Affairs 30. Claimed diluted environmental protections for forests. The court's interim order mandates that the identification of forests should adhere to the dictionary definition of forests, in line with a precedent set by a 1996 ruling, the T.N. Godavarman ruling, which expanded the definition of forests beyond those officially recorded or notified. The establishment of zoos or safaris by any government or authority should not be consented to without the final approval of the apex court. T.N. Godavarman Thirumalpad vs. Union of India case, 1996, concerned authorities used to apply the provisions of the Act only to the forests notified under the Indian Forest Act of 1927. As per judgment, forest covered include all areas recorded as forest in any government, union and state record. All areas that conform to the dictionary meaning of forest. Areas identified as forests by an expert committee of SC. 42. PM Usha scheme. Context: 6 universities in Uttar Pradesh have each been awarded 100 crore rupees in funding under the Pradhan Mantri Yukchata Shiksha Abhiyan (PM Usha) scheme, aimed at developing these institutions as multidisciplinary education and research universities, MERIS. The funding aims to upgrade laboratories, modernize classrooms, foster innovation hubs, and promote interdisciplinary research, thereby improving the quality of higher education and making it more inclusive for women, minorities, SC, ST, OBCs, and special abled persons. The initiative reflects a significant investment in India's educational infrastructure, aiming to elevate the nation's knowledge landscape and ensure higher education opportunities for socially disadvantaged communities. The Pradhan Mantri Yukchata Shiksha Abhiyan (PM Usha) scheme is a national education policy RUSA scheme that aims to strengthen higher education institutions in India. The scheme has 2 phases, with the first launched in 2013 and the second in 2018. 43. Government proposes hike in ministries' financial reporting limits. Context: Parliament's Public Accounts Committee (PAC) has approved the Finance Ministry's proposal to raise reporting limits for new policy-related expenditures by ministries, departments. What does the new reporting limit mean? The new reporting limit dictates the amount of spending that requires prior approval or oversight from Parliament or other relevant authorities. The new limits are set above 50 crore rupees but not exceeding 100 crore rupees, with mandatory prior approval of Parliament for spending over 100 crore rupees. The move comes after nearly 18 years and is in line with GDP growth and budget size expansion. The revision also covers new service, NS, and new instrument of service, NIS, expenditure, aiming to encourage better budget estimation by ministries. Aim. This revision aims to reduce delays in project execution caused by frequent supplementary demands for grants. The proposed changes are expected to streamline the spending process and improve decision-making while ensuring parliamentary oversight. About NS and NIS. Category New Service, NS, New Instrument of Service, NIS, Definition Expenditure arising from a new policy DESI. Scion not previously brought to Parliament. Relatively large expenditure for expanding an existing policy. Purpose includes new activities or investments. Involves significant expansion of an existing policy. Amendments ob. Objective encourage ministries to better estimate budgetary needs. Address a surge in supplementary proposals, Regic. 77 www.insightsinIndia.com. Ing delays in project execution. Current Affairs 30. About PAC. Public Accounts Committee, PAC. Establishment introduced in 1921 under the Government of India Act, 1919, Montfort reforms, existing in the Indi and Constitution since then. Purpose exercises oversight of public expenditure, scrutinizes the value for money of government projects, programs, and service delivery, and holds government officials accountable for public spending. Responsibilities examines annual audit reports of CAG, including appropriation accounts, finance accounts, and public undertakings. Composition comprises 22 members from the Indian Parliament, with 15 elected from Lok Sabha, Lower House, and 7 from Rajya Sabha, Upper House. Accountability holds government and civil servants accountable for economy, efficiency, and effectiveness of public spending. 44. Authorized Capital of Food Cooperation of India, FCI. Context. The government has raised the authorized capital of FCI from 10,000 crore rupees to 21,000 crore rupees to bolster its operational capabilities and fulfill its mandate effectively. What is authorized capital? Authorized capital, also known as nominal or registered capital, refers to the maximum amount of share capital a company is permitted to issue as outlined in its Memorandum of Association, MOA. The company cannot issue shares beyond this specified amount. For the Food Corporation of India, FCI, an enhanced authorized capital would facilitate initiatives such as 1. Modernizing storage facilities. 2. Improving transportation networks. 3. Adopting advanced technologies. 4. Alleviate the interest burden of FCI. About Food Corporation of India, FCI, it is a public sector undertaking under the Department of Food and Public Distribution, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food, and Public Distribution. Established in 1965 under the Food Corporations Act 1964, FCI was created to address significant grain shortages, particularly in wheat. It operates alongside the Commission for Agricultural Costs and Prices, CACP, which recommends fair prices to farmers. FCI's main responsibilities include purchasing, storing, transporting, distributing, and selling food grains and other essential food items. Related news, exports by APEDA source, PIB context. In the fiscal year 2022-23, APEDA accounted for nearly half, $26 billion United States dollars, of the total agricultural exports, which stood at nearly $53 billion United States dollars. About APEDA, established under the Agricultural and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority Act, 1985, APEDA is mandated with promoting and developing exports of scheduled products including fruits, vegetables, poultry, dairy, and confectionery products. APEDA also serves as the secretariat to the National Accreditation Board, accrediting certification bodies under the National Program for Organic Production. 45. Article 142. Context. The Supreme Court utilized its authority under Article 142 of the Constitution to nullify the outcome of the January 30 Chandigarh mayoral election due to deliberate invalidation of 8 ballots by the presiding officer. It emphasized the need to uphold the sanctity of electoral democracy and cited potential harm to democratic principles if irregularities were allowed. Article 142 gives the Supreme Court the discretion to pass decrees or make orders that are necessary for complete justice in any case or matter pending before it. This power can be used when the law or statute does not provide a remedy. In 78 www.insightsinIndia.com. Current Affairs 30. These situations, the court can extend itself to resolve a dispute in a way that fits the facts of the case. 46. Fact-check unit. Context. The Bombay High Court delivered a split verdict on petitions challenging the constitutionality of the Information Technology, Intermediary Guidelines and Digital Media Ethics Code, Amendment Rules, 2023. It rules that permit a fact-check unit, FCU, of the Union government to identify fake or false or misleading online content related to the business of the central government and demand its removal. The Information Technology, Intermediary Guidelines and Digital Media Ethics Code, Amendment Rules, 2023, it rules, are intended to regulate online gaming and misinformation. The rules include new provisions, such as Fact-check unit. The Union government is now able to create a fact-checking unit, FCU, to fact-check online information related to the government. The FCU can review online comments, news reports, and opinions about government officials and ministries and tell online intermediaries to censor them. Online gaming intermediaries are prohibited from hosting, publishing, or sharing any online game that can cause the user harm or that has not been verified as a permissible online game by an SRB. Online games and advertisements. No platform can allow harmful unapproved online games and their advertisements. False information. Platforms should not share false information about the Indian government, as confirmed by a fact-checking unit. 47. IBSA Fund. Context. India has contributed $1 million to the Poverty and Hunger Alleviation Fund, which is part of the India, Brazil, and South Africa, IBSA, initiative. This contribution reflects India's commitment to promoting cooperation and development among nations of the Global South. The IBSA Fund, established in 2004 and operational since 2006, aims to implement projects in developing countries to alleviate poverty and hunger, aligning with internationally agreed development goals. 79 www.insightsinIndia.com. IBSA may refer to the India-Brazil-South Africa Dialogue Forum, which is a tripartite grouping that promotes international cooperation between India, Brazil, and South Africa. IBSA was established in June 2003 to contribute to the construction of a new international architecture. 48. Global Initiative on Digital Health, GIDH. Context. The World Health Organization, WHO, launched the Global Initiative on Digital Health, GIDH, virtually, in line with one of the priority areas agreed upon during India's G20 presidency in 2023. The initiative aims to facilitate the sharing of knowledge and digital health products among countries. GIDH will prioritize assessing member states' needs, evaluating digital health resources, supporting the achievement of strategic objectives, and building capacity for digital health technologies. It will address variability in digital solutions by promoting best practices and standards. It will function as a network of networks, focusing on 4 foundational pillars. Country Needs Tracker, facilitating digital health investments to be informed by country priorities. Country Resource Portal, identifying traditional as well as innovative resource opportunities, and promoting transparency, while reducing the risk of duplication for enabling a standards-based prospective and retrospective analysis of resourcing gaps in digital health. Transformation Toolbox, advocating for quality as sourced tools and resources that strengthen the country's capacity and autonomy to manage the national digital health transformation. Convening and knowledge exchange, promoting strengthened collaboration and knowledge exchange across global, regional, and national networks in digital health. 49. Right to adopt a child. Context: the Delhi High Court upheld alterations to adoptee rules under the Juvenile Justice, Care and Protection of Children Act, 2015, clarifying that the right to adopt children is not a fundamental right. Current Affairs 30. The ruling came in response to a case concerning regulations barring parents with 2 children from adopting a normal child. The court endorsed the decision to prioritize children with special needs for adoption, even applying the new policy to pending adoption applications. The court clarified that the right to adopt does not constitute a fundamental right under Article 21 of the Constitution and does not grant prospective adoptive parents the authority to demand their choice of adoptee. 50. SHOMPEN tribe. Context: experts warn that the development of Great Nicobar into a shipping hub and tourist destination could lead to the extinction of the indigenous Shompen tribe. The $9 billion development plan could introduce 650,000 people to the island, increasing the risk of contact and diseases that could devastate the Shompen. The Shompen are an indigenous group of people who live on Great Nicobar Island in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. They are hunter-gatherers who hunt wild game, forage for fruits and forest foods, and farm yams, roots, vegetables, and tobacco. The Shompen are one of the most populated tribes in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, with around 200 to 300 people living mainly on Great Nicobar Island. They were first contacted in the 1840s and are designated as a particularly vulnerable tribal group, PVTG. There are 6 main tribes in the Andaman Islands: the Great Andamanese, Onge, Jarawar, Sentinelese, Shompens, and Nicobarese. 51. Rashtriya Udyamita Vikas Parivyojana. Context: the Union Minister of Education and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship inaugurated the Rashtriya Udyamita Vikas Pariyojana. Features of the scheme. This initiative, tailored for PM Svanidhi scheme beneficiaries, aims to provide comprehensive entrepreneurship training over 22 weeks, combining theoretical knowledge with practical exposure. The training will be conducted offline, online, and in hybrid modes, with certificates awarded upon completion. The project will be implemented through 20 centers of the National Institute of Entrepreneurship and Small Business Development, NIESBUD, and 10 centers of the Indian Insti. www.insightsinindia.com. Tooth of Entrepreneurship, IIE, initially focusing on selected districts with a 40% participation target for women. The project reaffirms the government's commitment to harnessing skill potential and fostering a culture of entrepreneurship, aligning with the vision of a Kushal Bharat Viksit Bharat. 52. Income tax by political parties. Context: the Congress party alleged that the Income Tax Department instructed banks to transfer over Rs. 65 crore from its AC accounts, amidst a pending challenge of Rs. 210 crore tax demand. Section 13A of the Income Tax Act, 1961 provides 100% exemption to political parties on income from specified sources, subject to conditions such as maintaining proper accounts, auditing, and reporting donations. Parties must file returns if the total income exceeds the exemption limit. Despite the exemption, political parties are required to file income tax returns, with the responsibility falling on the chief executive officer of the party. 53. G33. Context: The G33, a coalition of developing countries with India as a key member, called for progress on agricultural trade negotiations ahead of the 13th WTO Ministerial Conference in Abu Dhabi. They urged for a permanent solution on public stockholding for food security purposes and emphasized the importance of the special safeguard mechanism. Additionally, they highlighted the need to preserve special treatment for developing countries and consider non-trade concerns in future negotiations. The G33, Friends of Special Products in Agriculture, is a coalition of developing countries that was established before the 2003 Cancun Ministerial Summit. The G33 has 47 member nations, including India, China, Indonesia, Pakistan, Nigeria, Philippines, Turkey, Tanzania, Kenya, and South Korea. 54. Nordic-Baltic Cooperation, NB8. Context: the joint delegation of 8 Nordic-Baltic countries, known as NB8, visited India to emphasize the importance of trust, dialogue, and cooperation in global affairs, particularly in Current Affairs 30. Light of geopolitical shifts and conflicts like Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The NB8 countries share deep historical, economic, and cultural ties and are committed to democracy, human rights, and multilateralism. The Nordic-Baltic Cooperation, NB8, is a regional cooperation format that was founded in 1992. It includes 5 Nordic countries and 3 Baltic countries, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Norway, Sweden. 55. Purple Fest 2024. Context: the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, organized Purple Fest 2024 at Rashtrapati Bhawan, celebrating diversity and unity. Major launches included the India Neurodiversity Platform and a handbook addressing language barriers. The Purple Fest, organized by the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, aims to raise awareness about different disabilities and their impact on people's lives and to promote understanding, acceptance and inclusion of persons with disabilities within society. 56. Recent major amendments and schemes. Amendment Summary. 2024 Amendment Structure of Interception records every 6 months. This power, previously held only by security. To IT Rules, 2009. The central government amended the IT Rules, 2009, under the IT Act, 2000, mandating the DA agencies, is now extended to competent authorities, including the Union Home Secretary or equivalent allied state officials. Support to Poor administered by MHA, involving district-empowered committees and state-level oversight. Prisoners Scheme nationwide relief for poor prisoners unable to pay fines or secure bail due to financial constraints. MITIs, offering maximum assistance of Rs. 40,000 for undertrials and Rs. 25,000 for convicts, with proposals exceeding this needing state-level approval. Surrogacy, regular. TN, amendment. The government, under the Surrogacy Regulation Act 2021, amended rules to allow couples SIA. Rules 2024. Tified by a district medical board with medical conditions to use only one gamete from the intending couple for surrogacy. Previously, Rule 7 prohibited donor gametes. Single women undergoing surrogacy must use self-eggs and donor sperm. A 2023 Supreme Court case allowed surrogacy with donor eggs for women with MRKH syndrome, a rare congenital disorder causing infertility. Key reforms include strengthening provisions for NPS trust, bringing pension funds under PMLA. Pension Fund Regulatory and Devil. Opment Authority establishing additional board committees, requiring PFRDA approval for trustee bank changes, and amendments. Implementing fraud prevention measures by CRA, Central Record Keeping Agency, including fit and proper criteria similar to SEBI. 57. AM. KHANWILKAR, new Lokpal chairman. Context: former Supreme Court Judge A.M. Kanwilkar has been appointed as the chairperson of the Anti-Corruption Ombudsman Lokpal, filling a vacancy that existed for nearly 2 years. The Lokpal had been operating without a regular chief since the completion of Justice Pinaki Chandra Ghose's term on May 27, 2022. Additionally, retired Justices Lingappa Narayanaswamy, Sanjay Yadav, and Ritu Raj Awasthi have been appointed as judicial members, while Sushil Chandra, Pankaj Kumar, and Ajay Turkey will serve as non-judicial members. 81 www.insightsindia.com. Current Affairs 30. About Lokpal, it consists of a chairperson and up to 8 members, with 50% being judicial members. 50% of Lokpal members are from SC, ST, OBCs, minorities, and women. Selection is made by a committee comprising the PM, Speaker of Lok Sabha, Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha, and Chief Justice of India or a nominated Supreme Court judge. An eminent jurist is nominated by the President based on consensus among the committee members. Lokpal's jurisdiction covers all public servants and entities receiving over 10 lakh rupees per year in foreign donations under FCRA are also under its purview. 58. SWAYAM Plus Platform. Context: Union Minister of Education and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship launched the SWAYAM Plus platform, in collaboration with industry leaders such as L&T, Microsoft, and Cisco. Operated by the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, IIT Madras, the platform aims to offer courses focusing on employability and professional development, covering sectors like manufacturing, energy, computer science, engineering, management studies, healthcare, hospitality, and tourism. SWAYAM Plus combines academic rigor with real-world expertise from industry partners to enhance the employability of college students and lifelong learners. SWAYAM is a free online platform that offers educational courses for college and university students. It is an initiative by the Government of India that aims to provide access to the best teaching and learning resources to everyone, including the most disadvantaged. GS3. 1. Input Service Distributor, ISD, under GST. Context: the Finance Bill 2024 proposed an amendment for mandatory registration of Input Service Distributor, ISD, offices, which receive invoices for common input services. What is an Input Service Distributor, ISD, under GST? An input service distributor, ISD, is an office of a goods or services supplier that receives tax invoices for input services and issues a prescribed document to distribute the tax credit to branches with the same PAN. ISD is essential for businesses with multiple branches, ensuring proper distribution of input tax credit, ITC, on common expenditures. The ISD receives invoices for common services, and instead of each branch dealing with these invoices separately, the 82 www.insightsindia.com. ISD takes care of it centrally. 2. Asteroid RYUGU. Context: scientists analyzing samples from the asteroid Ryugu, brought back to Earth by Japan's Hayabusa 2 mission, have detected 2 organic compounds essential for living organ ISMS. A study published in the journal Science Advances suggests that these samples contain evidence of cometary organic matter being transported from space to regions near Earth. The analysis found melt splashes on the sample surfaces, created when Ryugu was bombarded by micrometeoroids of cometary dust. The study proposes that cometary matter could have been transported from the outer solar system to a region near Earth. Asteroid Ryugu is a carbonaceous or C-type asteroid, which means it contains a lot of carbon and water. 3. Green hydrogen, shipping and steel sectors. Context: the Government of India has issued guidelines for pilot Project X using green hydrogen in the shipping and steel sectors under the National Green Hydrogen Mission. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, MNRE, will implement these projects, focusing on replacing fossil fuels with green hydrogen in the shipping and steel industries. For shipping, the pilot projects will retrofit existing ships for green hydrogen use and develop bunkering and refueling facilities in ports on international shipping lanes. Green hydrogen is hydrogen produced by splitting water molecules into hydrogen and oxygen using renewable electricity. The process is called electrolysis. Current Affairs 30. 4. Manatees. Context. A record-breaking gathering of nearly 1,000 manatees has in Florida, marking a very unusual phenomenon. Manatees, typically solitary animals, are known to gather in warm waters during colder weather. The recent influx may be attributed to a drop in the water temperature in the nearby St. Johns River, compelling the manatees to seek warmer waters in the park's hot springs. Manatees are large, aquatic mammals that are sometimes called sea cows. Manatees are herbivores that eat over 60 different types of plants. IUCN status: vulnerable. 5. World Wetlands Day 2024, the 2nd of February RUARY. Context. India celebrated World Wetlands Day 2024 at Sarpur Lake, a Ramsar site in Indore. The theme of World Wetlands Day 2024 was Wetlands and Human Well-Being, emphasizing the crit. 83 www.insightsinIndia.com. Equal role wetlands play in flood protection, clean water, biodiversity, and recreational opportunities. India increased its tally of Ramsar sites to 80 by designating 5 more wetlands as Ramsar sites recently. Wetlands are low-lying areas of land that are saturated with water, either permanently or seasonally. They are transition zones between land and water, where the flow of water, the cycling of nutrients, and the energy of the sun meet. 6. Unified Payments Interface, UPI. Context. India formally launched the Unified Payments Interface, UPI, at the iconic Eiffel Tower in Paris, France, during the Republic Day reception. It is a significant step towards taking UPI global and fostering stronger ties. About UPI. UPI, developed by the National Payments Corporation of India, NPIL, in 2016, enables round-the-clock mobile-based payments through virtual payment addresses. It merges multiple banking features, seamless fund routing, and merchant payments into a single mobile application, allowing Indian tourists in France to make payments in rupees. 7. Sagar Setu, NLP Marine Platform. Context. Union Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways and Ayush launched 2 digital modules, the Maritime Single Window, MSW, and the Mercantile Marine Department, MMD, within the Sagar Setu, NLP Marine platform. Current Affairs 30. These initiatives align with the Maritime Vision 2030, focusing on operational efficiency, technology integration, and improved ease of doing business in India's maritime sector. Module Objective Impact. MSW reduce waiting, facilitate faster turn time for vessels and around times through goods in ports by up online submission, up to 40%. Approval processes. MMD enhance transpar. NC and planning improve vessel monitor of vessel departure inspection, and release processes, ensuring efficiency and coordination. And maritime operations, reducing processing time by up to 30%. 8. Lunar Nuclear Reactor Project. Context. NASA has completed the first phase of its project to develop a nuclear fission reactor for the Moon, aiming to create a small electricity-generating reactor for future lunar missions and outposts. The project involves designing a reactor, power conversion systems, heat rejection mechanisms, and power distribution systems. This initiative supports NASA's goal of establishing a sustained human presence on the Moon for at least a decade. Nuclear power is seen as a reliable option for lunar exploration, especially during extended lunar nights, as it operates independently of solar conditions. 9. Ergosphere. Context. Scientists theorize that extracting matter and energy from the ergosphere, the region between the event horizon and the stationary limit of a rotating black hole, is possible. What is ergosphere? The ergosphere is a region surrounding a rotating black hole, located between the event horizon and the stationary limit. In this area, space-time itself is dragged along with the rotation of the black hole. Objects within the ergosphere are forced to rotate along with the black hole's spin due to the distortion of spacetime caused by its immense gravitational pull. The event horizon, on the other hand, is a theoretical boundary around a black hole beyond which no radiation can escape. www.insightsinidea.com 84. 10. Dusted Apollo. Context. The dusted Apollo, Parnassus stenosmus, a rare high-altitude butterfly, has been sighted and photographed for the first time in Himachal Pradesh's Chamba district. Discovered in 1890, this species is extremely rare and has never been photographed in the region before. Its distribution range extends from Ladakh to West Nepal, flying between 3,500 to 4,800 meters in the inner Himalayas. 11. Annual Survey of Industries, ASI. Context. The Annual Survey of Industries, ASI, for the years 2020-21 and 2021-22 revealed significant growth across various parameters in the manufacturing sector. Current Affairs 30. Key findings. Gross value added, GVA, increased by 8.8% in 2020-21 and by a remarkable 26.6% in 2021-22 compared to the respective previous years. Industrial output witnessed a growth of more than 35% in 2021-22 over the previous year. Total employment in the sector showed a robust growth of 7.0% in 2021-22 over the previous year, exceeding pre-pandemic levels by over 9.35 lakh. Among the major states, Gujarat remained at the top in 2020-21, while Maharashtra ranked first in 2021-22. Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Uttar Pradesh were among the top 5 states contributing significantly to manufacturing GVA and employment in both years. The Annual Survey of Industries, ASI, is a statutory survey that has been conducted in India since 1959. It is the primary source of industrial statistics in the country. The ASI is used to assess changes in the structure and growth of registered manufacturing units. It also helps to build a database on labor cost, earnings, employment, labor turnover, and absenteeism in manufacturing industries. 12. Smart Food Grain Storage System, SAFEETY, Technology. Context. The Ministry of Electronics and MIT has transferred the Smart Food Grain Storage System, SAFEETY, technology to Paris Defense and Space Technology Limited. SAFEETY, developed by the Society for Applied Microwave Electronics Engineering and Research, SAMIR, under MIT's guidance, features conveyorized loading and unloading of grain bags with RFID traceability, online weight and moisture measurement, and radio frequency-based removal of moisture from grain. This advanced system can handle nearly 1 truckload, approximately 28 tons, of grains in just 40 minutes. The transfer marks a step towards realizing the innovation, science, and technology theme of Viksit Bharat at 2047, showcasing collaboration between government entities and the private industry to leverage technology for national progress and development. 13. Grapes 3 Experiment. Context. The Grapes 3 experiment, conducted by the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research in Ooty, India, has identified a new feature in the cosmic ray proton spectrum around 166 tera-electron volts (TeV), expanding our understanding of cosmic ray origins and acceleration mechanisms. Cosmic rays, the universe's most energetic particles, constantly bombard Earth's atmosphere, producing 85 www.insightsinIndia.com. Particle showers. This finding challenges the traditional single power law description of cosmic rays and could prompt a re-evaluation of existing models. The Griggs 3 experiment, also known as the Gamma Ray Astronomy PEV Energies Phase 3, is a collaboration between the Indian Tata Institute. The experiment is located in Ooty, India and is designed to study cosmic rays. The experiment uses an array of air shower detectors and a large area muon detector to study cosmic rays in the energy range from a few TeV to over 10 PeV. The experiment's goal is to probe the acceleration of cosmic rays in 4 astrophysical settings. 14. The Healthy Indian Project (THIP). Context: the Healthy Indian Project (THIP), a health information platform in India, has joined the World Health Organization's Vaccine Safety Net (VSN), a global network of websites providing trustworthy vaccine safety information. This move reflects THIP's commitment to delivering credible vaccine safety information to the Indian population. By joining VSN, THIP strengthens its role as a reliable source of verified vaccine safety information, contributing to the global dissemination of accurate immunization details. About Vaccine Safety Net, VSN. The Vaccine Safety Net, VSN, is a global network of websites that provide reliable information on vaccine safety. The VSN is an initiative of the World Health Organization, WHO. The VSN is a diverse group of websites that provide vaccine safety information in various languages. The Global Advisory Committee on Vaccine Safety, GACVS, advises the WHO on vaccine-related safety issues. The GACVS was established in 1999 and enables the WHO to respond quickly and efficiently to vaccine safety issues with potential global importance. The Healthy Indian Project (THIP) is a health information and fact-checking platform in India. The platform's goal is to improve health literacy among Indians. THIP offers trusted health information, question and answers, fact checks, and health literacy. 15. Black-necked crane. Context: the Wildlife Institute of India and the Zoological Survey of India have been conducting assessments of the black-necked crane population. Current Affairs 30. About black-necked crane. The black-necked crane, Grus nigricolus, is a medium-sized crane that is native to Asia. It is the only alpine crane species in the world and lives at high altitudes in the Himalayas and on the Tibetan Plateau. The black-necked crane is listed in Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972, receiving the highest degree of protection. It is also listed in Appendix I of the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora and the Convention on Conservation of Migratory Species. 16. Invasive thrips. Context: in a session of the Rajya Sabha, it was disclosed that the invasive pest species Thrips parvospinus may have significantly damaged chili crops in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, causing up to 80% of the crop loss. Thrips parvospinus is an invasive pest species that is native to Thailand and is most prevalent in Southeast Asian countries. It is also known as Taiwanese thrips or Southeast Asia thrips. Thrips parvospinus can feed on a variety of host plants, including ornamental plants, vegetables, and fruit crops. It can cause severe damage, wilting, and yield loss by piercing the cells of plant tissues and extracting their contents. 17. ALDABRA giant tortoises. Context: a project spanning 6 years has successfully reintroduced Aldabra giant tortoises to Madagascar, potentially. 86 www.insightsinIndia.com. Leading to thousands of these megaherbivores repopulating the island for the first time in 600 years. This initiative aims to restore the island's degraded ecosystems, including forests, grasslands, and shrublands, which were previously maintained by giant tortoises. Reintroducing the Aldabra giants could contribute to re-establishing habitat mosaics across Madagascar, benefiting biodiversity and tourism, and potentially mitigating the impacts of climate change. The Aldabra giant tortoise, Aldabrachialis gigantea, is a species of tortoise native to the Seychelles. It's one of the world's largest land tortoises, with males weighing up to 550 pounds and measuring up to 4 feet long. Aldabra tortoises can live to be over 150 years old, making them one of the longest living animals on Earth. 18. Payment aggregators. Context. Several startups, including Decentro, JustPay, and Zoho, have recently obtained regulatory approval from the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, to operate as payment aggregators, PAR. Other notable companies that received licenses here. Lyre includes Zomato, Stripe, and Tata Pay. A payment aggregator is a service provider that allows businesses to process card payments and mobile transact. Current affairs 30. TINs. They act as an intermediary between businesses and financial institutions, simplifying the process of accepting electronic payments. 19. HYPERVELOCITY Expansion Tunnel Test Facility. Context. The Indian Institute of Technology Kanpur, IITK, has developed and successfully tested India's first hypervelocity expansion tunnel test facility, making the country one of the few nations with this advanced hypersonic testing capability. The facility, named S2 or Jagarthanda, is located within IIT Kanpur's Hypersonic Experimental Aerodynamics Laboratory, HEAL, and is capable of simulating hypersonic conditions with flight speeds ranging from 3 to 10 km per second. The facility aims to inspire aerospace enthusiasts, foster innovation, and strengthen India's space and defense sectors by providing sophisticated hypervelocity testing capabilities domestically. Hypersonic means moving at a speed that is 5 times or more the speed of sound. Hypersonic speeds are often stated to start at Mach 5 and above. Typical speeds for hypersonic aircraft are greater than 3,000 miles per hour and Mach number m greater than 5. 20. Red Dwarf Star TOI 715. Context. Astronomers utilizing data from NASA's Transients Exoplanet A survey satellite, TESS, have identified a super-Earth exoplanet, TOI 715b, orbiting the nearby red dwarf star TOI 715 in the constellation of Volans. This planet, approximately 1.5 times the width of Earth, resides within the habitable zone of its parent star, suggesting conditions suitable for liquid water. 87 www.insightsinIndia.com. About TESS. The Transients Exoplanet Survey Satellite, TESS, is a NASA space telescope that searches for exoplanets. TESS was launched on April 18, 2018, and is designed to search for exoplanets around 200,000 nearby stars. An exoplanet is a planet that orbits a star outside of our solar system. The word exoplanet comes from the term extrasolar planet, which means it exists beyond the influence of our star. 21. SAGAR AANKALAN, Guidelines. Context. The Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, introduced the SAGAR Ankalan guidelines during a stakeholders meet aimed at implementing MAUs from the Global Maritime India Summit 2023, GMIS 2023. These guidelines aim to transform the performance assessment of Indian ports, focusing on benchmarking, efficiency, and sustainability. GMIS 2023 attracted significant investment commitments, demonstrating India's potential as a global maritime leader. 22. OpenAI, Sora. Context. OpenAI has introduced Sora, a new generative artificial intelligence (GenAI) model capable of converting text prompts into videos up to a minute long with maintained visual quality and adherence to user instructions. Sora can create complex scenes with multiple characters, accurate details, and vibrant emotions, though it still faces challenges with more complex prompts. While other companies have ventured into text-to-video technology, Sora is not yet available for general use as OpenAI is ensuring safety protocols and gathering feedback from visual artists and filmmakers. The model has weaknesses, such as struggling with complex physics simulations and precise temporal descriptions, but OpenAI is continuously working to improve it. Current Affairs 30:23. Mushroom growing on a frog. Context: scientists were astonished to find a mushroom growing out of the side of a frog in India, marking the first known instance of such a phenomenon. Discovered in the Western Ghats, the frog, identified as a Rouse golden-backed frog, had a white colored growth resembling a bonnet mushroom. The Rouse intermediate golden-backed frog, Indosilverana intermedia, is a species of frog named after its discoverer, C. R. Narayan Rao, an Indian herpetologist who discovered it in 1937. It is endemic to the Western Ghats of Karnataka and Kerala, specifically above the Palghat Gap. 24. Pandaram lands. Context: residents of Lakshadweep are upset as the administration continues to number trees on Pandaram lands, sparking a dispute over land ownership. Around 60% of land in Lakshadweep, which includes some parts of the Androth, Kalpeni, Kavaratti, Minikoi, and Agatti islands, along with 6 uninhabited islands, constitutes Pandaram land. 88 www.insightsinIndia.com. 25. Water on the surface of an asteroid. Context: for the first time ever, scientists have detected water molecules on the surface of 2 asteroids, Iris and Massilia, revealing new insights into the distribution of water in our solar system. This discovery was made using data collected by NASA's Stratospheric Observatory for Infrared Astronomy, SOFIA, specifically its Faint Object Infrared Camera, FORCAST, instrument. NASA's Stratospheric Observatory for Infrared Astronomy, SOFIA, is the world's largest airborne astronomical observatory. It's a Boeing 747 SP jetliner modified to carry a 106-inch, 2.7-meter, reflecting telescope. SOFIA can fly for up to 10 hours, with flight paths chosen to keep ahead of sunrise and maximize darkness. SOFIA's instruments include FORCAST mid-infrared camera and spectrograph, Great Heterodyne Spectrometer, FIFI LS far infrared spectrometer, EXIS ECL spectrograph, FPI plus focal plane imager. 26. Rhodamine B. Context: the sale of cotton candy, Panju Mithai, has been banned in Tamil Nadu due to the presence of cancer-causing chemicals, specifically rhodamine B, found in samples collected from stalls in Chennai. This chemical is considered substandard and unsafe under the Food Safety and Standards Act 2006. The immediate and long-term health hazards associated with rhodamine B consumption include stomach issues, breathing problems, organ damage, and an increased risk of cancer. 27. Rubber sector. Context: the financial assistance for India's rubber sector has been increased by 23% for the fiscal years 2024-25 and 2025-26 under the Sustainable and Inclusive Development of Natural Rubber Sector initiative. This enhancement aims to support various facets of the rubber industry, including the expansion of rubber planting in traditional and non-traditional areas, improvement of rubber production quality, and empowerment of rubber growers through the formation of 250 Rubber Producers Societies, RPS, over the next 2 years. Current Affairs 30:28. Fermilab's Proton Improvement Plan 2, PIP2, project. Context: India moves from research and development to the construction phase for its contributions to Fermilab's Proton Improvement Plan 2, PIP2, project, a significant particle accelerator endeavor. What is Fermilab's Proton Improvement Plan? Fermilab's Proton Improvement Plan, PIP, is a project aimed at enhancing the capabilities of Fermilab's particle accelerators, particularly the proton beamlines. PIP seeks to improve the intensity, quality, and reliability of the proton beams produced at Fermilab, enabling a wide range of scientific experiments and research, including studies on neutrinos and other fundamental particles. What is PIP2? The Proton Improvement Plan 2, PIP2, marks the first particle accelerator in the U.S. Constructed with substantial contributions from global partners. Collaborating institutions from India, through the Department of Atomic Energy, DE, France, Italy, Poland, and the UK are involved. India's contribution amounts to $140 million worth of components. PIP's primary purpose is to build a superconducting linear accelerator at Fermilab and generate the world's most high-energy neutrino beam for the Deep Underground Neutrino Experiment, June, at the Long Baseline Neutrino Facility, LBNF. Definition of the terms. Term definition. Photons. Photons are elementary particles that represent light. They are massless particles that carry electromagnetic radiation, including visible light, radio waves, ultraviolet light, X-rays, and gamma rays. Photons exhibit both wave-like and particle-like properties. Particle accel. A particle accelerator is a device that uses electromagnetic fields to propel charged particles to high speeds and energies. These accelerators are essential tools in particle physics, allowing scientists to study the fundamental constituents of matter by colliding particles at high speeds. Neutrinos are subatomic particles that belong to the family of leptons. They are neutral, nearly massless particles that rarely interact with matter, making them challenging to detect. Neutrinos come in three types: electron neutrinos, muon neutrinos, and tau neutrinos. 89 www.insightsindia.com. Current Affairs 30. 29. GSLV F-14, INSAT-3DS satellite. Context. Recently, ISRO successfully launched the MOSE-funded GSLV F-14, INSAT-3DS satellite from Sriharikota, enhancing India's meteorological services. About GSLV F-14, INSAT-3DS satellite. Feature details. Launch Vehicle, EPS, GS-2 with Earth Storable Propellant, GS-3 Cryogenic Stage with LOX and LH-2. Stages: 3-stage launch vehicle, GS-1 with solid propellant motor and 4 Earth Storable Propellant stages. Flight number 16th flight of GSLV, 10th with indigenous cryo stage INSAT-3DS pay. Loads: Imager, Sounder, Data Relay Transponder, DRT, Satellite Aided Search and Rescue, SA and SR, Transpon. DARE Imager Payload, Multispectral Imager generating Earth images in 6 wavelength bands. Sounder Payload, 19-channel sounder for atmospheric vertical profiles. Data Relay Transponder, DRT, receives and relays meteorological, hydrological, and oceanographic data. Satellite Aided Search and Rescue, SA and SR, Transponder, relays distress signals for global search and rescue in the UHF band. Objective: enhance meteorological observations, weather forecasting, and disaster warning capabilities. Funding: Ministry of Earth Sciences, MOSE. Satellite Role Monitor land and ocean surfaces, augment services of INSAT-3D, 2013, and INSAT-3DR, 2016, benefits: improved weather forecasts, better disaster management, enhanced data collection and dissemination, satellite-aided search and rescue services. ISRO's launch vehicles. Feature: SSLV, Small Sat Elite Launch Vehicle. PSLV, Polar Satellite. Light Launch Vehicle, GSLV, Geosynchronous Sat. Purpose Launch Small Sat. Elite Launch Vehicle, GSLV Mk3, Geosynchronous. Satellite Launch Vehicle Mark 3. Elites into low launch satellites launch heavier payloads. India's heaviest and most powerful Earth orbit, LEO. Interpolar orbits than PSLV into geosynchro and geosynchro. NAOS transfer orbits. NAOS transfer orbit. Payload CA. Earthal launch vehicle for larger payloads into GTO and beyond. Capacity to LEO up to 500 kg up to 1,750 kg up to 2,500 kg up to 10,000 kg to LEO. Payload CA. Capacity to GTO not designed for GTO missions up to 1,425 kg up to 2,000 kg up to 4,000 kg. Stages 3 solid, stages 4 stages, alternating cryogenic, 3 stages, 2 solid strap-ons, 1 liq. Solid and liquid, 3 stages, solid, liquid, and UID, and 1 cryogenic. Launch history introduced for CESTA space for successful launch. GSLV has been crucial for GSLV. Mk3 is designed for FU. Cost-effective AC. Small payloads. PSLV has a long and launching the INSAT class of tour manned missions and history with numerous missions. Notable FAR satellites, but has seen many heavier satellite requirements, unsuccessful launches. All launches to date have been successful. Tours quick turnaround able, with a high intermediate lifting capacity capable of carrying the CHAN. And lower costs, versatile and rally. Success rate. With indigenous cryogenic Drian 2 orbiter, lander, and upper stage. Rover to the moon. Development boost, fewer fully operational, with ongoing high-profile missions like CHAN. Status recently intro. Flights. With a robust track improvements operational, designated for record. www.insightsinIndia.com. 90. DRAYAAN2 and Gaganyaan. Current affairs 30. 30. Quasar. Context. Astronomers have discovered the brightest object in the universe, a quasar powered by the fastest-growing black hole on record. Initially mistaken for a star, the quasar, named J05294351, was found using the European Southern Observatory's Very Large Telescope. It is located over 12 billion light-years away, and its black hole devours the equivalent of one sun per day, with a mass 17 billion times that of our sun. Difference between blazars and quasars. Characteristic blazars. Quasars orientation. Jet observed AL. Most end on jet observed at larger angles. Spectral FAR. Tours faster than light. Thermal spectra. Movements. Broad optical lines. Smooth energy tours. Distributions. X-ray emission FAR. Luminosity varies. Luminosity varies on short time scales. Over longer periods. Relativistic jet angled view of the pointing towards accretion disk Earth. 91. www.insightsinIndia.com. A quasar is a bright core of a distant galaxy that is powered by a supermassive black hole. Quasars are a subclass of AC-type galactic nuclei, AGNs, which are extremely luminous galactic cores where gas and dust fall into a supermassive black hole. Quasars are also known as quasi-stellar objects, abbreviated QSO. 31. Potassium. Context. Soils worldwide are experiencing a depletion of potassium, a crucial nutrient essential for plant growth, jeopardizing global food security. A recent study proposes 6 actions to safeguard potassium supplies and food production. These include reviewing current potassium stocks, improving forecasting of price fluctuations, defining optimal potassium levels for different regions, evaluating environmental impacts, promoting a circular potassium economy, and enhancing international cooperation. Potassium is an essential nutrient required for various physiological functions in plants, animals, and humans. In plants, it plays a crucial role in photosynthesis, water regulation, enzyme activation, and overall growth and development. Potassium deficiency in soil can lead to stunted growth, reduced crop yields, and increased susceptibility to diseases and environmental stresses. For humans, potassium is vital for maintaining fluid balance, nerve function, muscle contraction, including the heart, and blood pressure regulation. Adequate potassium intake is associated with a lower risk of hypertension, stroke, and cardiovascular diseases. 32. Blended Finance Facility for CLI Mate Action. Context: the Government of Goa and the Power Finance Corporation, PFC, have signed a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, to support climate ambitions through a blended finance facility, in partnership with the World Bank. This initiative aims to promote low-carbon, CLI, mate resilient development. A blended finance facility, BFF, is a program that uses development finance to attract commercial capital for project X that contribute to sustainable development. Blended finance can also help to raise capital for projects that are difficult to fund. 33. Green anaconda. Context: researchers have discovered that the green anaconda, previously thought to be a single species, actually consists of two genetically distinct species, the southern green anaconda, Eunectes marinus, and the newly identi. Current Affairs 30. Feed: northern green anaconda, Eunectes achyema. Green anacondas are renowned as the world's heaviest snakes and are found predominantly in rivers and wetlands in South America. They are known for their ability to asphyxiate large prey and swallow them whole. Females are usually larger than males. IUCN, least concern. The northern green anaconda is found in countries such as Ecuador, Colombia, Venezuela, and Guyana, while the southern green anaconda inhabits regions like Peru, Bolivia, and Brazil. 34. CE-20 cryogenic engine. Context: ISRO has achieved a significant milestone in its Gaganyaan mission by completing the human rating of its CE-20 cryogenic engine, which powers the cryogenic stage of the human-rated LVM-3 launch vehicle. Human rating refers to rating a system that is capable of safely transporting humans. This achievement comes after a series of ground qualification tests, including vacuum ignition tests, to simulate flight conditions. The Gaganyaan mission aims to launch a crew of 3 humans into a 400 km orbit for a 3-day mission and safely return them to Earth. The CE-20 is a cryogenic rocket engine developed by the Liquid Propulsion Systems Center, a subsidiary of the Indian Space Research Organisation, ISRO. It is the first Indian cryogenic engine to have a gas generator cycle. The CE-20 uses a combination of LOX and LH2 propellants in a gas generator cycle. 92 www.insightsinIndia.com. 35. 100% FDI in the space sector. Context: the Union Cabinet approved amendments to the Foreign Direct Investment (FDI) policy in the space sector, allowing 100% FDI to attract investors to Indian companies in space. Under the amended policy, up to 74% FDI is permitted under the automatic route for satellite-related activities, and up to 49% for launch vehicles and associated systems. Beyond these limits, government approval is required. Additionally, up to 100% FDI is allowed under the automatic route for manufacturing components and systems for satellites. The decision aims to increase private sector participation, generate employment, and integrate Indian companies into global value chains. 36. Flood Management and Border Areas Program, FMBAP. Context: the Union Cabinet approved the continuation of the Ken Trali-sponsored scheme, the Flood Management and Border Areas Program, FMBAP, with a total outlay of 4,100 crore rupees for a period of 5 years from 2021-22 to 2025-26. The scheme comprises 2 components. Flood Management Program, FMP. Central assistance will be provided to state governments for critical works related to flood control, anti-erosion, drainage development, and anti-sea erosion. The funding pattern is set at 90% center, 10% state, for special category states and 60% Ken-Tray, 40% state, for general, non-special category states. River Management and Border Areas, RMBA. This component focuses on flood control and anti-erosion works on common border rivers with neighboring countries, including hydrological observations, flood forecasting, and pre-construction. Current Affairs 30. Activities of joint water resources projects. It receives 100% central assistance. 37. Venture debt financing. Context. In 2023, Indian startups experienced a significant surge in venture debt financing, raising a total of over $1 billion, marking a notable 50% increase from the previous year. What is venture debt financing? Venture debt is a financing option commonly utilized by early-stage startups that have yet to establish a consistent revenue stream. Unlike traditional debt financing, venture debt is offered by specialized lenders who are willing to assume greater risk in exchange for the possibility of higher returns. This type of financing allows startups to access additional capital without diluting ownership, providing them with the financial resources needed to fuel growth and development. This shift towards venture debt financing in India contrasts with a decline observed in the US, showcasing India's burgeoning confidence and strategic adoption of alternative funding mechanisms. 38. Positronium. Context. In a significant breakthrough, scientists at CERN have achieved laser cooling of positronium for the first. 93 www.insightsindia.com. Time. During anti-hydrogen experiment, gravity, interferometry, spectroscopy, aegis. What is positronium? Positronium is a unique atomic system consisting of an electron and a positron, the antimatter counterpart of an electron. It has a very short lifespan, typically around 142 nanoseconds, before it annihilates. Positronium holds the distinction of being a pure leptonic atom, with its mass being twice that of an electron. Uses. Due to its properties, positronium is a valuable system for studying fundamental physics theories and conducting experiments in areas such as quantum electrodynamics. What is the aegis experiment? Antihydrogen experiment, gravity, interferometry, and spectroscopy, aims to directly measure Earth's gravitational acceleration on antihydrogen. How was laser cooling done? Laser cooling of positronium was accomplished by lowering its temperature from approximately 380 Kelvin to approximately 170 Kelvin using a 70 nanosecond pulse of the Alexandrite-based laser system, operating in either the deep ultraviolet or infrared frequency bands. The significance of laser cooling of positronium lies in several aspects. 1. Measurement of Earth's gravitational acceleration. 2. Gamma-ray laser, potential to produce a gamma-ray laser for atomic nucleus exploration and applications beyond physics. 3. Quantum electrodynamics, QED, facilitating spectroscopic comparisons for QED, studying light's interaction with charged matter, Bose-Einstein condensate, enabling the production of a positronium Bose-Einstein condensate, of varying a tool for both fundamental and applied research where all constituents occupy the same quantum state. Current Affairs 30. 39. Venom neutralizing antibody. Context. Scientists at the Indian Institute of Science, IISc, in Bengaluru have developed a synthetic human antibody capable of neutralizing a potent neurotoxin produced by highly toxic snakes from the Elapidae family, including cobras, king cobras, kraits, and black mambas. This breakthrough marks the first time a specific strategy has been applied to create antibodies for snakebite treatment. How it works. The antibody targets a conserved region in the core of a major toxin known as the three-finger toxin, 3-FTX, found in elapid venom. Through extensive screening, researchers identified an antibody capable of binding strongly to various 3-FTXs from different elapid snakes worldwide. Importantly, the synthetic antibody showed significant potency even when administered after a delay, unlike conventional antivenom treatments, which lose effectiveness with delayed administration. This development represents a significant advancement in snakebite treatment, potentially offering a universal solution for broad protection against various snake venoms. 40. PIGEONPEA. Context. A new fast breeding protocol has been developed by scientists at the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics, ICRISAT, to accelerate the development of improved varieties of pigeon pea, an essential legume crop for nutritional security in drylands. Traditionally, developing a new pigeon pea variety takes around 13 years, but the new protocol can potentially reduce this breeding cycle to just 2 to 4 years. About pigeon peas. Pigeon peas are widely cultivated in tropical and semi-tropical regions around the world. In India, more than 80% of tur production comes from 6 states, MS, MP, Karnataka, UP, Gujarat, and Jharkhand. Pigeon peas are commonly eaten in the form of the split pulses, dal. Speed breeding is a plant breeding technology that uses protocols to accelerate flowering in crop plants. It uses optimal light quality, intensity, photoperiod, and temperatures to improve biomass accumulation and stimulate flowering and seed production. Speed breeding also uses immature seed harvesting to curtail the generation time. 94 www.insightsinIndia.com. 41. Cantor's giant SOFTSHELL turtle. Context. Conservationists, including those from the University of Portsmouth, have uncovered the first breeding population of the critically endangered and elusive Cantor's giant soft-shell turtle along the Chandragiri River in Kerala. About Cantor's giant soft-shell turtle, it is also known as the Asian giant soft-shell turtle, and the frog-faced soft-shell turtle is a critically endangered species known for its rarity and secretive nature. Found in eastern and southern India, Bangladesh, Burma, and other Southeast Asian countries, these turtles primarily inhabit slow-moving freshwater rivers, lakes, and estuaries. They are carnivores, mainly feeding on fish, crustaceans, and mollusks, employing a sit-and-wait strategy to capture prey. Classified as critically endangered by the IUCN and listed in Appendix 2 of CITES and Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972, urgent conservation efforts are necessary to protect this species from extinction. About Chandragiri River. It is also known as the Parampura River, is the longest river in Kasaragod district, Kerala, and holds historical significance in Chemnad. Named after the Mauryan Emperor Chandragupta Maurya, it originates from the Talakaveri Wildlife Sanctuary in the western Ghats of Kodagu district, Karnataka. Serving as a vital water source for domestic and agricultural needs in Sulliya Taluk, the river is revered in Chemnad as the land of Chandragiri. Current Affairs 30. 42. Potash derived from molasses. Context. Sugar mills in India are now permitted to sell potash derived from molasses, PDM, to fertilizer companies, offering them an additional revenue source. PDM contains 14.5% potash content and can be sold at a price of 4,263 rupees per ton, allowing sugar mills to potentially manufacture 10 to 12 LMT of potash over the next 3 years. PDM is derived from ash in molasses-based distilleries, a byproduct of the sugar-based ethanol industry, and can be used as a potassium-rich fertilizer alternative to muriate of potash, MOP. This initiative aims to reduce India's dependency on import-ed potash fertilizers. Potash is a common name for a group of minerals and chemicals that contain potassium. Potassium is a basic nutrient for plants and an important ingredient in fertilizer. 43. Energy Charter Treaty. Context. The UK, along with France, Germany, Spain, and the Netherlands, is withdrawing from the Energy Charter Treaty, which allows fossil fuel companies to sue governments over climate policies. This decision follows failed negotiations to modernize the treaty. About the Energy Charter Treaty. The Energy Charter Treaty, ECT, is an international agreement that establishes a framework for cross-border cooperation in the energy industry. It was founded in 1991 and covers all aspects of commercial energy activities, including trade, transit, investments, and energy efficiency. The ECT's purpose is to promote long-term cooperation in the energy field, based on complementarities and mutual benefits. It provides its member states with a unique legal framework for cooperation through its comprehensive Privy Science on investment protection and technology transfer. The ECT also aims to protect foreign investments in energy and allows foreign investors to claim compensation through arbitration for unfair losses due to government regulation. 44. Indian GHARIAL. Context. The Indian gharial, a critically endangered crocodile species, has been sighted in the Greater Kaziranga landscape for the third consecutive year. Kaziranga's abundance of freshwater fish species makes it one of the best habitats for gharials. The Indian gharial, also known as the fish-eating crocodile or gavial, is a crocodilian that lives in the Indian subcontinent. 95 www.insightsinIndia.com. Nent. It is one of the largest crocodilians. The gharial has a uniquely long and thin snout, with a large bulb at the tip called the gara. The gharial is the most aquatic of all crocodilians, as it never moves far from the water. India has 3 species of crocodilians, namely 1. Gharial, Gavialus gangeticus, IUCN Red List critically endangered. 2. Mugger crocodile, Crocodilus palustris, IUCN vulnerable. 3. Saltwater crocodile, Crocodilus porosus, IUCN least concern. All 3 are listed on Appendix I of CITES and Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. 45. Kala Azar. Context. India achieved a significant milestone in the fight against Kala Azar in 2023 by reporting less than 1 case per 10,000 population across all blocks, marking the first time it met its elimination target. The National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program reported 595 cases and 4 deaths in 2023, down from 891 cases and 3 deaths in 2022. To receive World Health Organization (WHO) certification, India must sustain this momentum for the next 3 years. Kala Azar, also known as visceral leishmaniasis, is a disease characterized by a slow progression caused by a protozoan parasite of the genus Leishmania. The term, Kala Azar, originates from India, meaning, black disease, referring to the dark discoloration of the skin during infection. Current affairs 30. In India, Leishmania donovani is the primary parasite causing this disease. The parasite predominantly infects the reticuloendothelial system and is commonly found in high concentrations in the bone marrow, spleen, and liver. Post-Kala Azar dermal leishmaniasis (PKDL) is a condition where the parasite invades skin cells, leading to dermal lesions. 46. Guinea worm disease. Context. Guinea worm disease, caused by the guinea worm, is on the verge of eradication globally, with only 6 cases reported in 2023. The infection cycle involves excruciating symptoms, including painful skin lesions and ulcers, primarily affecting the legs. India successfully eliminated the disease in the late 1990s through a comprehensive strategy focusing on water safety interventions and community education. Guinea worm disease, GWD, is a parasitic infection caused by the Dracunculus medinensis parasite. GWD is spread by drinking water containing guinea worm larvae, which are immature forms of the worm. GWD is a neglected tropical disease, NTD, that mainly affects people in rural, isolated, and deprived communities who rely on stagnant surface water sources like ponds for drinking water. GWD has historically been considered an anthraponosis, or infectious disease that only affects humans. However, it is now considered a zoonosis because several mammals, mainly dogs, act as reservoirs of the disease in several African countries. 96 www.insightsinIndia.com. 47. Household Consumption Expenditure Survey 2022-23. Context. The Household Consumption Expenditure Survey, HCES, for 2022-23 indicates a significant increase in rural consumption spending compared to urban areas over the past 11 years. Key findings. Aspect rural-urban. Average month. Lie consumption increased by. Spending per person. 164%, reaching 146%, reaching 3,773 rupees per month, 6,459 rupees per month. The gap between reduced to 71.2% N.A. rural and urban in 2022-23 from spending. 83.9% in 2011-12. Expenditure on rural and urban decreased, IM. Food decreased in both pacting CPI-based areas. Inflation. Expenditure on by rising spending increased. Non-food items increased, driven on conveyance, consumer services, and durable goods. 48. Hunger moon. Context. The full moon on February 24, 2024, is known by various names such as snow moon, hunger moon, and minna moon. It occurs when the moon is directly opposite the Earth from the Sun. This particular full moon is called a minna moon because it happens a little over a day before apogee when the moon is farthest from the Earth in its orbit. The term snow moon originates from the 1930s Maine Farmer's Almanac, referring to the heavy snows typical of February. Additionally, it is termed the hunger moon due to the challenges